Okay, let's see. See my banner. Okay, am I coming through? Am I choppy? Anything? Echo?
Hold on. You go crystal clear.
Okay, let's see. Banners. Let's see. Let me see something real quick. That's too dark. All right. All right. Peace, 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 peace to everybody. Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Yahakad. Adabarim chapter 6, verse 4. Hail Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Not two, not three that bear witness in heaven, not 19 that bear witness in heaven, not a God over in Arabia somewhere, but one, uno. All right, Akkad. So today we'll try to do 2 segments in it's 7:04 Central Standard Time now. So we'll try to do open mic. People can ask questions, any and all things within reason, of course. And we're probably looking at some current events. People want to come on and talk about current events or whatnot. So with that being the case, let's go ahead and get started. Started.
If I can introduce myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Certainly. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Absolutely. Certainly. 1 second. Yeah, go ahead. Certainly. Testing.
Yep.
Certainly. You know, I'm in the Shaitan Rajim, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. And then will I most merciful expressly merciful. My name, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
My name is Rabbi Lewis. What about me? Published all through 50 books. Background in parasitology, speaking Arabic studies. What a pleasure to be on as always. You know, me and Zach is like the tag team, you know? Yo.
No.
Hello?
Go ahead.
I want to be Arabi. Arabi in Arabic means to be crystal clear. I'm not here to cause fitna. Never we call fitna. I'm not here to split the body or to make people. I'm sorry.
Sorry, what?
Oh, you got background noise. Sorry.
Hold on 1 second. All right.
Absolutely. Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Certainly. So I'm not here to cause fitna or to split the body or to split hairs.
You sure?
Only here for edification. So
you sure? Because that's what your religion requires, right?
My religion requires dawah. So I'm making dawah. I'm not trying to cause fitna. You know, I do believe that I mean, just before you put the cart before the horse, right?
Okay.
Right? I believe with the children of Israel, although I don't follow the Torah completely and I follow the Quran and Sunnah, I believe with the children of Israel, I hold to the 12 times chart. So don't paint a picture with a broad brush or like try to ostracize me. That's all. And I'm looking forward to this tonight.
Okay. Okay. I guess because it doesn't really, I guess it doesn't really but if your religion is dictating that you try to win people over and win souls like the Christians, and your religion is anti-Bible, your religion is. Your Quran isn't, but your religion is, because your Quran tells everybody to follow the Bible. and to take heed to the things in the Bible, right?
Is that a statement or a question?
That was a question.
Oh, mashallah. Well, yeah, certainly. First, with the word Bible comes from the word biblios.
We don't
Which is
listen. You're dealing with a very educated group of people that's going to come on here. They know what the word Bible and biblios means. That's just stick
Yeah,
to the
biblios was the Canaanite deity. It was a Canaanite god. Biblios.
No, that's Biblos. That's Byblos. That's a landmark over
Yeah,
in Canaan.
that's the same. It's like in like in not in Levant in the East, we say mom, they say moon. What are you? Or
Let me show you something real quick. This is what I mean. I'm gonna show you exactly what I mean. Okay, let me show you something real quick.
before he does that, hello.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, just I'm confidently just gonna say La ilaha illallah Muhammadan Rasulullah.
I'm gonna show you something. Okay. All right. Let me show you what I mean real quick. That's what I'm. So, like I said, we're here. Add Reggie. Brother Reggie just came in. All right,
yeah,
brother Reggie, you doing all right?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. So my job is
That's Elder Reggie.
Yes, sir.
Elder Reggie, shalom, brother.
Shalom, shalom. How you doing?
Shalom, shalom. How you been, brother?
Better.
Good to hear you. Good to hear house of y'all.
Same here.
Can y'all see that on the screen?
Can you blow it up?
All right, let me blow it up. 1 second. Can y'all see it on the screen?
Yeah.
It says Baalat Gabal was the principal deity in the local pantheon of Byblos. That's what you're talking about. That's a land in Lebanon. See, modern Lebanon. Now watch this here. Watch this here. Hold on 1 second. All right, so you saw that was in that's in Lebanon, Baalat Gabal, and that's Byblos. That's a city, right? So now I want to show you something. If you can grasp it, I'll show you. Hold on 1 second. And this is what I mean. This is literally what I mean when you guys say certain things, and when you're saying things, you're just saying things based on how you feel. Now, I'm gonna give you two of them. So what does this say? The term what?
Greek.
Yeah, the term biblio originated from the Greek word biblion, which means small book.
Small book.
It's not in Lebanon, and it's not the name of a deity. See that? So it says right here, the name comes from the ancient Phoenician city in Lebanon of Byblos, known for exporting papyrus. So biblios means book. Baalbat, Gabal, Byblos, that's a city in Lebanon. One is Greek, one is not. So we're doing some straightening already, right? You ain't made it in 5 seconds, and you get straight.
Known as exporting papyrus used for writing. Oh yeah, okay. This is about the paper it was written on.
Mm-hmm. Do you see that, Lewis?
Is he still there?
No, I guess he must on here. He muted. I guess he don't
Hello?
hear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
What was the first thing the Bible was called? What Biblios what?
No, it doesn't matter. The word biblios means book.
There was something attached to that, appendix to that, the first before that.
It wouldn't matter. It's still biblios means book. It's Greek.
Helios Biblios, which means sun papers. Why
Somebody
was your book called Helios? Sun papers.
No, it wasn't called Helios. Helios is what language?
Yes, it was. It was called the Helios Biblios.
Helios is what language?
Greek or Latin.
Mm.
Hold on.
Which one is it?
1 second.
Because my people are neither one of those.
How is that relevant? That was the lingua franca of Rome in the first.
No.
The Bible was compiled.
You said my book is called. No one can name our book. Just like, look, give me an example. Just like you're your mother's child, I can't change your name, right?
What?
That's between
Who
you
named
and
the Bible Helios Biblios?
Huh?
Who was that?
Doesn't matter. It wasn't the children of Israel because it's not even our language. That's my point. So at that point, you might as well just start saying, let's say we call the Quran, Reggie, I, and Josh are going to call the Quran the steaming trash heap. Now, we're not Arabs. So do you think it would be logical for us to call it that?
Okay, hello.
Uh-huh.
I think that's a red herring.
What's the red herring?
And that's irrelevant. It was church fathers who canonized the Bible.
No. Canonize, no, not canonize. See, look, you can't canonize something that already exists.
Who was the guy who said who recategorized the Old and New Testament and called it that? Because it wasn't Yahweh.
It doesn't matter.
Yahweh never came down. Hold on, brother.
I know.
Yahweh never came down and said.
Yeah, that's my point. And first, I don't know who Yahweh is, but I think I understand what you're trying to say. But first off, you're right. Yah didn't do that. So why would I be stuck and put myself in a box trying to defend something that Yah didn't create?
Right, that's the focal point. What I was saying is that it was Tertullian, a church father.
Tertullian is not an Israelite.
Yeah, he was. He wasn't.
No, it was not. Y'all see what y'all do is y'all try to see. This is what I'm talking about. This is why the people in the comment section be saying they don't want to listen to you because you'll just blatantly say something that's false. Tertullian was not an Israelite.
He was black. We know that.
Okay, listen. So is Nelson Mandela.
Yep.
Okay. So is Akon. So is Tutankhamun. So is Akhenaten. So is Haile Selassie. So is Bob Marley. What does that mean? They're black. They're Israelites because they're black. What does that mean?
I thought black was a color.
Yeah, it's a color.
Not a nation.
This is black. I don't see anywhere in the scriptures where it says the children of black. So what you're using a descriptive term.
Well, that's not true. There is a black land though. Arabs, being that I speak Arabic, called it Balad al Sudan.
That's not in the scriptures.
It's not. Yes, it is. Go to Revelation chapter 6. Revelation 6.
Revelation 6 is not scripture.
Oh, that's not scripture.
Scripture comes from the Creator.
All right.
Well, that's the New Testament anyway. We don't deal with
Correct.
that.
That's why, and not only that, but like I said, scripture comes from who? Okay, let me ask you this question: is the Hadith from Allah and Jibril?
Absolutely.
No, it's not. Those 23 years, they never gave a Hadith. See, the hadith is the people talking about what they felt happened. That's not from your God.
Mm.
Man, you're a Muslim. You're supposed to know that.
Okay. Well, before we segue to that, I typed up some questions for House of Yah. If Zach finds it pertinent and relevant to look at it, if he wants to, I mean, balls in his court, it's his show. But
Okay,
I
hold on.
typed in some questions.
Hold on. You did say something. Let me see something. Let me stop that. Let me present the screen.
I just typed up a couple questions for House of Yah.
Okay. That's what you were talking about, the hot seat.
Yeah, I typed up a couple 5-point questions for House of Yah.
Let me see something. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see something. Is that good?
Hold on, it's just catching up on you. It's a little delay on YouTube. Yeah, that's crystal clear.
All right. And for the record, boy, you capitalized them 4 consonants, boy.
There's no capital low letters in Hebrew, but anyway.
You're not writing in Hebrew.
Okay. My apologies.
You always capitalize a proper name.
Absolutely. My apologies for not capitalizing the master's name. My apologies. So these just a couple hot seat questions that I typed that I thought were relevant.
Okay. So I won't have to keep looking back and forth. Let me just print them out real quick. I think that'll be easy. I'm gonna leave them on the screen, but I'll print them out so I won't have to keep going back and forth toggling. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense?
Certainly.
Okay. Let's see. They're coming out. Okay. You can start with the first one if you want to. I'm looking at the screen right now, but then I'm printing them out so I can look at them easier, and I just scroll down so people can see it.
Well, balls in your court. You can take the floor. I mean, you know.
Well, I'm not reading your stuff. Like that's this yours.
Oh,
What's
I'll
up,
read whatever you want me to read. You want me to read it?
Doing all right, brother?
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Delta Rue said, why he bringing a revelation? We don't hear to that text. Exactly. Same thing Rich just said.
Right.
We're not heathens and we're not idolaters.
No.
Well, hello?
Yeah.
Okay, you print it on your printer? Oh, wow.
Yeah, print on my printer, yeah.
Oh, okay. See, Zach's in the e-com industry, so he's always printing stuff up, like me. Well, I don't print stuff, but we're in the same industry. Anyway.
Okay. All right, I got him. Okay. I just printed them out. Okay. All right. So
Okay, so just add tonight, just say La ilaha illallah, Muhammadan Rasulullah, and accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior tonight after LCR gets the beat down. And it's a beat down in love though, not out of spite.
All right, go ahead, bro. I see the first question, but go ahead.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
The first question is, who was Basamal's father? Genesis 26 says Basamal's father was. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
So we got two conflicting narratives.
I'm looking down, so I'm looking at the paper. So
certainly, yeah, no problem. No sweat the brow. Okay, so first question is, who was Basamal's father? Genesis 26:34. Basamal's father was Elon the Hittite, right?
Mm-hmm.
Genesis 26 and 34. And Genesis 36 and 3 says his father was Ishmael, Abraham's son. So was it Elon the Hittite or Ishmael? That's the first question. Or both.
All right, okay. I just have to grab my dictionary and stuff. Okay. All right, I'm sorry, read that one more time.
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Certainly. So the first question, who was Basamah's father? Genesis 26:34 says Basamah's father was Elon the Hittite. That's Genesis 26:34. Then Genesis 33 says his father was Ishmael.
His father was Ishmael?
Yeah, Basamah's father was Ishmael. So Genesis 26 says he was Elon, and then the other one says it was Ishmael. Which one was it? That's the first question.
Oh, so hold on. So, okay. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Let me read this. Hold on. Let me see something. It says, who was Basamah's father? Genesis 26:34. Basamah's father was Elon the Hittite. Okay. And then it says, Barashit 36:3. Basamah's father was Ishmael. These verses refer to the same woman, the wife of Esau. In fact, Genesis 36:9 even claims that Elon the Hittite was the father of Esau's other wife, Adah. Okay. So,
So that'd be the first question.
Basamah's father was Elon, and then an Ishmaelite was the father of the other wife. He had 3 wives. The first wife was the Canaanite wife. If you go to Genesis, that's what you're looking at in Bereshit 26:34. That's the Canaanite wife. So remember, if you read the story, remember Isaac went out and told him, hey, look, get a brother and get a sister from one of our own people, right? But Ishmael went to the daughters of Canaan. That's Basamah. But then after he saw that it displeased him, he went and got another wife of his people, which belonged to Ishmael. And her name is also Basamah. But I'll show you something real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
There's 2 different Basamahs.
Correct. You thought it was one?
So the Basamah in Genesis 26 are 2 different people.
Correct.
With the same name, correct?
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay.
You think people just got one name? Only one person got one name in the Bible?
Okay.
Matter of fact, I can name 3 off the top of my head, Basamahs. One is from the daughter of Elon the Hittite. The other one is the daughter of Ishmael, and then the other one is King Solomon's. Solomon's daughter was called Basamah, wasn't she?
Yeah.
So is that the same woman too?
No.
So what you confused about?
Okay. So to answer the first question, there was 2 different Basamahs.
But hold on, before we go there, but no, we want to do something real good real quick. I want to cook. Because you came on saying I was going to get cooked, right? The house of y'all was going to get cooked. So me and the brothers here, I got you. Me and the brothers here. All right. So what I'm going to do is let me
You're gonna have to prove these were 2 different Basamahs. You have to prove that because you said it, but you gotta prove it.
Well, that's why I said that's what I literally just said.
What was yours?
Yeah, I don't know if you just listened to me just now then or whatnot, but that's literally what I had just said. So this is the New Combined Bible Dictionary and Concordance. And also I got the Ungers. I just found it in the Ungers as well. But let me read both of them to you, okay? All right. This is on page 56. Hold on 1 second. Let me know if y'all can hold on. Let me know if y'all can see it. Is it blurry?
Yeah, but we can hear you. Just read it.
Okay. It says Basamah on page 56. It says a wife of Esau. She was a daughter of Elon the Hittite. Genesis 26:34. Thus probably identical with or a sister of Adah. Genesis 36:2. Another wife of Esau, a daughter of Ishmael and sister of Naboth. Genesis 36:3, also called Mahalath. It says, Genesis 28:9, Esau married her because his father was not pleased with his Canaanite wives, a daughter of Solomon and wife of Hamas, a commissary officer in Solomon. So that's 4 people that got the same name. But that's just out of this dictionary. So now let's go to on page 127. Page 127, down here at the bottom, that's Basamah. Okay, so let's read that. I'm sorry, yeah. It says the name means fragrance. Elsewhere, 1 Kings 4:15 more correctly, Basmath a daughter of Ishmael, and the last married of the 3 wives of Esau. Genesis 36, 3, 4, and 13. From whose son Ruel 4 tribes of the Edomites were descended. When first mentioned, she is called Mahalath. Let's keep going, because it's on the next page. It says, other hand, the name Bashemoth is in the narrative, Genesis 26, 34, given to another of Esau's wives, the daughters of Elon the Hittite. And it says it may have been the original name of one and the name given to the other upon her marriage, for as a rule, the women receive new names when they're married. And I think I explained it to you before. Let's see if I can show you that real quick. Focus or whatnot, but hold on 1 second. Yep.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Very eloquent. Okay, cool. So they're 2 different Bashemoth. So take us to the Torah and prove that. Show the different
I gave you the verses. No, what I'm gonna tell you what happened. So this is what just happened.
Hold on, Zach. Don't move the goalposts, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Show us the genealogy of Bashemoth of Elon Hittite's daughter, and then the one that was the daughter of Ishmael, that they had 2 different genealogies. Show us the genealogy. They had 2 different genealogies to prove that.
Louis, it's right there on the screen. You did it yourself.
No, it's not. Go to the Torah and show them the 2 different genealogies, and one got named after being married. Show us that.
Do me a favor. Go to Genesis 26 and 34.
Just pull it up on the screen. I'll read it.
No, that's why I just said I didn't want to keep going. That's why I printed it out. I didn't want to keep going back. I got stuff open too. I don't want to keep going back and forth.
Okay, so I'm just saying, just take us to the verse where they had 2 different. Well, let me ask a better question.
Reggie.
Yep.
Give me a favor. Can you have you have the word with you right now?
I'm looking for it right now as you speak.
Dude, I'll read it. No problem.
That's what I asked you to do, and you ran from it. So go back to battle sheet 26 and 34.
All right, so let's go to Genesis 26. What?
It's on the screen. It's your stuff. It's your book. It's your little thing.
Obviously.
So why you asking me where to go?
Genesis 26. 34.
Yeah.
It says,
you said 26, 34?
Yeah, I'll read it, Elder, no problem. And
Okay.
Esau was 40 years old when he took to wife Judith, the daughter of Beri, the Hittite, and Bashemoth, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite.
Now stop. So that right there just said that she was the daughter of Elon the Hittite, right? And it says took wife Judith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Bashemoth, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, right?
Yeah.
Now the Hittites, they're not Ishmaelites, right?
Right.
So now let's go to Genesis 36. So hold on. So what we just read, which is on the screen, you keep asking me to show it to you, but you put it on the screen.
Right.
Now go to battle sheet 36.
Genesis 36.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what verse we in?
It's right there on the screen, verse 3.
I'm not looking at the screen, bro. I'm looking at her Bible Gateway. So just tell me the verse.
Oh, verse 3. Well, I mean, you
3.
typed up these were your questions. I would think you would know them. But okay, you don't know them. Okay, that's fine.
And Bashemoth, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth.
Ishmael's daughter, yeah. And when you look up Ishmael right there in the Hebrew, that's Hebrew 3, 4, 5, 8. It says the name of Abraham's oldest son.
Right.
So you asked me to prove it. I showed you Elon the Hittite in battle sheet 26, 34. Then I took you battle sheet 36 and 3, and it says this is Ishmael, Hebrew 3, 4, 5, 8.
Right.
Ishmael, the oldest son of Abraham. Now, is Abraham a Hittite? I mean, is Ishmael a Hittite?
No.
Okay. So there you go. You asked me. You told me to prove it, but you proved it. You just thought it was one Bashemoth. You just didn't know it was 2. I don't know why you thought it was 2. You thought it was just 1. It literally explains 2 different people.
Okay.
It gives 2 different daddies and mamas.
Right.
Right? Because it says this woman right here in verse 4, if you go back and look, Bashemoth, right? It says, and Bashemoth, Ishmael's daughter, sister Naboth, and Adab bare Esau, Eliphaz, and Bashemoth bare Ruel. Now, when we go back to when you go back to 26, let's jump back over to 26.
Hold on, the both Basamas, what was their genealogy? From Esau?
One was a Hittite and one was a Ishmaelite.
Right. Okay.
They got two different daddies and two different mamas. And I'm gonna show it to you now. When you go back to 26, right? It says, and Esau was 40 years old when he took the wife Judith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite. There's no Judith, there's no Beri in Genesis 36. So now not only is it two different ones with two different daddies, but the mamas are different. So what you basically did was you saw a name here and a name here and just instantly said it was the same person. It's a contradiction without even reading the text. But you put the text on the screen that said it really wasn't.
Okay. He's got the first one, guys. I'll concede the first one.
Because right there it says, you put on there, these verses refer to the same woman. They don't. They don't have the same mama or daddy.
Right.
Check.
He's got the first one. We'll give him the first one, guys. He got that. Let's go to the second one. I give him the first. We're gonna go through all of them. So
I got you. Hold on 1 second.
I'm on record saying he got the first one.
Hold on. Let me know if y'all can hear this, okay?
Good.
Can y'all hear that?
No.
You couldn't hear it? Let's try one more time. Can you hear that?
No.
Okay, so watch this here. So now you should be able to hear it. Check this out. This is every time, okay? Every time. Can you hear that?
Wow. Yeah, we hear.
Okay, all right. Get used to that. Okay, so let's go back. All right, so let's go. Let me go back and share.
You got the first one, guys. You got the first one. I give him them.
Of course, I got the first one.
It's about to get hotter and hotter in here.
Light work, dog. Let me see. So let me go back to your. Okay, here we go. Let's see. All right.
Oh, we gotta wait for the catch up on YouTube. 1 second.
I got you. Go ahead. So you see that? And I'm looking at some of your stuff too. Some of your stuff is like the sentences, like incomplete sentences or whatnot. So that's why I got you reading, so you can you probably just typed it up real quick. So I don't know, but
yeah, bro, it was like 5 o'clock my time. I need type of a presentation, so something like an hour and a half. So I just went through my books and reiterated some focal.
All right, so you agree the first thing in your book just got smashed.
This is it's not a book, it's a presentation. Well, yeah, from my book. Yeah, it's smashed.
Yeah, you said it from your book. I listen good. Yeah. I listen good. My hearing is real good. My hearing is real good because y'all makes it good.
Yeah. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Question number 2. How's Yah? Who was Timnah? So it's the first question, who was Timnah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Genesis 6:12 says Timnah was Eliphaz's concubine. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So for Genesis 6:12, that was Eliphaz's concubine. First Chronicles 1 says it was Eliphaz's son. Now let's keep reading, right? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
These come from the 2 genealogical lists of Esau's descendants, so it cannot be argued that they are different people with the same name. Let's prove that. The Moody Bible comment is from the Moody Bible, right? With me? Mm-hmm. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a primary, the Moody Bible. It says, and I quote, "There's a problem blamed it on the scribal error." Now, the Moody Bible is a scribal error. They're not 2 different people with the same name. Okay. So let's recap. So the question is, was Timnah Eliphaz's concubine, or was his Eliphaz's son? That'd be the question.
Both, and this is why.
Please go.
Let me remove this banner real quick. Let me remove this banner real quick. Okay. Let's see. Let me remove that, and then comments. Let me remove that. Delta Roots said, "Easy work." That was easy. That was easy work, brother. Delta Roots. That was so easy because y'all makes it easy. All right. So now you say it says, "Who is Timnah?" Right? Genesis 36:12. Timnah. So are you gonna read Genesis 36 and 12?
Want to go to the verse? Absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, you know I'm going to the verse because we just went to 36 and you was butchered that one. So why would I not go to it?
Genesis 36 and 12, and it says, and I quote, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son. And she
Uh-huh.
bare to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Adah Esau. Let's read that again, verse 12. And
Mm-hmm.
Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz's Esau's son.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Genesis says that Timnah was the concubine to Eliphaz. Now let's get the other verse. First Chronicles chapter 1, right?
Uh-huh.
Let me get First
No,
Chronicles.
okay, so hold on. So let me clean it up real quick because I'm going to take you to school. All right, so right here on the screen it says, who was Timnah? Question mark. Genesis 36 and 12, Timnah was Eliphaz's concubine.
Hold on, brother. We just read that. Now, First Chronicles 1:36. Let's read that.
Yeah, but you say it says was Eliphaz's son.
No.
That's what it
Genesis
says on the
6
screen.
tells us it was just Eliphaz's concubine.
I
First
know. That's
Chronicles 1:36 says that was his son. Let's read it. I have it here. 1 second. First Chronicles 1, I'm going to start at verse 35, right?
okay.
The sons of East, the same Eliphaz. It's the same Eliphaz. East, Eliphaz, Reuel, Jush, Jalam, Korah, right? Verse 36. The sons of Eliphaz, Teman, Omar, Zephika, Tamkin, and Timnah, and Amalek.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Timnah was his son before he
Mm-hmm.
had Amalek. So the question is, was Timnah Eliphaz's son or concubine? That's the question.
What do you mean? You're reading about two different people again. Like it's like, hold on, listen. That's what I'm saying. It's literally saying these are two different people, and you're saying they're the same person, but you have no verse that says the same person.
No, I didn't say that, brother. The Moody Bible says the same person. It says the Moody Bible commentary says, amidst there is the proper blames on the scribal error. The Moody Bible says this is scribal is the same person. That's the primary source.
That's not a primary source. A primary source would be the actual Torah. But this,
Okay, so prove that these are two different Tenors in Chronicles and Genesis.
okay,
Show
do
us
me a
their
favor.
genealogy was different. Show us that, please.
Do me a favor. Type in Hebrew 8555. Oh, you want me to do it for you?
Yeah, put it on the screen. You just open up a tab.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
So you're saying it's two different people, correct? Is that?
Hold on for a second.
Oh.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, let's wait for the catch up on YouTube.
What does it say in the Strong's definition?
Hold on, we're just waiting for it to catch up on the screen. Okay. Timnah, the name of two Edomites, Timnah.
Mm-hmm.
The concubine of Eve, okay. The concubine of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, and then the daughter of Seir the Horite and sister of Lutan.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, two different people.
It's two different Timnahs? Okay, prove that. Not with the Strongs.
No,
Pontificate.
I just did. You listen, hold on, listen. You're telling me to prove it, but the scriptures are telling you they're different. It's literally look, this is your argument. You would have an argument. Let me go back to your what's the name real quick? Hold on.
Please, yeah.
You would have an argument, and I see this is gonna be a lot of this. There's gonna be a lot of this. So you would have an argument if it said who was Timnah, Genesis 36, Timnah was Eliphaz's concubine, and then First Chronicles 36, 1 and 36 says Timnah was Eliphaz's main wife or something, and not concubine. And that would be the same person. But this here is saying Timnah was Eliphaz's son. That's a male that has a penis and testicles. And then the other one is a concubine, which is a woman, right? So you're asking me to prove that a person with a vagina and ovaries.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. What you just pulled up from the Strongs, doesn't mention a woman. It's two men.
No. In Genesis 36, it says what? It did in
No,
the
it didn't. Go back to what you just pulled up. It says it was two different Edomites. They were both males, not one female.
No, it didn't say males. No, it didn't.
Go back to it. I just saw it. It didn't say that one of the Timnah was a woman. I didn't see that. It gave you two Edomites who were both males. Pull that back up. That's what I remember. I misread that. Pull it back up.
It says it right here.
I'm supposed to catch up on YouTube. Hold on, brother. It's a slight delay.
I highlighted.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the concubine of Eliphaz, son of Esau, daughter of Seir, the Horite.
Yeah. So a daughter.
Hold on, stop. So that's two women, right?
That is right there, yeah.
So what's brother? So we're dealing with a male in First Chronicles 1.
I know that's not a woman, so it got to be different.
So these two this is irrelevant then, because this is not naming the one from Chronicles.
No, the one from no. Listen, stop.
Hold on, stop. Well, he just showed us two females. The one in Chronicles 1 is a male.
Yeah,
this is irrelevant. This is an irrelevant talking point.
Are you listening to what you're saying?
You just bring an irrelevant point up.
No, I didn't. Okay, not to be crass. One has a dick and balls, and the others don't. They got to be different. Are you listening to what you're saying? Listen, you're trying to tell me now that they're transgenders. You're arguing that they're transgenders. Hold on, Reggie. If one has a penis and one has a vagina, are they different or the same?
That would be different, my brother.
What are you talking about, Lewis? It's the same thing you messed up on the first one. It's literally saying one is a man and one is a woman. When it says concubine, that's a what?
That's somebody's like
side
husband or wife.
Chick.
Yeah.
That's a side chick, right, Lewis?
Yeah.
Lewis, is a concubine a man? Can you show me a chapter and verse where a concubine is a man?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Lewis. Oh, yeah.
Can we go to First Chronicles and look at the Timnah from First Chronicles? Because what you just showed had nothing to do with Chronicles. It was two different people, not from one from Chronicles.
No, because you didn't know. It's the same problem you had at first. You didn't know there was multiple.
Go to the Timnah Chronicles 1 and let's look at the Strong's definition for that.
Okay, so you want to go to it's gonna be the same. That's why I
no, because what you just presented had nothing to do with First Chronicles. These are two women. The one in Chronicles is a man. So this is irrelevant.
No, listen what I'm saying. Multiple people got the name Timnah, and it's spelled different. One has a hay on the end, one doesn't. Has an olive.
Right.
So what you're doing is, so let me show you. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Let me go back to it. Because that was in what? First Chronicles 1:36, right?
Yeah. Pull it up on the Strongs and read the definition. Pull it up on the screen.
That's what I did. That's Hebrew 8555.
I don't see it on the screen.
Son, that's what you're looking at on the screen. That's 8555. Look, let me go back up.
I don't see it.
That's what's on the screen.
Oh, my bad. It's a delay on YouTube. Sorry, 1 second.
That's what we've been reading from the blue letter. That's what that is. Hold on, let me show it to you. Hold on 1 second. Let me show it to you. What does that say right there? King James translates what?
Strong H8.
555. And
give
it
us
says
the one
what?
from Chronicles, brother.
No, listen, it says Timnah 4 times, ending in an olive, the letter A. Then it says Timnah.
Give us the one from Chronicles.
It's the same. That's what I'm showing. You got to look it up. Just look it up.
Okay. Wait. That's 36 in Chronicles. Am I right?
Chapter 1, verse 36. Yeah.
Why are you filibustering? Just go to the one that was in Chronicles 1.
Hold on.
I just did. I just read it. But when I show you my look, let me show you. If I try to show you my I know you don't see it. Because if I try to show you my screen with it, look, let me show you. Let me just show you real quick. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You won't be able to see it. We've already done this multiple. Oh, there we go. So watch this here. What does it say right there? In First Chronicles. Hold on, let me slide this over. Let me slide this to the side where them gangsters ride.
This says sons. The sons.
Yeah, sons. penis. And then it says Hebrew 8555 with an aleph at the end, not a hey.
Click the H8555 and let's look at what it says.
Dude,
right there.
that's what I just gave you. Look,
He just gave it to you, bro.
that's the one you just read in the blue letter. You want me to keep trying to go back and forth between them? It's the same thing. Hold on, look. Hold on. Right there in 1 Chronicles 136. What number is that? Before I change.
H8555.
Okay, now watch this here. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Then I'm going to share it again. And watch what you see this time. What number is this that I showed you earlier? What is this?
The same.
It's the same. You keep telling me to show you, but I'm telling you it's the same. I've done it like 4 times already. So now
he's this one, the H8555 is the Chief Duke of Esau and Edom. Is that who he is?
No.
Which one is he that's being described here? Which one is the one from Chronicles?
He's the Chief Duke. Because he's a son. To be a duke, you have to be a son, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the 10.
No, stop. Listen, stop. Because you're making this way too complicated. To be a duke, what gender are you?
A male.
Okay, now when you go and look at the one that says daughter, concubine, is that a male or a female?
Female.
Come on, dude. What is a concubine? Now you're trying to say that they're transgenders.
Okay,
a concubine is a woman. A concubine is a woman because they had a baby. 2 men can't have babies.
Ain't it spelled different too?
And they spell different. But see, this is what I keep saying. Y'all come up to the house of y'all. Punks jump up to get beat down.
Okay, the one with the A, that's the male. The one with the H at the end, that's the female. Am I correct?
That's all it is. And that's why when you look at it, it says proper masculine noun, a chief or duke of Esau and of Edom. Because he's a duke. That's a man. But then underneath it says the concubine of Eliphaz, the son of Esau. That's a woman. They both got the same name, but there's a hey at the end of one, which is the woman. Yep. There's an aleph at the end of one that's a man. That's the duke.
Yeah, it's a man.
And the Hebrew for both is Hebrew 8:555.
Yeah. One male, one female.
One, yeah, and if you look at the number 3, it's another one, but she's a Horite.
Wait a minute. You did all this to prove what?
Okay,
bro?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
I just want to know,
hello?
You know.
Yeah, you hear us.
So
I mean, you did all this to prove
Zach
what?
just told the bold-faced lie. Hello?
Go ahead.
Hold on, what did I tell?
Okay, so I just looked. He just told us a bold-faced lie, guys. He said that one is. Hold on. Can I respond, please?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
He's a bold-faced lie. I just look. He said that one is Timnah with a letter A at the end, and the other one was Timnah with the letter H. It was 2 different names. But if we go to 1 Chronicles 1 and Genesis 30, there's no H. It's both Timnah with no H at the end. He just lied to us.
You're missing what I'm saying.
You lied. You told a bold-faced lie.
I'm not lying. I didn't write the blue letter. It's right there.
Dude, the Timnah in Genesis 36 and 1 Chronicles 1 is spelled the same. There's no H at the end of one and A at the end of the other one.
I know, but look at what it says.
So whatever you just presented here is bullshit. It's BS.
Wait, hold on.
One is Timnah with an A, and the other is Timnah with an H.
Okay, the one with the A, the one with the A is what? Is it a male or female?
No, the one in Chronicles and the one in Genesis, there's no H.
Stop for a second.
Exactly. There's no H.
Listen. Let's just stop for a second. Listen.
Okay.
He just lied to us.
Let's point out.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let him speak.
Let's point out 3 facts here. Did I write the blue letter that's on the screen?
No, sir.
And it says outline of biblical usage. It says 1, Timnah or Timnah with an H equals restrained. Then it says proper noun. It says 1, a chief or duke of Esau and Edom. That's the boy.
That's right.
That's the one.
That's the boy. Right.
Then it says under 2, proper feminine, because it's not a man, it's not a woman. I mean, it's not a man, it's a woman, feminine. It says the
proper feminine
of Eliphaz.
Concubine means female, am I correct?
Solomon had how many concubines, Lewis?
He's moving the goalposts because he just bold-faced lied. What he just read, hold on, brother, from Blue Letter, is saying, well, one, hello?
Yeah.
One is coming out with an A at the end, and the one is coming out with an H. It's two different people. It's spelled differently. Look, Lewis, you don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's not what I said.
Hold on, brother.
No, stop. Listen. I got it here. That's not what I said. If you look right there, it's on the screen. I didn't write this.
So whoever wrote this is a retard because the Timnah and Chronicles. Hold on, brother.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we
the Timnah in Genesis 36 for my presentation, right? You with me?
Mm-hmm.
And the Timnah from Chronicles is both spelled the same. They're not two different
hold on.
spellings.
And 36, male or female?
And 36 is Timnah with an A, and then the other one is also Timnah with an A. There's no H at the end of any of those Timnahs.
Louis, you're making an argument out of nothing. I didn't make that argument. It's on the screen.
Wait, your argument is false. Whoever's arguing that these two different Timnahs based on the letter H and A is wrong.
No, stop. It ain't got to do with the letter A and H because one is a son and one
Yes, that was your hermeneutic. You said one has the H at the end, one has an A. It's two different people.
No, listen.
Now you're reneging on that.
No, listen what I'm saying. I'm saying one has a dick and balls and one has a vagina.
No, that's not what you said. Don't lie. We can play the clip back. Anybody listening, you just lied to us.
No, I didn't. No, it's still on the screen. I didn't write this.
Dude, your hermeneutic 10 minutes goes, look, Lewis, one is Timnah with an A at the end, and the other one is with an H at the end. You got it wrong. And I'm telling you, the Timnah and Chronicles and Genesis both have A at the end. There's no H. So whatever you're presenting here is irrelevant.
We know that. Yeah, we know that.
Which is Hebrew 8555, right?
So why are you presenting an argument about an A and an H when that's not there in the presentation?
I'm not. I'm showing. Listen closely. In one verse, it says son. True or false?
Dude, you said 3 times before I corrected you. 10 minutes ago.
You
Anybody listening can play the clip back.
Look, Louis, you're not correcting me. You're correcting the blue letter.
Okay, so you yield that I'm correct. The blue letter is incorrect. Do we agree?
No, I don't think it's incorrect. Because
okay, stop. The Timnah in Genesis 36 and the one in Chronicles, does it have an A at the end or H for both of them?
In English, it doesn't, because that's what I'm trying to show. Oh my God. Listen.
No, does they both have the same ending or do they have 2 different endings?
It's 2 different endings.
No, it's not. Go to Chronicles 36.
No. Listen, this ain't got to be this difficult. It has 2 different endings in Hebrew because one is feminine and one is masculine. It can't be both.
Right.
Wow. Whoa, what? Dude, what?
Louis.
Dude, he just butchered that. Go to Genesis or Chronicles. Hold on, here's the question. Go to the one in Chronicles or Genesis and show us Timnah with an H at the end in either verse.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you.
There's no H on either one of those. Why are you
lying? We know that. That's to prove the point. That's to prove the point.
That's what you're not getting.
Now you're trying to say, oh, it's not in the English, it's in the Hebrew.
Louis, that's what the problem is. It's not English.
Okay, so in the English, does both have the letter A at the end? Do we agree?
Yes, in the English, but it wasn't written in English.
Okay, he agrees on that. Okay, go ahead.
No, stop. No, stop, because you're getting cooked. So listen. So when they translate it, if they don't do it this way that the blue letter is showing you, you'll have people like you thinking it's transgenders. Because it literally says son on one, right? Is that true or false?
That's true.
And then it also says what? Concubine, which is a female. True or false?
That's true.
Okay, so it can't be the same. How one got a vagina and a penis, and then one got a vagina and ovaries, one got testicles and a penis, but you're saying it's the same person.
Bro, listen, Lewis. Right there.
And then
hold on. Listen to me. It says a chief or duke of Esau or Edom. And then it says under that proper feminine noun. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So it's a proper feminine noun. That's talking about a female name.
Right.
Okay, so let's nip this in the bud. I just tucked in can concubine be male? Let's see what it says. It says while the term concubine is primarily associated with women in a subservient sexual, I'll be crass, guys. Relation with a man of higher status, the term can, in some contexts, be used to refer to a man in a similar relationship. So
okay, show me the chapter and verse. I don't know where you're getting this from because it ain't on the screen. Show me the chapter and verse of a man concubine. And that'll end it. See, just like you quoted Moody's earlier, that's why y'all lost. I keep telling y'all keep quoting these heathens.
What are you talking about? This dude just appealed to this Bible dictionary about the first myth that we discussed. Now he's moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not. Lewis, I'm saying the blue letter
You
is
just
right.
went to a Bible dictionary to validate your argument. What are you doing?
Because you asked me to. You said, show me what the number is. And I said, Lewis, it's been on the screen. You said, no, put it up. I said, Lewis, it's H8555. And you kept making me go back and forth. You asked for it. I didn't. Lewis, you asked me for it.
Stop for a second. Wait. The number 88555. Does that mean what? What does that mean?
Hold on.
It means restrained. That's the what it
Okay.
means, restrained. But then
Right.
there's proper masculine noun, a proper
Right.
name. It says a
Proper
chief
masculine means
or
man.
duke
Am I
of
correct?
Esau. Correct. And
And
then
under it says proper feminine noun means what?
the
Female.
concubine of Esau.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That means female.
So it's
So
showing you. It's showing you it's three people here. One is the chief duke
right.
of Esau. The other one is a concubine of his son. And then the other one is a Horite from Mount Seir.
So if somebody got a brother named Taylor and they got a sister named Taylor.
Right.
Same thing, am I correct?
Correct.
No,
now,
it's not the same thing because
hold on. Watch this here. This is. I'm glad you said this. It's so simple. Listen to what you just said, Reggie. You said if there's a brother named, let's say it's two children.
Yeah.
One, the boy name is Taylor.
Right.
And the girl name is Taylor.
Right.
How would we know the difference when you say Taylor got married to Jesse and had a baby? We know that's not a boy or a man because men can't.
Exactly. That's the
dude,
female.
I just took that off the table. A concubine can be a male as well. I took it off.
You didn't take it off the table. You sound like a homosexual quoting another homosexual. Show me a concubine in the Bible that's a man that can make a baby. Because remember, hold on, let's do it this way here.
Where does it say they have babies? That the concubine hold on a second. The concubine Timnah.
Go to 36 and 12. Go to 36 and 12 real quick.
Hold on, before we digress, so let's make
we're not digressing. We're not digressing.
Let me just say this real quick so we crystal clear what just happened. So he's saying that one Timnah, hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was a man, one was a female. And he tried to hold on, brother. So he went to the Strongs and said, look, Lewis, there's two Timnahs here, one with the letter A at the end and one with the letter H. And I took him to both verses, and both of those people had the same spelling. It wasn't two different spellings. So that's off the table. Go ahead.
What's off the table?
Because your hermeneutical said, look, Lewis.
Hold on, stop. No, just don't worry about it. Genesis 36 and 12 says, and Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare to Eliphaz Amalek. How can a man bear a son named Amalek? It's right there in verse
12. Wait a minute. Is that Genesis verse 12? Am I correct?
Genesis 36 and 12.
36 and 12.
We got your Delta roots. We're gonna go through and hit it. Let me cook him real quick and get through these questions because he's trying to stall so he can run out of time. So because he already told us they came from his book, so I'm gonna take his book from him. Genesis 36 and 12.
Hello?
So so verse 12, read it. Verse 12, read it.
No, see, here's the issue. The KJV got it wrong.
Okay, but you put on the screen a verse that says that don't say she bare to Eliphaz. Give me a translation that says she don't say she.
Yeah, the first Cron 136 translation is mistranslation. I just looked it up in the NKJV. 1 second. So let me pull this up. 1 second. So here's the issue, guys. One is the one in Chronicle. Hello? The one in Chronicles in the KJV is mistranslated. 1 second.
The NKJV is not even translated from the Hebrew. I already showed. I'm not going
the
down that road.
NKJV got it right. And the NKJV.
Hold on. Stop.
She's a woman.
I know it's a woman. Yeah, she
Hold
is a
He
on.
just
woman.
said the one in Chronicles was a male.
Stop. Hold on. Stop. Hold
No,
on.
yeah,
Listen.
the one in Chronicles is, but in
No, it's
36.
not. The one in Chronicles is not a male. It's a female as well. It's the mistranslation. It says
No, that's
the
what you're
NKV
saying.
says, and the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zephi, Gatam, and Kenaz, and by Timnah, Amalek. So the KJV says that was his son,
Okay,
but the
listen,
correction says that was his wife.
okay, listen, you've already lost this one.
So you're
Because
done. You're done.
I'm done. Hold on, watch this
Yeah.
here, y'all. And this is my last time doing this. Let me show you something real quick. Let me
The
show y'all.
KJV just mistranslated, said that was his son.
No, it did. No, it didn't. Because it translated from the
Yes, it
Hebrew.
does.
Watch
It
here.
says the sons of Eliphaz, Teman, Omar, he's done, guys. Zephi, Gatan, Kanaz, and Timnah, and Amalek. Hello?
Uh-huh.
So the KJV is saying that Timnah was his son. But the NKJV says, not the same, it says by Timnah, Amalek. So the word by was omitted from the KJV. So in the
Huh?
KJV, Timnah is Eliphaz's son. But the NK said by Timnah, Amalek. Meaning
No,
that
it's
wasn't his son, that was his concubine.
no,
Huh?
stop. You're reading two different verses.
No, I'm not. First
Yes, you
Chronicles
are.
136
Okay,
in the
before you
KJV.
hold on. Listen.
He's cut out of both eyes. This is a mistranslation.
No, it's not.
Let's read it again. The sons of Eliphaz,
No,
Timon.
listen. You hold on, let me find it. I got it here. Let me see something. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. There we go.
So he's wrong. Timnah was not a man. And First Chronicles it's a woman both there too. The KJV just omitted the term by Timnah.
No,
It
the
just put Timnah.
KJV is translated from the original tongues. The NKJV is not.
So the NJV says, and by Timnah Amalek. But the KJV says, and Timnah and Amalek. So the Chronicles made Timnah his
Okay,
son,
one
and then
listen,
in KJV that was his wife.
one is trans. That's why people don't like listening to you because you're a liar.
You're
One is
done. You're
translated from the
done.
Hebrew.
Hang it up. Yeah, KJV is just wrong. Timnah's not a man in Chronicles. He's a woman.
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask you a question.
So it's a mistranslation of KJV. It's just,
I got one for you.
he's
I
done.
got one
He's
for you.
done.
Hold on.
He's
Watch this
done.
here. Hold on. Watch this here. Now watch this here. I'm gonna show you that you're wrong, and this is why you shouldn't use the
In KJV.
I'm gonna show you. Watch this here.
He's done, guys. Timnah's a woman in both verses.
Hold on. Go to Genesis
The
36 and
KJV
40.
just omitted the term by Timnah.
Hey. I know you're crashing out now. You're trying. You want me to kick you off. That's what you want to do. I'm not letting you run though. Go to Genesis 36. Don't run, because I'm not letting you run.
Dude, we're not in there. I'm in First Chronicles 136.
Shut your mouth. You in the NK. You in the NK. Go to Genesis 36 and 40. Explain that to me.
Well, I'm in First Chronicles 1 in KJV.
I don't care if your mama in First Chronicles. I said go to Genesis 36 and explain it to me. Don't run.
Oh my God, he's moving the goalpost because he just got cut. Now, what do you want?
36 and 40 because it names the dukes.
In the NKJV?
I got the NKG in front of me, idiot. Look, what does it say right here?
Dude, what are you talking about? What are you ramming about? What verse do you want?
Look, the first one is Genesis 36, right? If you jump down to 40 in the same chapter, what does it say?
All right, let's go to Genesis 36 because he's moving the goalposts. Hold on.
And that Timnah right there got an H on it.
Got an H on it.
Hold on. Can we pull it up in NKJV, please? On the screen? Now I'm reading your verse. And these are the names of the dukes that came from Esau according to their families and their places. By their names. Duke Timnah, Duke Alva. This is a different Timnah, bro. This is Timnah with an H.
No, but it says Hebrew 8555, idiot.
Is this guy slow? Go to First Chronicles 3 130 in the NKJV, please.
Listen, Louis, if you look, hold on, let's take it back to the beginning.
This is a different Timnah, dude. This is Timnah
with
an H.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. They're different. You're trying to make them the same.
No, I'm not. Go to First Chronicles 136 in NKJV. Pull it up, please.
Hold on, stop. Watch this here. I'm going right back to his screenshot of his book, of his little cheap book. This is what he put up there. Look what it says. Oh, look what it says. It's on the screen. What does that say? It says, who was Timnah with an H? Now remember, he doesn't even have an H. See, he's trying to lie. He don't even have. Where did he get that H from? It's on the screen, right? Right, Reggie? That's from his work, right?
Yeah, I see it.
It says, who was Timnah? Why they got an H on there? Because he know it has one. It says Genesis 36:12. Timnah was Eliphaz's concubine. That's what he said, not me. And it says it in the scriptures. Then in 1 Chronicles 136, Timnah was Eliphaz's son. Yes. In 1 Chronicles 136, that's a man. In 36 and 12 and 40, it's not.
Incorrect. Go to 1 Chronicles 136 in the NKJV.
Louis.
Just pull it up, please, so I can read it.
Okay, pull it up, bro.
Thank you. I'm going to show that the KJV, that was his son in KJV.
No, it's not.
But the NKJV, that was his wife.
No, listen. You got to show me a concubine man.
Brother, you're not listening. I
am listening.
Genesis 36, Timnah is Eliphaz's concubine. In 1 Chronicles 1, it's his son in the KJV. But the NKJV says that in 1 Chronicles that was his wife as well. Same thing as Genesis 36. Whoever wrote the KJV omitted the term by.
Look right here. You're a liar. Let me highlight it. You're a liar. This is the end. And listen, what does that say on the screen? What is this? What version is this?
Wait, this guy's a bold-faced liar. Pull it up. I'm looking at it. I'm at the KJV.
No, what's on the screen?
Dude, pull it up on the screen.
Watch this here.
Not your little book. Go to the NKJV in the Bible Gateway and read it.
I'm finna show it to you.
He's a liar.
Okay, watch this here.
He's kind of both. He's done, bro.
Now watch this here to show you he's a damn liar. Because watch this here. This is checkmate.
Dude, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. As First Chronicles 136.
All you finna show the world is you can't read.
I'm looking at it. It's First Chronicles 136 in the NKJV.
Okay, hold on, stop.
The New King James Version.
I know. Well, hold on. What does this say right here on the screen?
That's what I'm looking at. Now go down.
Now watch this here.
Go to the NKJV.
Hold on. All right. What
now read that. Right? I'll read it. And the sons of his niggas done. And the sons of Eliphaz
were Timon, Omar, Zephi, Gatam, and Kenaz. And by Timnah, Amalek. By Timnah.
Yeah, by Timnah, dude. That was his mother.
That's the one. Get it? So right here, all those are boys until you get to her. By Timnah, Amalek.
Yeah, by Timnah. This says it was by Timnah. Now go to the KJV version, which contradicts this version. No. The NKJV says by Timnah. The KJV doesn't say that. It just says Timnah. It just say by Timnah. Somebody omitted the term by. Are you retarded? Okay.
No, it's not. No, by. Louis, what does the word by mean?
By is not in the Go to the KJV version and show us the word by there.
Listen, that's my point. It doesn't say by there.
Just pull it up, please, so you can't lie to us.
Ain't nobody. This man says, "So I can't lie."
So look, the NKJV says by Timnah, Amalek, meaning that was Amalek's mother. The KJV doesn't use the word by; it just says that was his son. Are you slow? Pull it up in the KJV. He's done. It's headshot. KJV
right
is
here, it says, and the sons of Eliphaz, Timon and Omar, Zephi and Gatam, Kenaz, and Timnah and Amalek. See that?
Does it say by? It says and Timnah. Does it say by Timnah?
When you click on it, what does it say?
Huh?
You go back to Hebrew 8555.
Dude, there was no Strongs back then. Stop doing that. It's retarded.
No, that's the Hebrew.
Nigga, they didn't have the Strong's Concordance when this was written. Stop going. It's retarded. Why do you keep saying that?
Because you're retarded. Because there was no King James version. New King James version.
So he got cut, guys. He could just hang it up on this one. He lost this one, guys.
Hold on. This is what Deltaru says. You're dealing with grammar, not contradiction. He can't read. Y'all ain't seen that yet. He can't read.
I can't read. The NKJV says by Timnah, Amalek, meaning now Amalek's mother. And then your book says Timnah was his son. But the NKJV that was by Timnah.
Okay.
Somebody omitted the term by.
Hold on.
That's all that just happened.
No, stop. Stop for a second. What does the word by mean?
Come on, bro. See, what are you doing here?
What does the word by mean? Don't chip out.
By meaning that was his mother. She gave birth to Amalek.
By does not mean your mother.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Are you slow?
Watch this here.
That's exactly what it means. To by Timnah, and that was his mother. Amalek was mother was Timnah.
Hold on, stop. I got a son named Hezekiah. My name is Hezekiah. If I say Hezekiah ben Hezekiah, by Hezekiah ben Israel, I'm not a woman. This is not hard to understand. The word by never means female or male. It just means coming from. That's all.
Yeah, coming from.
My name is Hezekiah ben Yisrael by way of Shreveport, Louisiana. Shreveport, Louisiana is not a woman or a man.
It's a place, right?
It's a place. That's what. So bi does not mean male or woman. Unless
No.
you're thinking about bi, drop the Y, add I like bisexual, meaning two, not BY. That's what I thought you can't read. So now you look here, and that's the New King James Version. You see it? It says and by. And here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. Louis, when something is in italicized, what does that mean?
Dude, what are you doing here, bro? You're
When
done, man.
something, just answer my question.
Just hang it up, bro.
When something is italicized, what does that mean?
It's not in the text.
It's not in the text. Is the word by italicized?
I don't see that.
I'll show it to you. Hold on 1 second. Let me highlight this for y'all real quick, all right?
That's irrelevant, though. You just said it had nothing to do with that. So how's that relevant?
No, because if you take the word by out, then you still see what? All boys.
All boys.
Yeah. Because these are the sons of Eliphaz.
No, it's not. It says in by Timna, meaning that was Amalek's mother.
No,
your book omits the term by, like a retard.
Man, the word by does not mean a woman. Are you
yes,
crazy?
It does, man. This guy's slow. This is retarded.
Wait. Prove it means that.
It's saying by Timna, meaning that Timna was Amalek's mother.
It does not mean that.
Yes, it does. Do we just read Genesis that was his concubine? He had sex with Timna and created Amalek. Are you slow? It's the same story. No, it's the same goddamn story. In Chronicles, he's giving birth to Amalek, and then in Genesis, he has sex with Timna and gave birth to Amalek.
No, it's
what is so difficult here? That was his concubine. Your book omits the term by and makes it his son.
No, son. This is what the word by means. Let me show you on the screen. It doesn't have nothing to do with a woman or a man. You're just slow. Let me share this screen real quick for the slow people in the back, people that was in special ed, right? Let me show you for the people in special ed. This is for all my small bus riders. Show me right here where the word by means woman or man.
Oh my God, I'm not gonna keep being redundant. Why did your book omit the term by?
Because it's italicized. Look, I'm gonna show you in the NKJV it's italicized. It ain't.
Why is the word by there? What's the intention of the word by being there in the NKJV?
No, because most people realize that when you say Hezekiah ben Hezekiah by Hezekiah ben Yisrael, most people know that my son is a male and I'm a male. I'm not a woman.
Answer the question. Why is the word by in the NKJV and not in the KJV? What is the purpose of adding the phrase by, the preposition by?
Because by means to come from.
To come from. Exactly. That was his mother. Are you slow?
Louis!
She was a concubine. That was Amalek's mother.
Louis, you do realize that babies come from men. Because listen, it's saying sons. It didn't say daughters. Read the verse. It didn't say nothing about daughters. Why did it say bot? It literally said sons, don't it? The sons of Eliphaz. When has a son or being ever been a girl? It doesn't say the word daughter is not there. You're trying to put the word daughter there because of the word by. Again, you can't read. It ain't my fault. You remember you was in special ed, right?
Okay, gentlemen, let's move on because obviously.
And then watch this here. And then watch this here. Watch this here. You can see it right here when you look it up in the NKJV. It's italicized. Let me show you. I show it to you on the screen. And this is in the NKJV. It's italicized. In the damn text, it's italicized. You know what? Let me take a picture of it so you can see it's italicized. He want to act retarded all of a sudden. Now he don't know what italicized. He just told us italicized means it ain't supposed to be there. It said sons. All of a sudden it said sons, then it's going to drop a woman in there because of the word by.
These are Esau kids. Am I correct?
Yeah, Esau
Okay.
grandkids. Eliphaz,
Okay. Right.
Eliphaz is
Right.
Esau's
Right.
son. And these are the dukes. These are all the dukes.
Oh,
No,
okay. How many
hold on,
kids?
stop. That's what I'm
Go
saying.
ahead.
When I told him to go to Genesis 36 and 40, it tell you Timah is a duke, not a damn woman. Not there. But in another verse in 36 and 40 it says it's a duke. But if you go up what we read earlier, that's the concubine. See, it's two different. That's why it says one is a duke in H555. Then it says the other feminine is what? The concubine. It's all right there in 36. That's why he keep running from 36. But the word by is italicized. The word by is italicized in First Chronicles 1. So he thinks the word by means it's a woman. I don't know where in the hell that matter of fact, here's the crazy part. Y'all ready?
Go ahead.
Now that I just thought about it, here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. Lewis, what's the Hebrew word for by?
I don't know. I speak Arabic.
There's no Hebrew word for by. Checkmate. Checkmate. That's checkmate. No. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Go to any dictionary you want online, look it up, and show me the word by. I ain't talking about modern. I'm talking about biblical Hebrew. There's no word for by.
Dude, let's just move on like the elder said, because you're done. You're done with that. You're done.
So hold on. We moving on, but hold on. You know what happens when we move on, right? Hold
No,
on.
stop for a second. I want to hear this. What's the word? I want to hear this. If it ain't no word, if Hebrew, in Hebrew, there's no
exactly.
Right.
Now, Lewis, hold on, Lewis. What's the Hebrew word for by?
Did not just answer that? Why do you keep asking me the same question?
What you didn't answer it? Did you hear him answer it, Reggie?
No. What's the answer, bro? I do want to
Let's
hear
type
it.
in the word by in Hebrew. Let's
Yeah.
chin check what Zach just said. One second.
See, he said he answered it. Now he's trying to look it up. Now he's going to be embarrassed.
The word by crazy
He
man.
get two of them.
There's the word by in
What does
there's
it
the word
mean?
by in Hebrew.
What does
It's
it mean?
That's Eliadai.
No, it's
Eliadai
not.
means by. I just looked it up, bro.
Okay,
You
hold
just
on.
lied
Time
to
out.
us.
Time out. Let's look that word up and what does it mean?
It's the word by in Hebrew is El Yadai.
That's a
El
lie. If you know the
Yadai.
word El means the.
I'm looking at it. Type in the word by in Hebrew. It's right there on the English to
No,
Hebrew.
what you're doing is you're trying to use Yiddish.
That's not Yiddish. That's the Syrian script. I'm looking at it. You think you could
got
peel my leg and call it rain like I haven't been around? That's the Syrian script. That's not Yiddish.
No, the Syrian script is still what they use Yiddish today, idiot. Yiddish is the language.
Oh, he's gonna use the
Yiddish
Yiddish
is the
argument.
language. Hold on, stop. You do realize that the Yiddish you read today is in a Syrian script, right?
Okay.
So what the hell are you talking about?
How is that relevant?
Because there's no word by in Hebrew.
I mean, it's a bastard language.
Exactly. And he knows that. He knows the word. He knows the word. He knows that the Yiddish is not Hebrew. It uses Hebrew characters, the Assyrian script, with a German language.
You can't do that, right? That's a bastard language.
That's what Yiddish. That's literally what Yiddish is.
Yeah, Yiddish is bastard language. Yeah. They wasn't the real Jews. I mean, they wasn't the real Hebrews to speak. To speak the language like we spoke it back then.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro. I mean, look at it. What it's saying.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, so let's move on to number 3.
Okay, I respect both of y'all, so we gonna move on. What's the next question?
What was the next question?
Just go down to number 3.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Then I put them on the screen so we can look at it.
All right.
Oh, you want to put it on the screen?
Yeah, Baba Kishar.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, my bad. Let me. Okay, there we go. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Hot seat. Here we go. All right, go ahead.
My apologies. Wait till it catch up on YouTube. It's a slight delay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Myth number 3. We're gonna look at because that was crazy. That was just crazy.
Yeah, it was. I ain't never seen a man say the word "by" mean woman.
He got cut back. But anyway, where did the Israelites go after Aaron's death? Numbers 33, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we're going to go Numbers 33, 41, 42, right?
Okay.
After Aaron's death, so the question is, where did the Israelites go after Aaron's death? Numbers says, 33 says, right? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
They went
Go
to
ahead.
Zalmunna and Punah, right? That's
Uh-huh.
Numbers 33, 41 through 42. So after Aaron's death, Israelites went to Zalmunna and Punah. Now, Deuteronomy chapter 10, 6 and 7 says they went to Gudgoa and Jobath. So let's recap. Numbers 33 says they went to Zalmunna and Punah, and Deuteronomy 10 says they went to Gudgol and Jobath. Can you explain the contradiction or what's going on here?
It's not a contradiction. Everybody knows that when you look at a map of the children of Israel, we went and camped for 40 years in all these different places. I'll prove it to you. So let me show you this here real quick. Let me look up Zalmunna in this dictionary, okay? And I got it here too, just in case you want to read. I'll read both of them, okay? And I'll show them on the screen like I always do. Let's see. All right, on page 449. All right, on page 449, Zalmunna. Okay. I don't know if you got. I'm gonna highlight it so you guys can see it. Maybe the highlighter make it pop out a little bit better.
Is that?
Yeah.
1 second. I mean, I don't want to move the goalposts, right?
Uh-huh.
But Belta Roots asked the question, Yahweh created the earth by himself. That means Yahweh's a woman, right?
Huh?
Delta Roots asked in the chat room, Yahweh, Yahweh created the earth by himself, so that means Yahweh is a woman, right?
No, he's not. No, he listen, he's asking you that because he used the word by.
Yeah, I know. He's asking me a question, so I want to answer that real quick. Let's go to Proverbs 9 real quick.
Go ahead.
Proverbs 9, answer the
Yeah.
question. So let's read the question. He said, Yahweh created the earth by himself, so that means Yahweh is a woman, right?
Uh-huh. You talking about
Let's go
wisdom.
to Proverbs 9.
That's wisdom. That's wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom had built her house. She have hewn out her 7 pillars. She has, so keep saying she over again. So wisdom is a she. That's crystal clear from Proverbs
No,
9.
no,
No, go ahead.
it's not a she. Wisdom is a she metaphorically.
No, let's read it again. He just butchered that. Hold on. Proverbs 9 again. Right?
Louis, wisdom doesn't have a vagina or titties.
That's your assertion.
No, it's not, Louis. Wisdom is a Louis. I have wisdom. You have wisdom. You should.
No,
All
in
of
the
us have
spiritual
wisdom.
realms, ideas have personification. So it says, wisdom had built in her house. She have hewn out her 7 pillars. Right?
Uh-huh.
She have killed her beast, she have mingled her wine, she have also furnished her table. She have sent forth her maiden, she have cried upon the high position. So the Proverbs 9 calls wisdom a she. It's feminine. That's all I was saying.
Okay. Proverbs 3:19-26. The Lord, 3068. The man, the male, by wisdom have founded the earth.
By wisdom, wisdom is a woman. We just read it in Proverbs 9.
No, son, wisdom comes from Yah. He creates it, and we tell it in the narrative as masculine and feminine.
No, it's feminine. We just read it in Proverbs 9.
Okay, so has wisdom ever got pregnant? I can't even believe I'm asking this question. Does wisdom have a vagina?
I just answered that. I said,
Louis, when you go outside, do you hear wisdom crying in the street? It's metaphorical, dude. And I know you hear voices, but wisdom is literally a metaphorical aspect. Like when he says wisdom cries out in the street, right? When you go outside, if somebody's crying, it's a human being. is when you have the ability to see what's really happening. So it's like it's crying out to people that understand. It's metaphorical, dude. Ain't no woman named Wisdom. Look, what he's asking you is because he understands that the Creator created the heavens and earth and everything in them. And he did it by wisdom. But metaphorically, just like the children of Israel. Was Israel a man or a woman?
Who, Jacob mean?
Yes.
He's a man.
So why does the Most High call him his wife? It's not literal. It's metaphorical. You don't get that? Bro, that's the easiest. Listen, my babies understand that. My nieces and I got a niece that's like 6 years old. I swear he understands that. So when Israel, the man, and then you look at the nation, the Most High says that nation, Israel, is his wife. But the Most High is not having sex with us. He's not consummating the marriage with us. He's not a homosexual. Even though you wrote a book talking about God was a homosexual, which shows how twisted and warped you are. So what he's asking you, Yah created the earth by himself. He's making a definitive statement that yes, Yah made the earth by himself. We got multiple verses that say that. And it says, so by means Yah was a woman. You ran the Proverbs, which is a metaphorical book. It's a proverb. So wisdom is like a woman in what? In certain ways. Right? Caring, nurturing. These are all attributes of women. And if you have wisdom with your family, with your wife, with your relatives, with the rest of your nation, the laws dictate that we are what? Caring, nurturing, don't charge interest.
That's not true. The logos, he denies the New Testament. The logos in Greek is
I know, of course,
feminine.
What
in Greek is feminine.
What did Delta Rose? But we're not Greeks.
The word logos in Greek is feminine.
I know, but we're not Greeks.
Furthermore, the word for Holy Spirit in Hebrew is feminine.
No, the word is not literally a thing, bro.
The ruach is a feminine word in
yes,
Hebrew.
because the concept. Remember, these are concepts. Like, look. Are you a woman?
No.
Are you Israel?
I'm an Israelite.
So when the verse says that Israel is a wife, are you a woman?
No.
Okay, it's metaphorical. That's only logical. It's metaphorical. There is no woman named Wisdom. It's not. It's just showing you the attributes of a woman.
Do you agree that the word ruach is feminine? Do we agree on that?
Louis, that's the part of speech because that's what it's supposed to entail to you. So when you listen, I know you don't speak Arabic. I know you don't even speak English because you don't understand this is crazy. Listen, the part of speech, whether it's masculine or feminine, watch this here. I'll prove it to you. I can show you a word that is feminine with an animal. The word is feminine, but the animal is a male. Now, how is that possible? Because it's not the word is trying to give you the metaphor. Remember, we're not slow people. The Arabs over there that you follow in the desert, that follow the moon god, that ain't got no agriculture going on, that didn't have no temple or nothing. They had to put their temple over out. They got a concrete box over there, a sweat box. Planet Fitness look better than y'all temple over there. Okay? Our temple was laid with fine gold. Y'all have a black curtain on some cinder blocks. My dude, you're coming from we're refined people. These people are unrefined. So you're not grasping it. When the people have a language, the language has idioms and all types of things grammatically to help you understand. I know a brother named Hananiah, but Hananiah is feminine. But when you hear the name, you don't think it's feminine. Not even that hard to understand. Hold on, Reggie. Didn't we just do this with Timnah? The name Timnah.
Reggie's not here. I don't see him.
Hold on 1 second.
Bro, you gotta listen to what he's saying because
listen, the name
just because
Timnah,
Wisdom saying that. Go ahead.
Yeah, the name Timnah in Hebrew 8555 refers to a masculine man and a feminine woman.
There we go.
That's proof right there. And then you can argue it. If you argue it, ain't nobody gonna listen to you. The word Timnah, there's 4 people in the Bible named Timnah. One is a duke, a chief duke, the son of Eliphaz. The other one is women. So that right there, but the word, how you use it, it lets you know that it's not a transgender thing going on. That's what y'all into today. Okay? That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just the word, the structure of the word doesn't make the thing that. Watch this here. There's a guy that has Club Shay Shay. Y'all ever heard of Club Shay Shay on YouTube?
Yeah.
What's the guy's name?
Shannon Sharp.
Now, Shannon is a feminine name.
Yes, a feminine name, but he's a dude.
But he's a dude.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
But I got a daughter named Taylor.
Right.
Is Taylor a male name or female? Or
that's
female
why
name?
you used the name earlier, right?
Yeah, it's both. It's both. It's what we call unisex or whatever.
Yeah. So when you look at it, if Taylor has breasts, or she's growing up, we can look at it and tell if it's a boy or a girl. And we can, if it's a boy, we can tell if it's a boy. So that's irrelevant. But like you just said, the name is Taylor, just like Shannon Sharp.
Right.
Shannon is a feminine name.
Well, just like you said about wisdom. Wisdom is a female, right?
Yeah.
That's what you said, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, to your question, Lewis.
My apologies. You talking to me, Elder?
Yes, sir. You said wisdom.
This Proverbs 9. Simon Peace be upon him called it a female.
Well, listen, he also said the same thing about Israel, right? His bride baby.
Exactly.
Are we all female?
No.
Okay.
No, we can't be.
Delta Roos just said Courtney. I know a couple guys named Courtney, and I know females named Courtney.
Yeah, Courtney B. Vance.
Right.
Married to Angela Bassett.
Right. Simple.
That don't mean that don't mean you're a female because you ain't a female.
So when you look at wisdom is from the feminine aspect because of the attribute, not that it's a real woman. Just like Israel is a bridesmaid because of the attribute, Yah takes care of us.
Right, you take care of us.
And what does a man do to his wife?
Take care of her.
So that's the attribute. It doesn't make all of us women. If all of us were women, how could homosexuality be a thing? All right,
Israel wouldn't exist. Israel wouldn't exist. There'd be,
if we was all women, would be no Israel. Come on, man.
There would be no Israel.
The mere fact you're embarrassing yourself doing this, bro. Now, check this out. You asked about Aaron. Let me show you something. It says, when you go to page 449 in this book, this is what it says. It says Zalmona, the 34th station of Israel in the wilderness, the 34th spot we stopped at.
Oh,
wow. Now, yeah, listen. That's what it says. It's the 34th station that we stopped at. That's what it says. And anybody that want to let me see something. Hold on. And anybody that want to see this, it might come back clear in the video. But if you text me, I'll send it to you. I'll send you a screenshot of it. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's do that. Let me send you a screenshot. Let me send you a screenshot, Reggie, and you read this for me. Read it verbatim. Don't leave nothing out. And I'll send
you. He's quiet because he know what you saying is real.
And I
you just send it to him. Send it to him and make him read it. Because right now, right. Send it to him, Lewis. Let's listen. Because what he's saying is real. What he said is real.
Read that, Lewis. I just texted to you.
Is he on?
You gotta send it to Elder because I can't read it while I'm on the hangout.
Okay. I'm gonna send it to I'm gonna send it to hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
I can barely see it. Oh, okay, here it is. You said all that to say what?
Okay, so check this out. It's coming to you, Brother Reggie. Let me know when you see it.
All right. Give me 1 second. Okay,
Yeah, I text it to you. Sue said, my friend bought a boat and called her a beauty. The boat isn't a woman. Sue, thank you, Sue. Because, you know, the truth is so simple. Let me go back and put that on the screen one more time. She said, my friend bought a boat, a physical inanimate object, and said, and called her a beauty. Her a beauty in parentheses, right? And then she says, the boat isn't a woman. Listen, my car, my sister named my car. She called it Mercy, right? Mercy. So Mercy is short for Mercedes. My car is Mercedes, which is a feminine name, but it's an inanimate object. It can't have a baby. I wish it could make another car. I wish I could come out the house, and then when I finally see my car, I have extra cars. It had twins. Now I got 3 Mercedes. Thank you, Sue. That was Sue. That was too great. That was great. Thank you, Sue. And okay, so now it says that was the 34th station. Reggie, are you all? Hold on, you know what I can do? I know what I can do. I can show y'all on the screen. Hold on 1 second. I can just sign in. Don't worry about it, Reggie. I can sign in on my other phone, and I can show it this way. Okay, hold on. Check this out. Okay. Listen closely, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna stop there. Hold on. Okay, can y'all hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Now watch this here. What does this say, Lord? Let me mute it. Zalmanoah, the 34th station of the Israelites in the wilderness. Numbers 33, 43, and 42. 41 and 42. Does it say that, Lewis? The 34th station? Does it say that?
Right.
Okay, now watch this here, because we ain't done. Now let's go to page 343 and look at Punan. Punan, a stopping place for the Hebrews just before they entered the land of Moab. Numbers chapter 33, 42, 43. Did I make that up?
They had to.
Okay, so now let's do this here. But we ain't done yet because his contradiction says,
Says after Aaron's death.
okay, so now there's another one that says, good go to, right? And I'm gonna go to page 206 in this one. Same book.
Go ahead.
Page 206. Now remember, I just showed you that Zalmanoah was the what 34th station, right?
Yeah.
All right. So now watch this here.
So they number the stations.
Now watch this here. Good hold up. It says what? The 40th station of the Israelites after the exodus from Egypt. Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 7. The 40th. Look right. Hold on. Get cleaned up. Hold on. Let me maximize. The 40th station.
Can you make that bigger?
Which one?
The 40th station.
That's what I'm trying to, because it's like
okay.
It's so close to my what you see it right there. That's 40th. I'm trying to let me see something.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make it,
Right.
I'm trying to make it,
So they number their stations every time they stop. They number their stations. Am I correct?
Correct. Because remember, they was out there for 40 years.
Right, for 40 years.
Yeah.
So each time they stop, they numbered it.
Correct.
Okay. So what was your point, Lewis? Brother Lewis?
Son, hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Number 33 says they went. First, we're going to have to show the word 38, 34, and 40 in the Bible, because if we can't show that, this is just somebody's assertion.
No,
show us
Lewis,
the term 34th station
no, I don't,
in the Bible.
I don't have to show you station.
He can't show that, guys. He can't show that.
Yeah, that's Lewis. Hey, Lewis, ain't nobody here retarded. You're acting like you're winning something. You've lost. Look, when you go to the children of Israel, how long were they?
Says the 30. That was the 34th station they went to. Show me that in the Bible.
I don't need to show it in the Bible. I know.
So number says they went to Zalmunna and Punan.
Stop. Are you telling me that for 40 years, as they moved around camps, they was in every camp at the same time?
Dude, you're moving the goalposts. I asked you, show me the word 34th station in Numbers 33 where they went to Zalmunna and Punan. Show us that.
I'm not saying it's there. Hold on, look.
So where are they getting that from? It's not in the Bible.
I know, but Lewis.
So what are you talking about?
Lewis.
Oh, wow.
Hold on, Lewis. What did the cloud by day and the fire by night do?
When they came out, when the children of Israel, Bani Israel came out of Kemet, Egypt, it led them through the wilderness. So
when they left one place and went to the other place, they were still in both places?
No.
Okay, so every time they stopped and camped, it's in the Bible.
They numbered it. Every time they stopped, they numbered it.
Louis, hold on, stop. When it says we was in the wilderness of sin and we stopped by this brook, and then we stopped over here by this mountain, then we stopped over here by this stream. That's what it's doing.
Dude, where are they getting this whole 34 thing from? Where are they getting them from? What is this predicated on?
Because what they're doing is when you go into the book, when you go in the book of Exodus, when we're coming out,
they're pontificating.
No, they're not. Look, let me show it to you. I show it to you. This is what they're doing.
Please show it to us.
Let me show what they're doing.
Listen to them. Come on.
Let me show what they're doing. Hold on 1 second. Let me show what they're doing. Okay, now watch this here. Let me show you something real quick. Stop screen, present screen. So when you go to Shemot. Okay, can y'all see that?
Let's see. Okay, we gotta be.
It says the bitter water made sweet. on the screen?
I think the other fell off again. Might run him back up.
What do you see it? That's the most important thing. Do you see it?
Certainly.
Okay. So where was the first place they went into? The wilderness of what?
Sin?
Look at verse 22 on the screen, son.
From the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur.
Now stop. All 40 years were they in the wilderness of Shur?
No.
Okay, so that's station one. That's the first thing they did. There's station one there. So now watch this here. They go from station one, and they get that's where the bitter waters were, right? Now watch this here. That's in Exodus chapter 15, right? Now, when we go to Exodus 16 and 1, what does it say there? It's on the screen, bro. Yes, that's station 2. So every time they stop somewhere, they're not at the other place. So, sure, 1, wilderness of sin. 2, let's keep going. Listen, and you'll see it. This is where they murmured in the wilderness. This is where they got the manna, right? Right? Now watch this here. I'm gonna go to verse chapter 17. It says, and all the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of sin after their journeys according to the commandment of the Lord, and pitched in what? Rephidim. Now they in Rephidim. Is that a different station?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you arguing about? Damn. Just be arguing to argue. That's what they mean by station. You leave here, you go here. You leave there, go there. Leave here, go here. We walked around and wandered for 40 years, bro. So we go into all these different places, and y'all say, stay here for a little while. Then we get up, pack the tent, pack the Ark of the Covenant, pack the tabernacle, we'll move somewhere else. He'll use a pillar of fire by night to light our way, and a cloud by day. Correct?
Yeah.
Now, does the word station make sense now? Because when you settle somewhere, you become station what? What's the suffix? Station what?
There.
Station. So now do you understand why it's different stations? Now you want to see the word station. It's not going to say station. It's going to say wilderness of Shur. It's going to say wilderness of sin. Then it's going to say to the land of Rephidim. Then it's going to say all these different places. Does that make sense to you? All these places different, right? So that's number 4. There was no contradiction there. We went to all these places. And that's why I showed you even in this text, highlighted, it shows you 34th, 40th, 1st, 2nd, all here. Any name look up that it say we went to, it's in this book. This is a dictionary. That's the whole point of it. And here's the deal. If you look at let's look at Jobah, to give you an example. You can see here, then it got, just like the body got the J's. So like any other dictionary. Watch this here. See, it's gonna be T, because it's two ways to spell it. It's Jobah and Jothabah. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, we're going to numbers to respond to that.
Hold on 1 second. Jothabah, because it's 2 ways to spell it. So I'm gonna look at this other one. Here we go. On page 613, Jothabah. It says it means goodness and pleasant. One of the Israelitish encampments, Numbers 33, 33 to 34, and then Jobah in Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 7. So there's no contradiction. We left and went to all these places. All right, so hold on. Let me get the horn ready. Hold on. I got to get the horn ready.
We can go to different places. We had livestock with us.
Exactly. Because listen, what happens? Hold on, Reggie. Sue.
Yes, sir.
What happens if we take all of our cattle and let them stay in one land for too long? What happens to them?
They're going to eat up all the vegetation. They're going to be no vegetation.
And then
you
what
got to
happens?
move on. You got to. Oh, I'm sorry.
And then
you got to move on.
And then
Yeah.
you come
Hold on, let me. I think he's cooking with that. Let me numbers 1532.
You want me to give it to you, or you gonna read it?
Yeah, read
Give
numbers
it to him.
1532.
Okay. Numbers chapter 15, verse 32. It says,
We were the original cowboys, brother.
and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Shabbat day.
Stop. So is this past tense?
Yeah, past tense.
Future tense or past tense?
No, that's past tense.
That's
So they
past.
talk. So when this was written, it was written later, correct?
What do you mean? Like it wasn't written at the exact time it happened? You mean like
Yeah,
like that? Yeah, correct. Mm-hmm.
correct. Okay. Because it says they were in the wilderness, being speaking about in past tense, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is that? Why is the wilderness past tense in Numbers 15? And who wrote this and when? That'd be the question.
Because you can't write it before it happens. That's a prophecy. How would you tell the story? Because this is his.
Numbers 15. Who wrote this?
Hold on. Listen. Stop. Listen. This is This is not a prophecy. This is history.
Right.
I understand what you're saying. It was written later, correct?
No, what I'm saying is
Was it written the same day it happened?
How in the hell would I know that?
Oh, he doesn't know that. Okay. All right.
No, stop. Do you know it? How in the hell would I know that?
Okay, he doesn't know. All right, let's move forward.
You know what that's like when it says Isaiah, go down to the conduit of the upper pool and meet with your son Yhwh. How do I know it wasn't 8 o'clock? That's what you're asking me. Was it 8:30? Was it summertime?
Wait. What's the point of that question?
Exactly.
Because the wilderness is being spoken of in past tense in Numbers 15, meaning whoever wrote this wrote it later.
No, Louis, everything. Louis, hold on. Watch this here, y'all. Let me show y'all how crazy this is. Watch this here. The damn questions he asking me was written past tense.
Yeah.
Who was Bashama's father? Did you write it when it happened? That's how crazy that sound. Did you write this when Bashama's father had sex with her mama?
Dude, you already conceded or know who wrote it and when, so let's just move forward.
Louis, your argument wasn't even this. You just
I took you there because
no. What you just did was you just chimped out and tried to find an argument. That's why Reggie even asked you. He said, "What's your point for asking that?"
Yeah, what's your point?
The point was, if you want to, here's the focal point. What I was saying, right? In the nutshell, right?
Sue said it's called traveling, good sir. It's called traveling.
Certainly. So I went. Hello.
Yeah, we are
certainly. So I went there to make the point, right? Mm-hmm. To drive the point home that he's reading in a chronological order. I mean, the scholars are reading in a chronological order, which is a mistake. And I showed you Numbers 15 that it was written in hindsight. I mean,
hindsight doesn't mean it can't be in chronological order. That's not what. Listen,
you just said that we're in the will. It's written in hindsight. You just yielded to that.
Yes, but that doesn't mean it can't be in order. Watch this. Stop. I'm gonna show you how easy this is. Yesterday, when I came home, I was tired. I got me something to drink. Matter of fact, let me do it so you'll understand it. Because you're kind of slow. Watch this here. I'm gonna ask everybody this simple question. You see this blank piece of paper? Watch this here.
Yeah.
Check this out. All right. I don't know if y'all can understand my handwriting, but anyway, it says, yesterday I was tired. Right? Everybody see that?
Yeah.
Okay, watch this here, just in case, because he probably can't even read cursive. So let me now watch this here. Show you how I'm gonna show you how insane this is that we even have to do this. What does that say? Lewis, read that and tell me what that say. At the bottom.
Yesterday I was tired.
Okay, now watch this here. When did I write that?
Just now.
But it's about what?
Yesterday.
Bro.
Yeah, it happened yesterday.
It happened yesterday, but I wrote it when?
Just a few minutes ago.
So now, so you're telling me, Lewis, that I can't write down in chronological order what I did yesterday? That's impossible.
I'm saying you're saying it wasn't an eyewitness account, correct?
No, I didn't know. First off, ain't nobody on this video heard me say nothing about no I use the word.
Okay, was it written later, or was it written at the same time it happened?
What was my response to that? How in the hell would I know?
Oh, you don't know. Okay, he doesn't know.
No, you don't know. Yeah, do you know?
This is you on trial, bro. This is your book.
Louis,
you on trial.
Louis, what you just asked me is not even in your
That's right.
It's not in my what?
We supposed to be on Mordecai. It's not even in your presentation.
I think I did go into that in the presentation if you scroll down. But anyway, let's deal with the next thing.
So the next thing is Mordecai became prime minister to Xerxes Ahasuerus, who reigned 486, 465 BCE. But Mordecai had come to Babylon in 596 BCE with Jehoiakim in Esther chapter 2, verse 6.
Stop. So Mordecai, according to history, became prime minister to Xerxes, right? Hello? Now he lived from 485 to 456 BCE. But the Bible says in Esther that Mordecai came to Babylon with Jehoiakim. This is two totally different time spans. So according to this recap, according to history, he became prime minister to Asheroth. But then in the Bible, in Esther, he's coming to Babylon in a different time span, 100 years earlier with Jehoiakim. Can you make sense of that?
Did you get the screen?
Got it.
Can y'all see that screen?
Let me see. Do you understand the argument?
Yeah. Do you see the screen?
Can you repeat the argument?
You're trying to say that this is the same the same Mordecai. It's not.
Oh, stop. Okay, hold on. Whoa. So hold on 1 second. So there was two Mordecais, correct?
No, there was probably hundreds of them. See, listen. The people that make the scriptures are the ones that's important to talk about.
Right.
We
okay.
can go back to the names.
You think are you literally gonna sit here in your wisdom and understanding and think there's only been one man named Adam, and then we only got Adam later on today in America?
No. Okay, so when you put on the screen, what you got on the screen? 1 second.
It
okay,
says,
I'm on YouTube. My apologies.
It says it gives you two things.
I'm gonna read it, brother.
Go ahead.
Nehemiah, not to be confounded with the better known Nehemiah, who rebuilt the wall of Jerusalem 90 years later. Azariah. I'm looking for Mordecai. Okay, yeah, Mordecai, not to be identified with the Mordecai of the book of Esther. Hello?
You answer your own question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying there's two different Mordecais.
No, I'm not saying it. It's obvious, Lewis. Look.
Obvious.
You know what your problem been all day? Mordecai got to be. It's only one Mordecai. It's only one Timnah. It's only one Bas. It's only one. That's been your whole argument.
Hold on, stop. How many years you say it was?
90.
The elder?
Yeah.
90. You said 90 years. So you think it's one person?
Yeah.
No, I said Mordecai was the prime minister to Asheroth, who reigned from 485 to 465.
Yeah, but the one that came out in 536, that's not the
596.
Same. No, they didn't come out in 596.
Mordecai came to Babylon in 596 with Jehoiakim. That's Esther's 2, 5 through 6.
Lois. And what time was the one alive in Esther?
596.
So what? No, it wasn't. The
one go to Esther chapter 2. It says he came to Babylon with Jehoiakim. That was 596.
No.
But this Mordecai became the prime minister to Xerxes, who reigned.
Okay, listen.
100 years later.
Listen.
Now he's saying it's two different Mordecais. Okay.
Listen. It tells you right here, Mordecai, not to be identified with the Mordecai of the book of Esther. The reason being is because the one that came, this one here that came earlier, he's with Zerubbabel. The one you're talking about is with Esther. They're two different people separated by 90 years.
By 90 years. Right.
Oh, listen. Your question you asked was, listen what you said. Look, let me show you what you did. This is crazy. See, it takes too long to prove things to you. That's very disconcerting. So let me show you.
You said it came with Zerubbabel?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. You see what you wrote in your book right here? You said Mordecai became prime minister of Xerxes in 485 to 465.
Right.
But Mordecai came from Babylon in 596. Lewis, 596 to 465. How many years is that?
You just said it's a 90-year difference.
No. It says Mordecai became prime minister of Xerxes Ahasuerus, and Xerxes Ahasuerus reigned 485 to 465 for 20 years. So 20 plus 96 is what?
116?
Yeah, Mordecai 116 years old, bro.
Absolutely. No, okay, stop there. You said
stop. Absolutely. So it's not the same person.
Okay, stop. Okay, stop there. You said the king was Zerubbabel?
That was a man named Mordecai that did, not the one out of Esther.
Was that the Zerubbabel from the one who was sent back by Cyrus?
Yeah.
Who was Zerubbabel's father?
Lewis, I'm not Salathiel.
No, this is in my PowerPoint. It's in my presentation.
Salathiel. We're not going
Salathiel, go to 1 Chronicles 3:19.
Lewis, this is not your PowerPoint.
Yeah, it is. It's in there. It's on page 3.
Okay, hold on. Let's go down to it. Because if it's not, everybody gonna know you're a liar. Watch this here, y'all.
Why would I lie about that, dude?
Okay. He said page 3, right?
Yeah. Ezra says it's probably Salathiel, but Chronicles says something different. Ooh, we about to look at that. Ooh.
Lewis,
all right, right there. Look, read it over right there.
Stop. No, listen, stop. Because
it's right there, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
You just lied to me, said I lied, but go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is when you go up to the one we're dealing with, if you run from that one, because that's a different argument, you're trying to run from it.
I'm not running. Ezra says that the Zerubbabel's father was Salathiel. You just said that.
Listen. We're on page 1, and you just made an argument from page 3. That's called running.
Dude, because you mentioned Zerubbabel. You just said his father was Salathiel.
No, idiot. You asked me was it Zerubbabel.
Right. What was your answer?
Yeah, because you asked me. I didn't mention Zerubbabel. You asked me.
Who was Zerubbabel's father?
I already answered that. Salathiel.
Go to 1 Chronicles 3:19 and explain it.
No, we're not dealing with that right now. We're dealing with you thinking there's one more.
Because 1 Chronicles says that his father was Pedadiah.
That ain't got nothing to do with Mordecai being 116 years old.
All right, we'll deal with that later. All right, we go back on this. All right.
So let me play it again.
Yeah.
Let me play it again. One more time because it was so nice. All right. So you lost that one too.
So let's deal with that now. Now, let's go to 1 Chronicles 3:19.
No, Lewis. Because if you go to 1 Chronicles 3:19, I'm not even dealing with that. That's when you're gonna start talking about 2 Jeconiahs and all that bullshit. I'm not gonna go through that.
I actually know because this says go ahead.
No. Listen. I'm not going through that because I've already Lewis, I got videos on my page dealing with that with you. I'm not going to go back through that again.
I wasn't presenting the 2 Jeconiah argument. I'm asking you who was Zerubbabel's father.
And what, Lewis, for the 4th time, what answer did I give you?
You said Salathiel.
So, okay, so what the hell are you talking about?
So why does Chronicles say it was Pedadiah? Can you just explain that real quick? Just 10 seconds.
Louis,
was it Pedadiah or was that the same person?
I just told you, Pedadiah. I just told you that I already dealt with this on 4 occasions with you on video. I'm not going to address this again because, look, Louis, we should have been done with these already by now. You're trying to argue that wisdom got a vagina.
All right, let's just keep going. Let's just digress. He's not going to answer
You're crazy as hell, man.
Let's just go for it. So he's not going to answer. Was it pedodiet or not?
I've already done it. And if anybody want to go look at it, just go search through my videos with the back brain boy here, and you'll see it. And I go through it in detail and smash it then. So listen, because you couldn't learn it then, it's not a reason for me to keep repeating it.
No problem. Let's just go for it.
There you go. Now, this is some weak ass hot seat stuff. So now watch this here. Exodus 9, 3 through 6. You know
Hold
what?
on 1 second. Let's just catch it up on YouTube. 1 second.
I'm gonna speed through these because it's taking you too long. Because I'm not asking you no more questions, really. Like talking about it. I'm asking you like 1 or 2 questions about it because you kind of flow and you just the brothers and sisters want to talk about current events too. And
yeah, I can segue to that. I don't want to take the whole show.
Exodus chapter 9, 3 through 6. Read that from your.
First, before we get started, did Yhwh destroy all the horses in Egypt?
No.
No. Okay, let's go to Exodus chapter 9.
Okay, go ahead. Now hold on. Now watch this, Reggie.
Yep.
He asked me, did the master Yhwh destroy all the horses? Right.
Right.
Emphasis on the word.
Hold on, brother. Because Exodus 9 is the point.
Let me mute you for a second. Emphasis on the word all. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He said all the horses, and I said what? No. Right.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Watch this here. All right. You unmuted.
Okay, so here's the point of contention. Exodus 9, I'm going to read it right now before I read it. So Exodus 9 says that Yhwh, destroy all the horses. And then later in Exodus 14, the Egyptians are chasing Moses on horseback. So one narrative says he killed all the horses. And then later in the story, they were pursuing him on horseback. So let's go to Exodus 9.
Okay, so we in Exodus 9. What verse says he killed all of them? What verse?
Let's start at verse 1 through 3. It says, and the Lord said unto Moses, go into Pharaoh and tell him, thus saith the Lord. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God of the Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. Verse 2. But thou refuse to let them go and will hold them still. Verse 3. Behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thy cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, and upon the camels, the oxen, upon the sheep. There should be a very grievous murrain. So it says he destroyed the horses. So let's
in Egypt. In Egypt.
In Egypt where? In Egypt where?
That's Exodus 9 and 3. It says, read that again.
No, listen. Read verse 3 again.
Absolutely. Behold, the hand of Yhwh is upon thy cattle, which is in thy field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep.
So where are they?
They in Kemet, Egypt.
No, where are they in Kemet? Misraim. Where are they?
Hold on, let's go down to the point where he killed.
No, listen, bro, you just read it in verse 3. This is so easy to solve. If anybody else see it, please put it in the back in the comment where in Egypt they were that the horses got killed and the cattle. Verse 3.
You just said it wasn't all the horses. Hold on.
No, where were they?
I'm gonna answer that. 1 second.
Oh wow, let's go down to 4 and read that.
Exodus 12, 12, then 29. 1 second. It's Exodus 12.
No, go to Exodus 4. It says, and Yah will make a difference between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Egypt. So nothing shall die that belongs to the children of Israel.
Okay. I didn't say that the Israelites weren't on horses. Some of the Israelites were on horses. It says that it says in Exodus 14 that the Egyptians pursued Moses on horseback. It doesn't say the Israelites had horses. Show me where it says they had horses.
Verse 4.
Oh, okay. Verse 1 it says the Israelites were on horses.
No, it says the cattle.
No, I said elder. Show me where it says that the Israelites were on horses, because he just said that there was a difference between the livestock of Israel and Egypt.
He didn't say horses. Louis,
it's not about being horse. It's not about being on a horse. Right. He said, I destroyed the livestock between the Israelites and the Egyptians. So nothing shall die of all that belongs to the children of Israel.
So where were the horses and the cattle of the Egyptians? Where were they?
In the field.
In the field.
They don't say that.
Pharaoh's army horses and chariots are not in the field.
Okay, so
They
he
were chasing
only
that.
killed the horses in the field, correct?
No.
It's a
Listen,
question, brother.
listen.
Did he
Watch
kill the
this.
horses in the field? Answer the question.
Yes.
Did he kill all the horses in the field?
No.
He didn't kill
Hold on.
Israelite horses.
Somewhere it says he didn't kill all the horses. Some of the horses survived. Show me that.
No, listen, Louis. It's short. Listen.
Go
In
ahead.
verse 3, listen, that's what I'm saying. It takes too long for you to get stuff. Look, in verse 3, he says, Behold, the hand of the Lord is upon the cattle, which is in the what?
Field.
Ooh, I just said that. I just said it was in the
Listen,
field.
Hey,
just listen. Keep listening.
you gotta listen. You're too slow, bro. Listen.
Go ahead.
The Pharaoh's horses, they're not in the field. The chariots.
Show that. Show that.
Okay, hold on. Let me give you some
The horses weren't in the field. Pharaoh's horses weren't in the field. Show me that. Show us up. And if you can't show it, he just has to concede the point. Show where it says that the Pharaoh's horses were not in the field.
I didn't even think I had to even show that. They in a stable because they the royal horses for the actual cavalry. I didn't think I had to show that. God dang.
So it says, and then the Pharaoh's horses were not in the field.
No. I'm gonna show you history.
I'm not looking for. I was asking for in the Bible. Don't move the goalposts.
No, the Bible said field. All of them can't be in the field because you don't need
show
horses.
me in the Bible where it says the Pharaoh's horses were not in the field.
It doesn't say that.
So it's in the Bible. It's not there?
No.
Okay, go down to 6. Go down to read.
Stop. He just conceded it's not in the Bible. What is he talking about?
No, I'm
Read
not. No,
it.
what you're asking, look, and it says, and the Lord did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle he died, but the cattle of the children, not one died. Now watch this here.
Okay.
And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead, and the heart of the Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. So
Yeah.
So hold on for a second, Reggie, because y'all are arguing two different points. If you was in the field with your animals, because remember the Egyptians had actual stuff too. They had livestock, they had horses. I'm not talking about the royal army. Oh, hold on, watch this here. I can go buy a Hummer or a Humvee right now, right? But that's not the military's Humvee. My Humvee.
Right. Dude, stop. Just show us in the Bible where it says that the Pharaoh's horses were not destroyed in the field, but the horses were destroyed in the field.
No, you tell me where it says they were. Idiot. You're the one making the claim.
What are you talking about?
Look,
chapter verse.
Stop. You
can't
said
show that. It's not in the text.
I know, because guess what? When you go back to verse 2 and 3, show me where it says all the cattle, the word all is not even there. See, you're trying to put the word all there because you're retarded. When you go to verse 2, for if thou refuse to let them go and will hold them still, behold, the hand of the Lord is upon the cattle which is in the field. Meaning, if you got one in the stable, it's not on it. See, you're trying to say the word all. Show me the word all in those verses. It's not. So you're trying to tell me it's all. I'm telling you it's not all because it doesn't say all, but it says the ones in the field. That's the regular people stuff.
This dude's retarded. NLT says, "Oh, this guy's retarded." It says, "The hand of the Lord will strike all your livestock, your horses, donkeys, camels, cattle, sheep, and goats with a deadly plague." It says all right there.
Yeah, because you're going to these translations that are not translated from the Hebrew. Now watch this here. Now let me hit you with some history.
It says all right there in the text.
Look right here. The question is where did hold on 1 second. 1 second. Minimize that a little bit. The question is where did Pharaoh get right here? Look, every historians know this, but slow people don't. The question is where did Pharaoh get all the horses they were all killed in the plague? You said the word all too, because these are just Muslim talking points. That's why I'm whooping your ass. Because I whoop Muslims' ass. That's what I do for a living. So it says that all were killed in the plague. I just showed you where all is not there. But this is where you get it
Yes,
from.
it is. It's in the NOT says all.
Okay, listen, bro. Listen. You see how you just got embarrassed with the NKJV with the word by italicized? Because it's not translated from the Hebrew. There's no word by. The same thing is happening here.
So show this little Mickey Mouse source you're using.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. It just said right here. As specified, the plague was on animals in the field. Any animal in the field, i.e. stables, like Pharaoh's horses, certainly would not have been affected. Because they weren't in the field. They're the wrong
show a verse that says this is somebody's assertion.
No, you show me a verse that says all.
Show me where it says that Pharaoh's horses survived and they weren't in the field. Chapter and verse.
We know they survived because they chased them with the horses, idiot.
Are you retarded? That's obvious. I just said that.
So
chapter and verse where it says that the horses survived.
Reggie, listen to this. Listen to this here. He said, show me where the horses survived. And in the same breath, he quotes the verse that literally says that Pharaoh on the horses was chasing the children of Israel.
No, I'm sure it's a contradiction. You're saying it's not.
It's not, because it's the ones in the field. It didn't say in all the land of Egypt. It said in the field.
In the field, correct. So show me a Bible verse that says those horses were not in the field. Pharaoh's horses were not in the field.
No, show me a verse that says they were. This is your argument, not mine.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me see that.
And see, that's why. See, now I understand why Esau and the rest of these heathens, they keep pushing these. They keep running and pushing these new translations, because it's really y'all. It's the Jews and the Muslims doing this. That's what it really is. It's the Jews and the Muslims. It's the Jews and the Muslims. That's the problem. It's the Jews and the Muslims. That's why y'all so confused. Listen, it don't say the word all. He sit there, go to a verse, a translation that's not even translated from the Hebrew, and then try to sit there and ask and act like what he's saying is in the Bible and it's not. I pointed out it doesn't say all. Because look, even if it said all in the field, then anything not in the field wouldn't be what? It wouldn't be killed, right?
Right.
So did the Egyptians, did the ancient Mitzrayim Egyptians, did they have stables for their horses? I think everybody on this panel know that they had stages and horses.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they got the stables and horses,
let me ask you a question. So
no, you need to be quiet. Be quiet. Because that's the problem. You're always trying to ask questions, but you're not getting what I'm saying. And
dude, I get what you're saying. You just said it's not in the Bible, so let me ask you a question.
No, that's what you keep hearing because you're retarded.
Dude, why did Yhwh kill the horse in the field and spare the horses in the stables? What was the point in killing the horse in the field
because
and the other ones survived? Well, that's retarded. That makes no sense.
No, it's not retarded. You know what? I'll say it like this here. Your bald head mama retarded. When you talk about Yah being retarded, just know your desert monkey demon god over there, Allah, is retarded. Okay?
Dude, what was the point in killing horse in the field and then the horse for Pharaoh's horses survived? That really makes no sense. This sounds retarded.
It makes no sense to you because you're
okay.
Slow.
Explain it. Why did he kill the horse in the field and spare the Pharaoh's horses
because
to chase the children of Israel out of the Red Sea?
Because the 10 plagues. What did he tell Moses before he dropped any plague? He said, "What? I'm going to break them and show them that I'm with you." And he can't do that if he just kill everything. And he said, "I'm going to make a mighty name for myself." That way, when y'all go out in the future, because we can't see the future, but he can. All things are before Yah. So when he sends us out in the future to take the land of Canaan, the fear is already there. Because they know Yah Elohim was with us. That's the whole point. What did he tell about the Canaanites? He said, "Look, I'm going to give you the land little bit by little bit. I'm going to send the hornets in there. I'm going to sting them. I'm going to get them good, kill them. And he said, and I'm going to do it little bit by little bit so that the wild animals don't take over." It's like in the book. Yah is doing everything to show us he's with us.
He's filibustering. Why did he kill the horses in the field and spare the other horses, please?
Because in the future, he had to show his might by taking down
What was the purpose of killing the horses in the field? That's the question. And not the ones in the stable.
It was to turn the people. Look, first off, let me show you something. Everybody understand this. Everybody understand this.
Too, bro.
Yeah, but he's retarded. He keep thinking about horses, but he killed all of it.
He killed all of it. Sheep, goats, horses,
the pit bulls,
livestock, cattle. Yeah, he killed everything. He killed all this stuff.
Guess what? If you had your dog in the house, if you had a wolf or a dog in the house back then, it didn't die. if you had a sheep in the house, it didn't die. And matter of fact, it tell you about some of the Egyptians knew that. And some of them listened. Let's get that. Now to shut all this shit down. Let's get that real quick. Let's get that real quick. Let's go to Exodus chapter 9, verse 20. Because this ain't
hold on. Let's go to Exodus 12 and 12.
Oh, no, we ain't going, no, 9 and 20, because this is not the first plague. See, you ask why. See, y'all try to pretend like it's like y'all slow or something. Watch this here. 9 and 20.
When you tell me that, we're going to Exodus 12 and 12.
9 and 20.
I'm going to show you it was all. He's lying to us. The word all's in the KJV.
Check this out. Check this out. When you go to verse 20. Now watch this here. I'm going to show you how slow he is, right? Because he said all of them didn't die, right? Now let's see. I always play with my food. Let's jump down to verse 17. Can everybody see it on the screen, verse 17?
Let's read it. It says, as yet exaltest thou thyself against my people, that thou wilt not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time will cause it to rain. Okay.
Hold on now. I'm going to make it rain a very grievous hail, such as have not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even until now. Verse 19. It says what? Send therefore now and gather thy cattle and all that thou hast in the field. For every man and beast which thou shalt be found in the field and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them and they shall die. Verse 20. He that feared the word of Yah among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. See, this is not, it wasn't one plague, but some of the Egyptians were afraid and they listened to Yah and Moses. That's what it said right there. That's why, because Yah is showing them. Look, I'm going to tell you, hold on, what's the point of the plagues? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen before it happens. That way you can't deny it.
Right.
So if I tell you that anything in the field
hold on. 2 questions. So, you were Exodus 9, right? So did Pharaoh himself obey, was scared and brought his horse in the house?
No, it said his servants did it.
Did he do it?
No, he don't work in the field, idiot.
Did he get on the horse himself and follow him?
Louis, how could he get on hold on, talking about when the water came down?
No, I said when Pharaoh came, did Pharaoh himself go through the Red Sea when they parted?
No, you're looking at the movie. You see, you're coming with Charleston Heston now.
Okay. So Pharaoh's army. So did Pharaoh's army, hold on, did Pharaoh's army pursue them on horseback?
Yes. And that was those are the horses that belonged to the royal army. And those
so they were listening to Yah then. Why did they abandon what he said later to take them to the Red Sea?
It didn't say, look, read verse 20 again. He that feared. When it says he that feared, it means some did, some didn't. It didn't say everybody feared. It says he that feared.
Were any of them that feared chased the Israelites through the Red Sea?
No, it said they were so afraid.
So the ones who chased them, were they the ones who feared or disobeyed?
Listen. Because you sound like a person that never read the Bible. Hold on.
You're not making any sense.
I know. Your mama don't need it. Let me show you real quick.
Why is he moving the goalpost? I was asking a question. Can you answer the question?
Idiot. That's what I'm going to.
All right. Can you repeat the question?
I'm going right to the crossing.
All right. Because he's saying some of them fear Yah.
I'm going right to the crossing. You still talking.
Oh, my God.
Let's start at verse 18. And the Egyptian, this is Shemot chapter 14, verse 18. And the Egyptian shall know that I am the Lord when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh. That's why he's doing all of this. Not because Lewis is fat and he's retarded. He's doing this because for his holy name's sake, to make the nations understand that he's the master. You can't make nobody understand nothing without pain. That's why you're on the hot seat right now. That's this pain you feeling. That's why you lashing out like a monkey. You're chimping out. You didn't ask me 6 questions. Literally, I'm sitting there counting.
What are you talking about? You didn't answer the question.
I did. That's what I'm reading now, idiot.
This is irrelevant. I asked you a question. Can you answer the question? You said you just went to Exodus 9 to try to cut what I said. Look, you had some Egyptians who feared Yhwh and they bring the houses in there so that they get destroyed. I'm asking you, did the people who pursued the children of Israel on horseback, were those the ones who were obedient?
No.
No. This is a straw man argument.
No, it's not. Because it said he.
Why don't you go to Exodus 9? This makes this irrelevant.
Look, Lewis. The ones
Are you retarded?
When it says Pharaoh's servant, that doesn't mean you're in the military. That means you are the people that work in the fields. So some of the ones that worked in the field feared and put the animals in the house so they didn't die.
The people who pursued them horsemen, they put the animals in the house that pursued the children in the
obviously not, retard.
So how did their animals survive when they weren't the ones who were obedient to Yah and put the animals in the house?
Because that's the military. Their Humvees, their tanks were never in the field. It was always in the stables. That's the royal fleet.
So prove the ones who brought the animals from out the field in Exodus 9 were not the royal class. They were just regular people.
Lewis, I just read that. It said
go back there. Show us where it says they weren't royalty. Show me that.
No. Oh my God, Lewis! If it says they're royalty, they're royalty. Not if it doesn't. You can't make them royalty because it don't say it.
Oh, you just missed 2 arguments. You said you went to Exodus 9 to say some of the Egyptians feared Yhwh and their animals were spared because they took them out the field.
Stop being retarded. You read it in black and white.
Absolutely. Now I'm gonna ask you a question. The question was, the ones who pursued on horseback, were they the ones who obeyed Yah? You said no.
Correct.
So how's Exodus 9 relevant when we weren't talking about that? It's 2 different arguments.
No. What I'm showing you is
there's no reason to go to Exodus 9:20 that had nothing to do with the argument.
Hold on, extra question. You know what a farm is? Do you know what a farm is?
A farm? Yeah.
Yeah. Does the United States military work in a farm? On a farm?
Yeah.
No, they don't. No, you retarded.
I'm sure they have farmland.
Louis, listen what I'm asking you. In America, does the United States military work on a farm?
No.
Okay. But guess what? There are Americans that work on the what?
What was your purpose going to Exodus 9:20 when you just conceded that the ones who chased the Israelites to the Red Sea were not the ones who obeyed Yah in Exodus 9?
Because that's the whole point of Yah, idiot. If you obey, you spare. That's the point.
But the ones who pursued them were not the ones that obeyed them in Exodus 9.
Correct, and that's why they died in the goddamn Red Sea. Are you retarded?
How was their animals say when they didn't obey Yah and brought them out of the field?
No, listen, monkey man.
Doesn't make sense.
They were never in the field. Just like the tanks, the Abram tanks for America.
Okay, now show me in the Bible where it says that the military.
Listen, man, you're slow. Again, I don't have to show you nothing. You have to show me where it says all in the field, and it doesn't.
Okay, we're going to get that now. Exodus chapter 12, verse 12.
Yeah. Look, watch this here. 12, verse 12. For I will pass through the land of Egypt.
I'll read it. It says, for I will pass through the land of Egypt. Yhwh speaking, correct?
Yeah, this is hold on, stop. Now you in Shemot 12. This is a different plague.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Hold on, idiot. This is not about horses in the field. This is about
you were going to read it. It says, I will pass through.
Stop. Look, Louis. I took you to Exodus 9 because some of the animals died by hail in 9.
This is irrelevant.
Listen.
Dude, you just doubled down. You just said that the one who pursued the children on horseback were not the ones who obeyed Yah and hit the horses out the field.
Correct.
You just said that. Why did you bring it up? We're talking about the people who pursued.
All right, listen. So everybody can understand. Right there, Teru, the dude said U.S. military on farms. Listen, that's who you're dealing with right now. Listen. So everybody can understand this. I have to mute him because he's like, the boy, I give you an aneurysm or something. Listen. I took him to Exodus chapter 9 because in Exodus chapter 9, there was a plague that hurt the animals in the field. That was hail. That was not the firstborn of every man, beast, and child. Okay? Everybody got that so far, right? So you got multiple plagues that affect things. Okay? So in Exodus chapter 9, I'm going to go back there because he don't understand why I went there because he's slow. It takes him too long to grasp shit. So watch this here. Let me show you. So that he can understand. Exodus chapter 9. It says the 5th plague, Egyptian livestock died. That's the title. The Hebrew Israelites didn't write that, but man is trying to help people with just that title so you can understand what the chapter is about. Okay? Because he's retarded. He'll come back and say, well, show me where the Most High said that. Show me where they wrote that. Show me where Moses wrote that. That's how slow he is. So now, and then it says, then the Lord said unto Moses, go in unto Pharaoh and tell him, thus saith Yah, the strong one of the Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. For if thou wilt refuse to let them go and will hold them still, behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thy cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, and upon the camels, upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. And there shall be very grievous murrain. And that means pestilence, plagues. Because you got dead animals out there in the field. You're going to get bloat flies and all this stuff, right? And, critters and stuff, right? Disease. So now watch this here. Verse 4. And the Lord shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt. And there shall nothing die of all that is the children of Israel. That's what you were saying, Reggie. Now watch this here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to jump down. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to jump down. Because I took him down to the plague. See, now it says the first one was the 5th plague. Then after the 5th plague was the water with the magicians and the boils and stuff. That's the 6th plague. Then you look here. This says what? The 7th what? Plague, right? Hail, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it said, now watch this here. Now remember, we just read in the 5th plague that if you didn't take your animals in, they got what? Killed, right? Now, as the kids say, Yah's about to spin the block again. He's coming back. This is the 7th plague. Verse 13, and the Lord said to Moses, rise up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh and say unto him, thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. For I will at this time, see, not the last time, but this time, the 7th plague, I will at this time send all my plagues upon thine heart and upon thine servants and upon thy people, that thou mayest know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand that I may smite thee and thy people with pestilence, and thou shalt be cut off from the earth. And in very deed for this cause have I raised thee up, for to show in thee my power, like I told him earlier. So the Most High is doing this for his power, not because he's fat, not because Lewis is fat, but because he wants to do it to show that he's the man, he's the master. And he says, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. See? So now when we come in the future, after the 40-year wilderness, when we come in and start attacking the Canaanites, what they start doing, asking the Egyptians for help. And the Egyptians were like, no, I ain't sending nobody. I done dealt with that drum over there before. See, Yah's made a name for himself, the God of the Hebrews, the children of Israel. Now watch this here. Let's go down. Verse 18. Behold, tomorrow about this time, I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as have not been found in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even to now. And it says, verse 19, send therefore now and gather thy cattle and all that thou hast in the what? I'm highlighted. What they say? All that thou hast in the what? What is the word there, Lewis?
Field.
In the field, not in the land, not all the animals, but the ones that thou have in the field. It says, for upon every man and beast, that's horses, cattle, sheep, donkeys, whatever. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
For which shall be found in the what?
Field.
In the field, not in the houses, not in the stables, not in the barn.
Wasting 20 minutes on
and
BS.
shall be brought home, and shall not be brought where? The hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. So now we're looking at a 7th plague, 8th plague, and the hail that come down is gonna kill the ones where? In the
Dude, why are
field.
you being redundant? You already said that 20 minutes ago. What was the point of reading that? Taking
You
10
didn't
minutes to read that.
understand it. I wasn't even talking to you.
Dude, you already conceded, bro. You already said
I didn't
that,
concede nothing.
that the people that in Exodus 9:19-20 is not the army, Pharaoh's army.
Correct. So
So why'd you
listen.
take us here? This has nothing to do with the topic.
No, it does.
We're
Because
discussing
you,
Pharaoh's army chasing them on
it does.
horseback.
Stop it. Stop it. It
And you went
does.
to Exodus 9, a different argument.
No, it does. Because what you said was, and I quote, and I can show you back on the screen with what you put on the screen. You said that all the horses died, therefore it's a contradiction because Pharaoh ain't got no horses to chase the children of Israel. Wasn't that your argument?
Hold on. That's the first argument. You didn't hear what I said. I said you went
That's
to
the
Exodus.
argument
You
on the
just
screen,
wasted
bro.
20 minutes on nothing. You went to Exodus 9:19-20 to say some of the Egyptians feared Yah and brought their horses from out the field, correct?
Yeah.
And we were discussing the Pharaoh's army. This is not Pharaoh's army. This is a totally different topic.
I know. That's what I've been
We're
saying.
discussing how Pharaoh's army chased him on horseback. You took us to a verse that had nothing to do with that topic.
No, because you thought all the horses died, idiot.
That's
and I'm showing
irrelevant. Pharaoh's army is not any from Exodus 9. It's
all right, listen. It's not irrelevant because you are here lying. You said you thought all of them died.
Okay, go to Exodus 12:12.
Oh my, boy, I done did this like 19 times. Like, what the hell
I
is
will
wrong
pass
with
through
you?
the land of Egypt this night. What did the master say? And will smite all the firstborn in the land of
Yeah,
Egypt,
that's not the same
both
place.
man and beast.
Yeah. So now, no, hold on. So what happened to the second, the third, and the fourth-born animals? Nothing. It's the firstborn. It's not the same place.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Okay,
dude, you just said
bro,
the people from
I
Exodus
am
9 is not
convinced.
Pharaoh's army.
I am convinced.
We're discussing Pharaoh's army. You took us to a verse that had nothing to do with Pharaoh's army.
No, I took you to the verse to show you it wasn't all.
You have to show the verse that says Pharaoh's army's horses were not in the field. Just have the verse. Where's the verse that says that?
No. You have to show that they were in the field because it's your argument.
Chapter verse that says, and Pharaoh's army's horses were not in the field.
I'm just gonna reverse it. Show me where it says all of Pharaoh's horses were in the field.
So that's why you went to Exodus 9, which had nothing to do with this topic.
No, Exodus, look, Lewis, listen, for the last time, I'm gonna move on. Exodus 9 is showing you they were attacked. The horses and the animals have been attacked multiple times. And as long as you're obedient, you get to keep yours. But Pharaoh, hold on, watch this here. Who did the last plague really affect? Who did the last plague really affect?
Pharaoh's son.
Pharaoh. Because Pharaoh didn't die from it. See, whether he's the firstborn or not, he didn't die. His firstborn child did. It was for him because his heart was hardened because it was in his heart not to let him go. Yah gives you the desires of your heart. Simple. If you're wicked, you get wicked. You righteous, you get righteous. It's not that. Look, when he told people, hey, take your animals in the house, I'm going to kill them, some of them feared him, took them in the house. They lived. But then he spent the block and came back. He said, listen, I'm going to do it again. But this time, I'm going to drop hell on them. If you take it in the house, it lived. Then he came back around and said, I'm going to kill this time, I'm going to kill all the firstborn of the animals. Not the second and third. See, there always animals left. He didn't just take everything from them. Just like Pharaoh, if he had 3 children, 4 children, the firstborn died. And we know most of the 4 was not the firstborn. History says that and bears that out. So now my point to you is this, because you're making this way too hard. You brought this argument to the house of Yah. It ain't my job to prove your argument. It's my job to counter your argument. You have to show me where Pharaoh's horses are in the field. Then I have to show you where they're not. You can't make me show you something that's not my argument. That's what you're doing right now. You made an argument, and then you're trying to get Hezekiah ben Israel to change and defend your position. I'm not. You're retarded. I keep saying you're retarded. I'm not following your position. I'm saying you're wrong. So then I showed the word field, and not all in the field, just the ones in the field. We know all of them didn't die in the field because the last plague killed the firstborn. If they had died in the first plague, if they had died with the hail, then how can it be some to die in the firstborn, Lewis? That's proof right there. They weren't all dead. Hold on. What the firstborn animal, horse dying, wasn't that the last plague? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Then that means every other time he killed them in the field, all of them didn't die, right? Because there was some left for the last plague, wasn't it?
Right.
Checkmate. Damn. Damn. Good Lord. This is crazy. So now I'm just gonna power through these here because it takes you too long to understand.
You can close on this last one. This is the biggest one, actually.
It says Exodus 12 and 37. In Numbers 145, 40, the number of the men of military age who take part in the Exodus given is more than 600,000, allowing for women, children, and older men who would probably mean that a total of 2 million Israelites left Egypt. And then in 1 Kings 20 and 15, all the Israelites, including children, number only 7,000 at a later time. Bro,
you break that down?
If you go to 1 Kings chapter 20, verse 15, Lewis.
Yeah, I looked at it for I looked into it. It says that at the time, all the children of Israel was only 7,000. Can you explain why?
That's not what it says.
I'll go ahead and pull it up.
You can't start at 15. I'm gonna show you. Now watch this here. Now
I'm not the whole chapter myself before I was in. I read the whole thing myself just to make sure it was all of them, and it says all.
Okay, I'll show you.
Go ahead.
I'll show you.
I'll close out on that.
I'll show you. Let me show you real quick. I'll show you. Don't worry about it. I'll show you. Because, like I said, the problem really is that you can't read. That's the real problem. Your comprehension is horrible. I'll show you. Watch this here. Watch this here. Watch how easy this is. These like, I'll be honest with you, bro. When I was a Christian, I could debunk these. All right. So we in 20, and what verse was that? 15?
Yeah, start on verse 14.
Okay, now stop. Go back up to 13. It says, and behold, there came a prophet unto Ahab, king of Israel, saying, thus saith the Lord, hast thou seen all this great multitude? Behold, I will deliver it into thine hand this day, and thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Verse 14. And Ahab said, by whom? And he said, thus saith
the Lord. Who was Ahab?
The king of Israel.
King. Okay, it was the northern southern kingdom.
Northern. Israel.
Right.
Israel.
All right, go ahead.
Even by the young men of the princes and the prophets, he said, who shall order the battle? And he answered, thou. Verse 15. Then he numbered the young men of the princes of the provinces, and they were 232. And after them, he numbered all.
Okay, so it says after them were okay, and then he numbered all the people
of the
even
what?
All the children of Israel.
Of the what?
7,000.
Of the province.
No,
of the same damn verse. It says provinces. It's not all the Israelites. It's the specific ones with the princes. See, this is why I say you don't know how to read. I hear the silence. I'll show you. Look. Then he numbered the young men of the what?
The princes.
Of the what?
Provinces.
Provinces.
That's the princes. It's not the other people of Israel.
I know. And they were
that's the princes. The princes is the province. The rest of the verse is not referring to the provinces. Keep reading.
And it says, and 232, and after them he numbered all the people, even all the children of Israel, being 7,000. It's not saying there was only 7,000. He numbered 7,000.
Is that all the children of Israel, as it says in the verse?
No.
It says all. It says
yes,
all the people, even all the children of Israel. It says all.
Louis, it's all the ones that went out. Not all.
So it doesn't say that. Show where it says that. You just butchered that.
Louis.
It says he numbered all the people, even all the children of Israel, being 7,000. It specifically says all, twice. So you can't make that argument. Go ahead.
Read verse 19.
Absolutely. Go down. Go down to verse 19.
Yeah, it's
I can't see it on the screen. Oh, hold on. It's catching up on YouTube. So these young men of the princes of the provinces came out of every city and the army which followed them.
That 7,000 is the army.
That's the princes. That has nothing to do with all the children of Israel.
It says
he numbered all the children.
It says and the army, idiot. And is a conjunction, it means to add. It says, so these young men of the princes of the provinces came out of the city, and the army which followed them. The
Wait,
army
but
is
armies
not.
don't consist of women. So in verse 15, does that
Thank
include
you.
women?
So we know it wasn't just seven. I went all the children of Israel, because the women and the children are all Israelites.
In verse 15, are there any women there?
Lord, our women don't fight. What the hell is wrong with you?
Exactly. I'm saying, so show me where it says the women were not being counted in 1 Kings 20.
Hold on, listen, Lewis. When it said 7,000, it said all, right?
Hold on. Let me get that in the KJV, because hold on one second.
Lewis, you read the KJV. That's what's on the screen. I don't use these new deals, Lewis. You do.
Let me look at that. Because it says all specifically twice.
I know. All of who?
Let's look at the NLT real quick.
There we go again. He going to the NLT. And this time I'm gonna predict it's gonna go against your favor.
It is, you're right. But it's not.
I said against your favor, not in your favor, against. Verse 19 says, then these young leaders of the provinces went out of the city with the army which followed them. With the army. So the young men princes with the army. That's the 7,000. Because the women and children didn't go out, and it was from certain particular provinces. It's not saying there were only 7,000 Israelites. You just admitted that the women and children don't go to battle. So hold on. So you telling me newborn babies out there fighting, huh?
No, let's read it again. Hold on a second.
Then
he numbered the young men of the provinces.
Stop. When you say the word all, when you say all Israelites, would that include babies?
No, hold on. Verbatim. Then he numbered the young men of the provinces. And they were 232, right? And after them, here's the point.
That's not the young men, that's the princes.
Yeah, it says after them, he numbered all the people. Mm-hmm. All the people, even all the children of Israel being 7,000.
Yeah.
It says numbered all the people, all the children of Israel.
Yes, the army that he's picking. Can they go into battle, isn't it? Lord, why would he go number a child, a newborn baby? And they go into war. The whole point is they go into war, right? So you telling me his grandmama's out there with house shoes fighting too, huh? They're going to war. You're taking the 230 young princes and the army with them. That's what it says in verse 19. So these young men of the princes of the provinces came out of the city. So now they're walking out of the city. And let's add to this, the army which followed them. That's just 7,000. It was the army. They're going to battle. That ain't all the Israelites. Because you just acknowledged that the women and children didn't go to battle. The grandmamas didn't go to battle. The elderly men didn't go to battle. All they took was 7,230 people to go fight. That's all you read. But you're trying to pretend that all the Israelites on the battlefield now, and you just admitted the women and children don't even go. The elderly don't go neither. It's the fighting age men. How the hell you gonna send somebody out there that's 95 years old, 75 years old, barely can walk? See, that's what I'm saying. You gotta stop being so combative and just use your damn head. That's the problem. You don't use your head.
That's your question. To respond to that. Let's go to Joshua.
Hold on. Let me ask you one more question. Were there any prophets in Israel at that time?
Hold on a second.
No, not hold on a second. Were there any prophets of Israel at this time?
Yeah.
Did the prophets go fight?
No.
But I thought all the Israelites fought.
So that's your question.
No. This is what I asked you. Did the prophets go fight? If you read verse 21 and 22, and the king of Israel went out and smote the horses and chariots and slew the Syrians with a great slaughter. And the prophets came to the king of Israel and said unto him, go strengthen thyself and mark and see what thou doest. For at the return of the year, the king of Syria shall come against thee. See that? So the prophets didn't even go out there and fight. That's proof it wasn't just 7,000 Israelites. The babies, the children, the old people, they wasn't out there All the men weren't even out there, just the fighting age men. They took 230 princes and 7,000 people and left out the city and went and fought. And then the prophets came out there and said, "Hey man, yeah, get ready. They're gonna come back on y'all next year." That's not all Israelites. It's right there in the same. But see, when you read the verse 15, you didn't read nothing in context.
All right, so let's cut that. Let's go to Exodus chapter 12.
Okay, so you running from First Kings, and that's not the same time frame in Exodus 12.
Exodus 12. Let's cut this doctrine.
Exodus 12 is Passover. That's what you just read in First Kings. That's about the northern kingdom fighting against the Syrians. The Syrians are not mentioned in Exodus chapter 12. That's Passover.
How many fighting men were in the army? And the Israelites came out of Exodus and took Canaan. How many fighting men were there?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not even gonna answer that because you already put that on the screen in your little dissertation. So you're confused.
What are you talking about?
If
Exodus 12:37.
If you that's what I'm saying. If you want to know how many people came out, now this is Exodus. This is not the time of Kings. In Exodus, we didn't have a king yet, but Moshe. But in Ahab is king in First Kings. This is two different time frames.
Hold on, let's start that.
It says, and the children of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot. That were men. Hold on, stop.
It said they were in the army. Hold on.
No, it didn't say army. It says 600,000 that were men.
Yeah, I know, I understand that. I'm saying how many were in the army when they took Canaan. That's the question.
It doesn't say that.
Not Exodus 12 and anywhere in the Torah. Does it say?
It doesn't. No. You got to go to the chapter. It'll start saying you had X amount of bowmen from Judah. It'll say you got so many from Issachar. It's all in there.
So as a whole, how many were in the army?
Again, you need to go do that. That ain't my job.
Okay.
That's not even part of your program, your presentation. Again, now you're bringing things in. It's not your presentation. That's how you know you're getting a good whooping.
Yeah.
That's a good whooping. Listen, you just made the statement. You said that there was only 7,230 Israelites. That's what you said because you read that verse that said all, but you didn't read anything before or after. That's why Isaiah keeps telling y'all bonehead Negroes, line upon line, upon, up, start at the top of the chapter and go down. That's all I'm doing to you. That's how I'm busting you up. Then precept upon precept. So read the verse book and then go below and read and you get the context. So when you read the chapter, you understand. Then you can jump around here a little, there a little. You can't jump around here a little, there a little before you read it. But that's what you're doing. That's why you keep getting cut up. So like I told you, just like with the horses, I showed you 3 times in the plagues the horses were affected in the field. But I took you to the first time they were affected to show you there was a second and a third time, which means they all didn't die the first time. That was the point. So the last plague killed the firstborn of all the horses, of all the beasts of the field, right? So that means they all couldn't have died the first time you was looking at it, or the second time. And the third time they didn't all die because the third plague was what? The firstborn of the beast, not the second, not the third. If they had 20 pigs, only 1 pig died. If you own 20 pigs, 1 died. That was the firstborn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you had 19 other ones.
So let's cut this little down. Let's go to Numbers chapter 1.
And you know, keep running back into numbers 1. Okay, where you want to go now? Now, hold on. Watch this here. Now, keep in mind, you just read about us fighting in Kings. Are you trying to pretend that it was more Israelites during the time of Exodus than at the time of Kings?
Absolutely not. That's the point.
No, that's not the point. Because when you come here, you're going to see more than 7,230 Israelites.
Exactly. That's the point.
That's the point. That's
there were
my
more people
point.
after the Exodus, the wilderness, than there were in the wilderness.
Lewis, you just read that 600,000 men came out of the what? Exodus.
We're gonna see how many was in the army. That's what we want to look at now.
No, it doesn't matter how many in the army. It was more than 7,000. Lewis, you're not gonna see 7,230. Watch this here.
That's the point. Go to Numbers 145 to 46.
Okay. Watch this here. Watch this here.
So no, so hold on, bro.
Read verse 27. Just read verse 27. It's over with. Read verse 27.
What are you talking? I'm in Numbers 145 to 46.
I know. Read verse 27.
We're not dealing with that. Go down to verse 45 to 46.
Reggie, you remember when I told him that all you gotta do is go to the verse, it'll tell you how many came from each tribe?
Yep.
Now, the northern kingdom, is that from the, now he already said it's more Israelites after the Exodus than it is before.
Yeah, so let's go to Numbers 145 to 46.
Hold on. Is the children of Gad, right? So I'm asking you, is the children of Gad, are they from the northern kingdom or the southern kingdom?
Northern.
So those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Gad, were 40 and 5,650.
Dude,
that
this is
more
irrelevant. Go down to verse 45 through 46.
Yes, when you go, listen. So were all those that were numbered of the children of Israel by the house of their fathers for 20 years old and upward, meaning any teenagers. Oh, stop. If you was 19 to a baby, you wasn't counted.
Right.
Okay.
It says all that were able to go forth to war in Israel.
Years old and upward that were able to go forth to war in Israel. Even all they that were numbered was 600,000 and 3,500.
So, dude, stop. There's 600,000 who were war age ready, correct?
Right.
So how is it in the wilderness 600,000 people in the army? Then fast forward, it will be more numerous. It's only 7,000.
Because it didn't. No, it wasn't 7. It was 7,230. 230 princes, 7,000.
How is it in the wilderness 600,000, and then later when we're more populous, it's only 7,000 some change?
Because that's all it took, idiot. Hold on, stop. You remember when the children of Israel took the army to the war, and they said anybody that lap up the water like a dog, get rid of it, and it was 300 left?
Yeah.
We didn't need everybody. That's the point. Because y'all was fighting with us. You don't need the whole nation. Are you retarded? That's my point. They didn't take everybody. That was my point. Even right here, you're being 20 years old and up. But they ain't taking old people, and they ain't taking 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, and all the way down to, they ain't taking none of those boys.
Mm-hmm.
So the same thing applies, because this is the law. The same thing applies in Kings. They're taking the fighting age men, but they only needed 7,000 regular men and 230 princes to lead them. That's all it's saying. You're trying to pretend that's all the Israelites. No, that's what they took.
Who was Israelites going to war with in 1 Kings 20? But only needed 7,000.
Syria. Yeah.
How many armies people did Syria have at the time?
It don't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, it don't matter. Hold on. Did I not just give y'all an example that literally said, I literally gave you an example that literally said to you that at one time we brought a big army, and then they told them, I think it was with Gideon, he said, anybody that lap up the water like a dog, don't take them. Just take the ones that's drinking.
Hold on. He butchers it. Go down to verse 29 of 1 Kings 20.
Okay, so now we run the numbers again, right?
1 Kings 20 is the more of the story. I mean, we're going down the myth.
1 Kings chapter 20?
Yeah, verse 29. How did 7,000 people kill 100,000 people?
Because the same way 300 people kill thousands.
I read verse 29 and break it down.
Hold on, stop. Read verse 13.
No, read verse 29.
Read 1 Kings 20 and 13.
Hold on, go down to verse 29, please.
How? I don't need to go there. You asked me how, idiot. Read it.
All right. Let's read verse 13. We're going down to verse 29.
No, we don't have to, because you asked me how.
This is irrelevant. It says, and they pitched one over again over the 7 days.
1 Kings 20 and 13.
I'm gonna read that. Hold on, I'm gonna read this first. So it was that in the 7th day of the battle was joined, and the children of Israel slew the Syrians and 100,000 footmen in one day.
Yeah.
100,000. Was that the 7,000 and some change that killed 100,000? Answer the question, bro.
Bro, oh, y'all, I'm on camera, right? Y'all, look at my face.
Verse 29 says they killed 100,000 footmen in one day. That was just in one day. So it was thousands, hundreds of thousands of troops.
Look at my
Syrian
face, y'all.
troops.
Look at my face, y'all. Do me a favor,
Okay.
Reg, you see the screen? Read verse 13. Read verse 13,
Yeah.
Reg. Read verse 13 and look at my face. Read verse 13.
I don't have to.
And behold, they
Go ahead, read it.
they came a prophet unto Ahab, king of saying, thus saith the Lord, hast thou seen all this great multitude? Behold, I will do unto him this day, and thou shalt know that I am the Lord. So you're saying 7,000 people killed 100,000 people in one day?
Stop being retarded. 7,230.
730 killed 100,000 people in one day. That's
yes, because who's doing it?
Yeah.
Who's doing it? You just read it. Who's doing it?
He believes that story. All right.
No,
The Most High is doing it, brother. Come on.
I believe your mama bald head and she wash her hair like this and dry it like that.
Man, it's retarded. 7,000 change killed 100,000 people in one day. He believes this.
Oh, wow.
Good night. Good night.
7,230 people did not kill them. 7,230 people through the power of Yhwh did.
Thank you. Through the power of God, they did that.
That's what verse 13. And he says, hast thou seen all this great multitude? The 100,000? Behold, I, Yhwh, will deliver it into thine hand this day, not tomorrow, one day. And you shall know that I am the Lord.
I am.
Verse 29, please. Can you read verse 29?
Verse 29 is the great multitude, the 100K, idiot. And they lost because they were fighting Yah with Yisrael.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Like here's the crazy part. He's not reading.
He didn't read it?
Listen, hold on. Listen to what he said, was it the 100,000? The seven, he keeps saying 7,000, but it's not 7,000. It's 7,000 plus 230 princes. So it's 7,230. But I keep correcting him on that. He still ain't caught it yet. But I told him, I said, listen, I said, read verse 13. No. I'm going to read verse 29. It's the 100,000. It explains it right there. That great multitude is the 100,000, but they lost to Yah.
Yeah. Okay, last verse. Give me Judges 1 and 19. Can you explain this? We said Yah was with them. So can you explain Judges 1 and 19?
Yeah, because now you're going to a time frame. Listen, hold on, stop. Listen. Before we even go here, let me show y'all something real quick, all right? Let me show y'all something.
1 and 19.
Let me show y'all something real quick, okay?
Here we go. Here we go.
Watch this here. I'm going to show y'all something real quick, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Read it, Lewis.
What do you mean? What am I reading?
Judges 1 and 19.
Oh, yeah, it says, you got it on the screen? Hold on.
Yeah.
It's not pulled. I can't see, but I got to pull the. It says, in the Lord, this is Yhwh, correct?
Well, hold on. Let me make it big. So, let me make it big because, you know.
It says, so, Yah was
That's Yah,
with
verse 19, right?
Yeah.
Judah.
Huh?
And they drove out the mountaineers.
Hold on, it says, in the Lord was with Judah. So it says, that's the tetragrammaton, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it says, this is the master. So it says, and the Lord was with Judah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's with us. And he drove out the inhabitants of the mountains, but could not, this is Yhwh, couldn't do it. He could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron. So he was with them. Why do you have issues driving out the chariots of iron? He was with Judah.
What does the word what does the word was mean?
Okay, let's read it again. And the Lord was with Judah, and he drove out the inhabitants of the mountain, but he could not drive the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron. Break that down.
What does the word was mean?
Sorry, past tense to me.
Your past tense.
He was with them.
I got your Delta. We're going to go there. He was with them, meaning he was, which is past tense, and he left. So when he left, guess what they couldn't do? They couldn't
They
finish the job.
couldn't defeat him.
Okay, show me in
Right.
this chapter 1. I'm gonna close out where it says that they couldn't draw them because Yah abandoned them, or that
No,
Yah was not
okay,
with
all right, bro. Listen. When I say you was skinny, that implies you're now what?
Now skinny.
So when Yah was with them, that implies he's now what?
Okay, that's how you're reading that. Hold on, let's look at that. Hold on.
Yeah, because what the word was mean. Damn, that's what all
Reading it
was.
out of context. Reading it out of context.
Hold on.
What? Are
I
you
was
serious?
on the phone the other day with Reggie. Am I still on the phone with Reggie?
Unbelievable.
What is the iron chariot? What's the context of that? The iron chariot thing. What was it? How's that significant?
Because the children of Israel were coming around in the Bronze Age. You know, bronze is weaker than iron, right?
Yeah.
Right. We wasn't with the Most High was with us then, bro. It says it right there. I was with them, and it was his past tense.
Past tense.
Yeah, we couldn't defeat him. We couldn't defeat him.
You remember in the story of Joshua? Now watch this. Was the Most High with Joshua?
Absolutely.
But when the people had them idols in the camp, we lost the battle of Ai, right?
That's right.
Right.
So he was with us. And when he wasn't with us, what happened?
We lost. We lost because of certain reasons.
We lost the same. Listen, what I keep asking y'all don't understand because, look, do you know what the word Yisrael means?
That's a good question.
See, this is the problem. I haven't really met many Israelites that understand what it means. And I'm talking about in the Hebrew, what it literally means. I'm not talking about some scholar trying to translate it. You can translate it yourself. See, I don't need Moody's Bible because I can speak Hebrew. So listen, this is what it means. Yisrael. It means he who will rule with the strong one. Listen, I'm going to say it again. Yisrael means he who will rule with the strong one. We cannot rule without Yah. That's why we're in captivity now.
Right.
See, when we're in captivity, we don't have Yah as a nation. He'll be a little sanctuary to some of us, but we don't have him as a nation. So we don't have the power.
Am I right? He's our strength. Right.
El-Iyah. What does El-Iyah mean, Lewis? Now remember, y'all remember the other video? I wrote it on the paper and put it up to the camera. I'm gonna show you what's going on here. He doesn't remember. What is? Let's see. Well, I might be wrong. What does El-Iyah mean? Oh, he fled. He fled.
He gone?
Yeah, he fled. So El-Iyah means Yah is the strong one. Yah is the strong one. El-Iyah, Yah is El. El means strength, strong. All right, so now let's get some. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's go back up. All right, here we go. All right. So Delta Root says, okay, exactly says, they keep pushing these new translations down. Correct. See, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. I own, it's almost every translation I own. I got a bookshelves full of Bibles. Because I was buying these translations when I was a Christian. Because I was really searching. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't just reading I got the NKJV. I'm not retarded. I can read Old English. I can read New English. I can read. So I'm educated. So I'm not slow. So I don't need this. I know what thou means. Thou means you. I don't need a translation to translate it for me. And ye, that's you. Thou, ye.
So why does he keep using that? He used that as a reference.
No, because the Edomites took these translations. They changed the words up, and then you got the slow people that, because remember, y'all do know that most of America has a low reading comprehension, right? Y'all just witnessed it with him. His reading comprehension is slow. Okay? So now watch this here. So when you got a group of people that can't really read, They run from a 1611 or a KJV study Bible and run to something plain, or ESV, the English Standard Bible version, as if the children of Israel spoke English.
But can't they live and read between the lines?
Yeah, and when you see something italicized, it means it wasn't there initially, like the word "by."
Right, it wasn't there. Right, it wasn't there.
This fool said the word "by" means having a woman. See, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the miseducation of our people. I think that was what's the brother name? The Miseducation of the Negro. What's the name of that book? I forgot.
Oh yeah, it is a book. Man, this is a rabbi.
All right, so it says, he says, then Dr. Ruth says, the Prince of Egypt is a cartoon that showed that some animal destroyed. It showed how Moses used the power of Yah. This was a 90s cartoon. I still watch that, but that's my point. But see, here's the problem. They don't understand the Bible, bro. They remember Charleston Heston and on Easter, because they remember they celebrate Easter and stuff. So when the Ten Commandments come on, they think that's accurate. You see what I'm saying? So when all the people die, or when all of this happened and they don't get it right, they really think in their head they remember that and not what they read. That's what I'm saying. You had you had different plagues. And that's what I'm trying to explode. And every plague in the field, you had ones that the animals got balls on them. Then you had the ones where the animals got hit with hail coming out of the sky. Then they got killed. Then you had the ones that the firstborn. So that means this fool trying to argue that all of them died the first time. So how would the Most High send hail on some more? And then how would he kill the firstborn of the animals that they all been dead from the first time?
Right, that's what I didn't understand.
And then he'll come back and say it took you 20 minutes. No, it's taking me 20 minutes because you fat. You got fat on the brain. You're not understanding. He says, dude said U.S. military on phone. Delta Rules, bro. When I listen, that man said the U.S. So right now I should go look at a farm, a city over, and I see the United States military out there digging and growing tomatoes, huh?
Right now?
Right. No, they in boot camp, they training, they doing firearms. Everybody knows this. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so Delta Root says the first plague, firstborn son died. This is why you put blood on your doorpost so the angel of death will pass. So thank you. Daddy World. Maybe you can talk about Drumline one of these days. Oh yeah, Daddy World. Where are you from? And then Daddy World. Delta Root says Daddy World he will. He said bet. Okay. Please move on. I know. Listen, I know y'all be going through suffering, man. I know he be killing y'all, but see, here's the problem. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all can come on and fellowship with me. Y'all my brothers and sisters. I am not like this with nobody else but him. You know, me and you, Delta, we done talk multiple times on the phone. You know, me and you, Reggie, talk all the time on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Etc. We never argue.
I don't have time to argue. I need to learn.
If we, and I learn from everybody because it's not like I'm just some this great. No, when you say something, Reggie, that's profound, or Delta, you say something, I'm like, make me remember certain things. That's the point.
Right.
Listen, I see when you sit there, like he just said, the blasphemous statement he just committed was that he said the Most High was stupid, and that he didn't know. See, that's why I keep calling him fat, because he is fat. He's like obese times to the ninth power. Okay, so and then, okay, so Delta Root says, Job 1:7, who was Yah referring Satan to? All right, so let's get into that real quick. We can get into that real quick.
What is it, Job 1:7?
Yeah, Job chapter 1 verse 7. Are you still here, Delta Roots?
Man, that dude bring up your blood pressure.
Yeah, man. I go a whole week and won't even use a curse word till I talk to this fat guy. Okay, verse 7. Here we go. All right. Okay, so Delta, you asked in Job 1:7, who was y'all referring Satan to? Okay, so the most important thing to understand about Job is kind of similar how we were talking about other chapters and verses, right? The problem people have is a lot of people have these issues where they really think that
Here we go.
they really think that when we was talking about wisdom earlier and how
Yeah.
people think wisdom is a woman. It's the same here because this is metaphoric talk. Like people don't understand this, but demons are just parasites. Okay, so when you look at the New Testament, JC says that the apostle said, "Hey man, why couldn't we get these and cast these demons out?" Right? And he said, "These demons only go out by fasting and prayer." Hold on, stop. So when has not eating food been a way to stop a spirit? But if you understand that when you fast and you cleanse your body, you get rid of parasites that dictate and control your thoughts, what you eat, food swings, etc. This is all science. Like, this is not something I'm making up. So that's why because ask yourself this question. You talk to any Christian, you ask any Christian this question. You say, what's the point of fasting? They can't tell you. They don't even know. Like, most Israelites don't know why you fast. They don't know. But when you research fasting, you understand that fasting turns the body and sends it into autophagy, right? Which means it starts to break down and eat the trash and the cancerous cells and all that stuff and all the stuff in you, and then you push out all the bad waste, etc. Because if you notice, if you do a fast, you won't smell your feces. That's because your body's pushing out the stuff that you ate. But the stuff that's in you, that's been in you for 6 days, 7 days, 10 days, 13 days, because you're backed up, that's why you stink when you go to the bathroom. Because what you're eating is not what you're eating. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember the actual how long. I think it's like 4 to 11 feet. Your large intestine is about that long. So think about it. All that stuff, when you eat a meal, it's supposed to come right on through. Because you're not supposed to drink while you eat as well. You're supposed to eat, digest your food, then drink.
Right.
Okay. All right. So that's kind of like with that. So I'm saying that because I'm tying all that into, like, who is Satan? Satan is like wisdom. And I'm not, and that is gonna sound crazy. I want nobody to clip that and think I'm saying something crazy. So let me say it like this here. Satan is like wisdom in that wisdom is not really a woman. Jacob is not really a bridemaid. It's a metaphor. Adversary. Ha Shaitan. The article ha means the. Shaitan means adversary. That's not a proper name.
Right.
Okay? So that's the first thing. Now it says, and the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou? Then Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth and from walking up and down in it. See, if you read that just like that and take it at face value, you literally think that it's two entities talking to each other. Just like people think. Now, see, here's the crazy part. When I said earlier that wisdom is not crying in the streets, I'm being literal. But wisdom is always crying in the streets metaphorically. Right? You can be driving down the street and see a gangbanger sagging his pants, and you be like, man, he don't know what he's doing. He's wasting his life, or he's doing X, Y, and Z. And you got the wisdom to see that. Or let's say you got a neighbor that lives next door across the street, and when her husband go to work, another guy pull up. See, wisdom tells you, man, that's going to end bad.
Right.
Wisdom tells you not to commit adultery. So the things you don't do, you recognize them when you see it. That's wisdom. So it's crying out to you because in your heart of hearts, aka the mind, you know it's wrong. That's the crying out. And sometimes when we do bad things, we'll sit there and say, what, man, I knew I shouldn't have did that. Or I knew I shouldn't have went there. Or I knew I should have trusted him. Or I knew I should have trusted her. That's the point. That's wisdom crying out. That's us inside, the Most High crying out through us with wisdom. Like, bro, you know you done seen this movie before. I use an example of a guy because I saw this happen before, right? I saw a guy. I was standing outside talking to a guy at his house, and he was working on this project car. He was trying to work on it, and he was just doing it piece by piece. And a guy came by and said, "Hey, man, I got a 357 engine for this car." And then the dude, since he was kind of impoverished and didn't have the finances to do it, he said, "Well, how much?" The dude said, "Give me 300." Now, when he said that, right, his eyes lit up, right? His eyes lit up like 300. Eyes got bugged, right? And I looked at him, and I looked at him. He said, "Yeah, man, I can go around there and make sure he got it. 357. If he got it, I sent it to 300. It's my cousin." "Oh, man, yeah, man, man. I do that. So the guy left, went around the corner. I said, "Hey, dude, what you doing?" He said, "Man, you don't hear that? That's a good deal." I said, "Bro, it's a good deal because it's not a deal. It's not true." I said, "When he come back around here, he gonna ask you for that money first. If he asks you for that money first, you know it ain't. He ain't got no more." Dude came around. He said, "Man, look." He said, "Man, he's just been sitting in his shed on the pallet." He said, "Look, man, he ain't finna do nothing with that project car. He gonna give." He said, "Look, he'll knock it down to 275 for you." So now the deal got even better. So my friend was like, eyes got big. I looked at it. Dude said, "Look, just give me 275. I got you, bro. Bring it around here, or you can come get it." Now he knew the guy couldn't come get it because he's working on the car. He said, "I got my truck. I can bring it around here to you." He said, okay. Then he looked at me. He said, "Okay, well, I tell you what, I'm coming down there later." He said, "No, I going to do it for you." Dude said, "No, man, I'll bring it around it to you." He said, "I'll tell you what, man, let me think about it. I know it's a good deal." He said, "Man, somebody might buy it." So now you're putting the pressure on him. He looked at me. I said, "Dude, take your ass on down the street." The dude didn't have a motor at all. But your one-ton greed makes you see things that are not there. Job 1:7. This is metaphorical. Why would the most? Delta Rules, let me ask you a question. And you can answer it in the chat. Does the Most High know all things?
Yes, he does.
I know he know the answer to it, but I want to.
Okay.
Watch this here. So, if the Most High knows all things, why is he asking a question?
Right.
I want you to think about that, Delta, right? Think about that for a second. The Most High knows all things. He's talking to a so-called spiritual entity that is very wise, aka Satan, right? Satan knows he knows all things. He even says it and says, well, can you consider my servant Job? Satan say that. The Most High said that, right? The Most High said that. The Most High said, have you considered my servant Job? We're going to read it. So if the Most High knows all things, why is he asking a question? Because just like when I was asking Lewis questions, I could have just went down. See, Lewis didn't even know. I had already went through and answered all his questions. I had the answers here. And you know how I know I had the answers? He doesn't realize about 5 years ago we did this already. So when I came in earlier, y'all remember when I said, let me print this out? That's what I was doing. I was printing it out. Because it was a PowerPoint I did to combat what he was saying 5-6 years ago. How do you think I was just able to go in this and say, okay, let me look up this word and on page 5? I already did it. I had already done it. It's already on there. It was already on there. What page number and all that. See what it says, Lewis, Hezekiah? He came with this today. I couldn't have typed all this up that fast. He doesn't even realize that he already debated that. So now that's neither here nor there. So the reason the Most High asked questions, just like I asked him questions, it wasn't even for him. And I said that a few times. It was so everybody could hear it. I could just went through and said, you said this is this. You said this is this, and been done in like 15, let's say 10 minutes tops. Okay? But the question is never for the person posing it per se. It's rhetorical, especially with the Most High. Since he knows all things, the questions are all rhetorical. He's trying to get you to understand it. Adam, where art thou? See, and then the simple-minded will look at that and say, well, the Most High didn't know where Adam was.
Right.
But the truth is, no, he knows where Adam is. It's for Adam's benefit that he talks to Adam like a human being. Because Adam can't understand that you're talking to somebody that knows everything and causes everything. Isaiah 45 and 7. So now, when you look at Job 1 and 7, who was Yah referring Satan to? No. That's Yah talking to himself. So you got one entity that understand, you got the other entity that understand, but it's not really two entities. It's Yah getting ready to judge Job for what he was doing wrong. Let me ask y'all a question. What do y'all think Job was doing wrong?
Right.
Because you read Job, okay, that's a good one. You read Job 1 and 1, and it says in Job 1 and 1 that he was what? It says that he was perfect and upright.
Right.
Here it is right here. It says there was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job, and that man was perfect and upright and one that feared God and eschewed evil. So let me ask y'all a question. If you fear Yah and you hate evil, does that mean you can't do wrong?
No, I don't mean that.
Because I fear Yah and I hate evil, but I still make mistakes. All of us do. Right?
We all do.
So we all make mistakes. Sometimes people make willing mistakes. They willingly do wrong. I'm talking about human being. That's a human condition. We're not getting away from that. Anybody telling you other than that, they're lying. Let me tell y'all something. You're not supposed to use crass language, right? But when I talk to Lewis, I have to. I know I shouldn't. I have to, though. I have to. I feel like I have to. Okay? So because I feel like he doesn't understand unless you do that. Okay, so as you just said, Delta Roots, he's perfect and upright. But does perfect and upright mean you don't sin? Does it mean you have no fault? Because we know that he does have fault. Right? So I'm gonna ask that question first. Okay, you said he was perfect and upright, but does perfect and upright mean you don't have fault? Because see, if you read Job, right? If you read Job, and I'm gonna tell you what helped me understand this about this whole Satan thing, and I'm gonna really tackle it now. What made me understand this was, have y'all ever asked yourself why Job was getting attacked?
Well, I always thought he was so prideful about his family, about his, he was so perfect that he couldn't do no wrong.
That's kind of close to it, because if you go back and look at it, it said that Job was sacrificing for his grown children. What the hell they do that? Now watch this here. Delta Roots, you said I thought it was a test of Job's faith. But watch this here, Job. I said Job. Watch this here, Delta. Wouldn't the Most High know what Job's fate is anyway? He knows all things.
Yeah. That's true.
Hey, Delta. Let me see something. Hold on. Delta, can you see that link? Can you see that? Can you see that link, Delta? What you doing? Okay, so are you able to click that link and get on real quick? That way I can talk. I can just kind of talk to you because it's kind of gotta be sitting there waiting for you to reply and stuff like that. It'd be like dead silence or whatever. So, and that way we can kind of like, because I'll show you, and it'll make perfect sense. Like, because it's like I ask a question and sometimes it'll just be like the reply of the delay be kind of long. You know what I'm saying? If you can, see if you can click on that link. That way we can talk or whatever. And I'll keep going. So, like you said, you thought it was a test of Job's faith. Okay, but if it's a test of Job's faith, oh, there we go. Boom, my brother on. Good brother on. Let me add him on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Delta?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so check this out. Now, like, and I'm saying this because the same thing you just said, it's what I thought as well until I started giving it a lot of thought, right? You said, I thought it was a test of Job's faith. Now, there's only two things that can be tested when it comes to Job's faith. Either the test is so the Most High will know, right? Or,
yeah.
or,
Job.
Or for Job. So which one would it be?
Probably Job.
Okay, now watch this here. Why would the Most High have to test Job when he already know the outcome?
Yeah, you're right.
You see what I'm saying? And he caused the outcome. Isaiah 45:7. Right? I make people believe I, the Lord, do all these things. That's good, bad, everything in between, right? So that's the ultimate truth. That's the absolute truth. The relative truth is me and you trying to work and we trying to make sure we do the right thing. But the truth is we didn't find Yah. Yah found us. That's the absolute truth. But relatively speaking, we found Yah. We searched, we was looking for something, we stumbled and we crawled around in the dark, and all of a sudden we touched him and said, hold on, who's this? This is the creator. I got the creator now. That's how we think we did it. But the truth is, we were just sitting out here just in the dark room like Ray Charles, and he said, I got you. Let me lead you. That's the truth. Right? So now from that standpoint, we know it can't just be for Job, because if Job is doing the right thing and the Most High know he's going to be doing the right thing, then by default, that is very sadistic to hurt a man and you already know he ain't going to betray you. Imagine if right now you my brother, you and Reggie my brother. So imagine if right now I know y'all good brothers, and let's say y'all come and visit me, right? If y'all come and visit me and I trust y'all, I might be sitting there looking at television or something. I might say, hey, yeah, go in the icebox, get something to eat, man, get something to drink, go fix your own plate. You good, right? Because I trust you, right?
Right.
But if you come down and visit me and I make you stay outside, I won't let you in the house, you're going to pull on pretty fast. Like, hold on, Zach, what's going on? Right? If I invite you here, then by default, I should be treating you as a friend. So if I know you're a good person, I should manifest that. If Yah knows that Job is a great man, then what would be the point of pushing him almost to death? Right? I mean, think about that. I'm going to push. So what I'm going to do right now, Delta Rules is a good guy. No blasphemy, but I'm Yah. Okay? And I know his heart. I know what he will do, what he won't do. And remember, as the Most High says in the book of Proverbs, etc., the Most High says, when I sealeth your dreams while you sleep, right? Your instructions while you sleep. Let me get that real quick. I think that's a Safar. I think it is. Sealeth instructions, I think it is. Hold on, let's see. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me check something else I need. Let's see. Okay, there's Job 33. All right, so I'm in Job 1, but I'm gonna go to Job 33 and verse 16 real quick. We're in the same book.
All right.
I'm gonna go to Job 33 and 16. So watch this here. Now watch what the Most High says. Because Job understands this, right? Let's see. All right, Job 33 and 16. Okay, I'm gonna do 14, 15, and 16, right? So check this out. 14. For God speaketh once, yea, twice, yet man perceiveth not. See, some people don't get the wisdom, but some people do. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men and slumberings upon the bed. Verse 16. Then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instructions, that he may withdraw man for his purpose and hide pride from man. See that? And he keepeth back his soul from the pit and his life from perishing by the sword. So and he said he is chastened also with pain upon his bed, and the multitude of bones with his strong pain. So what the Most High is showing us is that we go through obstacles, of course, but the obstacles are really just for us per se. But it may sound like a contradiction, but it's not. But it's like the muscle. Like if you don't lift, you can't get bigger, right?
Yeah, right.
Or push-ups or some type of resistance training, you can't get bigger. So the Most High has to work our faith the same way. So when he brings us through so many trials, notice the Most High doesn't do to us what he did to Job. Okay? Because what he does to us is he'll hit us with certain things like, you know, your car break down and whatever case may be, right? So Yah hits us with that. Your health may do something here, funky here, but Yah is always with us. It's never more than we can really deal with, right? You might have an issue with your child or your child's mother, your wife, etc. Your if it's your woman, it might be your husband or whatever, your fiance, whatever. So now, when you go back and look at Job chapter 1, the Most High, knowing all things, he doesn't have to play with our life like that. Because the Most High knew that I was going to do this broadcast. He knew that you was going to be on asking this question. He knew Reggie was going to be on. He knew you was going to make these great points all throughout the chat all night. He knew you was going to do all of this stuff, right? Before we even knew it. So that's my point. So now we know the Most High is not just in the business of let me kill. Because watch this here. Look at the story. So you got children. I remember seeing your son, right, in the video, right?
Yeah.
So now check this out. Think about this for a second, y'all. This is one thing I always do. I put myself in my forefather's shoes and I see if something makes sense. So you're telling me I got my sons, Hezekiah and Noah. Those are the only two children I have. You have your son, right, Delta? You got your children, right, Reggie?
Yes, sir.
Please explain to me how the Most High killing some of your children and then later on giving you more children erases the pain of your children leaving.
It don't.
It don't.
So is that really what the story is trying to teach us? Or are we like Lewis thinking wisdom in the street out there crying for real? So because what I'm asking is if I'm going to literally sit down and if I'm going to sit down and I'm going to, as the Most High, kill your children and then say, well, hey, guess what, Delta? What you got, Most High? I know, you lost your child, Yah forbid, you lost your child, but hey, I got another woman you're going to meet next year. You're going to have 4 babies. That is not going to erase the pain of your child that you spent all this time bonding with.
Right.
That's what they want us to believe in the book of Job. But Job is not talking about any of that. You're looking at the Most High showing the duality of himself. He's the adversary. Who put us on the slave ships? Yah.
Yeah.
Who made Pharaoh go all hard in his heart? Who hard? What did the Most High say?
Yeah.
Can there be evil in the city and the Lord have not done it?
Mm.
So when the Most High keep telling us, hey, don't do this, 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 and then we don't listen and hearken, then the Most High come drop the drummer on it. Where's Satan? Who put us on them slave ships? Yah. Who gave us them curses in Hadad chapter 28, verses 15 through 67? Yah. It wasn't no Satan. When you go against Yah, he becomes your own personal Ha-Shatan. So now, as Reggie said, Job had pride. That was Job's fault. How do we know it? Because in the book of Job, it says that Job what? Repented, right?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I thought he didn't sin. See, the layman man is going to say Job wasn't a sinner. But why did he repent? Because if you look at him, even the Most High said, the stuff Job said to me, he spoke of me right. But he got on Eliphaz them for speaking wrong, remember? And then Job had to do a prayer for them and supplication for them, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So then why did Job repent? Because all throughout the story, when something bad happened, what did Job say? Man, the Lord give it, Lord take it away. And watch this here. When we go to the book of Job, right? In verse 22, what does verse 22 say?
For all that Job did not sin, nor did he cast reproach on God.
You see that? So Job didn't sin. All his servants was dying, his children was dying. You see it on the screen, it says what? Satan takes Job's property and children. See, this is what Yah is trying to show us. Some people might sit there and think that this is a literal story that literally happened. I'll be honest with you. I'm not saying there wasn't a man named Job. I'm leaning more towards that this story is an edification story for us to understand how the Most High works. But then you got the heathen that comes in and flips it. Because listen, if you don't look at it no other way, Delta Root's a good guy. And then the Most High come in and say, let me kill his children, let me kill his livestock, let me take all his money from it. And guess why I'm doing this? Because I made a bet with a nigga named Satan over here. So God is playing, I'm playing with y'all life if I'm Yah, and I'm not. But in this example, I'm playing with y'all life because I got a bet with this dude over here. But I know all things. I already know you ain't going to change on me. So why would I have to hurt you? Why would I have to come in and physically hurt you, take your son from you, take your job from you, take everything from you, break you down, put sores on your body? All because I'm betting Reggie. And Reggie, I know all things, but Reggie told me, well, guess what? If you take this from him, he gonna do this. Now, hold on, I already know all things. So why would I take that bet?
Right. Why would you take? Right.
Right? I wouldn't take that bet because I know, look, he could have just told Satan, hey, boy, you know who I am, right? I know all things, boy. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So why in this story is Satan goading God to deal with Job bad? Why is he goading God? Well, see, you know, the reason he doing it is because he got a lot of wealth. You see, if he ain't had that wealth, he'd curse you out. And then God, who know all things, said, okay, well, yeah, take his wealth from him. Let's see if he cuts me out. What? That makes no sense. But what does make sense is this is Yah talking to himself. This is Satan is an archetype or anthropomorphism of what Yah is, the scary part of Yah. When we don't do right. Because notice there are no demons in the Old Testament. When you look up the word demons, the demon in the shop, all that's talking about he-goats. Right? Not literal spirits that's running around killing people. Now, there are spirits that Yah, like in 1 Kings, the spirit that said, what? I go and be a lying spirit. It's not a lying spirit. It'll go and be one to make it happen. What Yah want. Right? So that's the point. So Yah is not running around here just beating up on me Because listen, here's the crazy part. I'm gonna tell you, and this, like, I've had some hardships, man. The last half of last year, it's been kind of rough for me, right? And then I've now, of course, bad things happen, but I've had so many years of just, I had already tricked myself that as long as you do right, you good, right? So I'm thinking like that as long as I do right, hey, I'm good. And I ain't changed my routine up, but then all of a sudden, boom, this happened, boom, this happened, boom, this happened, boom, this happened. And I'm like, good Lord, y'all, what is going on here? Like the sister Sue, she'll tell you, she was like, man, like, I don't know what's going on. It's like, you know, at times, I know all y'all can speak to this, you might feel like y'all abandoned you.
I know I did.
You see what I'm saying? But no, that's not the abandonment. That's the refinement process. I'm right here, but I'm just working with you. You know what I'm saying? To make you stronger. Because look, what's coming down the pipe, all these current events we're going to get into too, what's coming down the pipe, bro, you and I are not going to be able to deal with this stuff if we haven't been brought through the fire right now. See, listen, if everything's shut down right now and all the grocery stores and supermarkets and everything's shut down right now, how are we going to eat? We're going to be sustained by Yah. We know that Yah going to take care of us, but he got to bring us through stuff and save us, bring us through, so we build the trust in him.
Yeah.
That's what this hardship is for. Because I was telling my brother Joshua, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but your life runs in cycles. You might have, like, almost every so many years, I have trouble on my job. It's like it repeats. And not because I'm doing it wrong. It's just I've noticed those patterns in my life. Or certain people, I have to start dealing with them. Like, I noticed those patterns. You see what I'm saying? Because your life, because if you don't address it and fix these things, you're going to keep doing it. See?
Yeah, I noticed that too. You know, it was like, it's deja. It's kind of like deja, like when I'm doing it.
That's what
Deja
it is.
vu. Yeah.
Because guess what? But see, the heathen, what he did was he flipped it and said, if you don't fix it here, you're going to be reincarnated. Right? No.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's all happening here, and you got to fix it here. So I give you an example. You ever lost your job?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And you ever been like, I lost my job, got fired, or whatever happened, and you're like, man, I don't know how I'm going to make it, right? And it could have been a decent job, and you don't see how yourself going, then you might go get a job that's not as good as that one, right? Has that ever happened to y'all?
Yeah.
And then over time, you just keep working, and it's hard. But then you might go back and get a job that's similar to the old job you had. It just come back in a circle. So then what happens? When you lose your job, you understand money, don't you?
Yeah, you don't know. You're afraid of the unknown.
Right. You understand money, which means what I'm saying is this here. Let's say you're making $100K a year.
Yeah.
And you lose your job, and now you make $55K a year. That's a big $45,000 a year cut, right? So when that happens, you say to yourself, man, I was wasting money on this. I was wasting money on this. I was doing this. I was doing this. And then you say to yourself, okay, what's going to happen is whenever I get back on my feet, X, Y, and Z, I'm going to make sure I save this, have this amount saved, boom, boom. And
okay, you make sense now.
Right?
Yeah, you make sense now. I understand what you're saying because I've been in situations where things been cut and but I survived.
Yeah.
And then when I have more money, you be like, how I survived then is what I'm doing now.
Right. You'll waste it or you'll use it. You're just like, well, I get paid again. Right? I get paid. It's always, so you need to have about $20,000 saved. You know that. You know you need to have 10, whatever. You know you need to have a nest egg. But as long as you got the good paying job, you're like, okay, I kind of blew that, but I want to treat myself and got some. I got some from a girl or my wife or my children, whatever, right? And then when you lose that and you don't have that, now you're like, man, you're very cognizant about money. Right? Yeah. So now you understand. But if you don't go through it, you can't understand it. Now, if y'all sit there and say, okay, you got it now, boy? Because when you're hungry, y'all don't make no sandwich for you. He does not pour you a glass of water. He does not. I've never had it happen to me. Now, if it happened to y'all, it's different. But it ain't never happened to me. Y'all ain't never drove me to the store, right? I'm talking about literally. Like I know I move and have my being through y'all. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about I'm hungry right now. I keep my oven on. So when you go, certain Shabbat, you keep the oven on, you ain't got to kindle no fire, right? So, and that's the way you kind of get, and I'm not saying get around it. I don't want to use that terminology, but think about it like this here. When you look at Shabbat, you're not supposed to kindle a fire on the Shabbat, right?
Right.
But you have your oven already on before the Shabbat. It's the same way you heat your home. Like you back in the day, we didn't have central heating air as Israelites. So what would the Israelites do? They would start a fire. They would start a fire, and they would put enough logs on it to last that 24-hour period. That way you ain't got to kindle it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you would really watch it to keep warm. Because guess what? You got a newborn baby. You can't be the dead of winter and then the damn fire go out in the middle of the night, your baby freeze to death. Y'all understands. Like y'all's not sitting there saying, yeah, you better not like that fire, boy. I know it went out on y'all, but hey, you light, I'm a kid. No, y'all's not doing that. So what I'm saying is, when you notice the pattern in your life, that's what Job is. It's the pattern. When you're doing what's right and you still get attacked. But we take it as it's some dude betting the Most High. But it's not. It's the Most High consuming us and putting us in the fiery furnace and bringing us out as gold, fine silver. That's what it is. And it's, listen, he'll get you now. It'll hurt. And then it'll have you coveting. Because he gonna check and see if you're gonna keep them laws. Because what's the first thing when something bad happened to you, what's the first thing most people do? They start pointing at everybody, man, why ain't nothing happening to them? They bad, they don't even follow you. They don't keep the laws or nothing. But look at me, I'm trying. Right? How he got this and I can't get this. That's called coveting. So the Most High is proving to you, hey, look, can you go through this fire and not covet? Can you go through this fire and still keep my laws? Because if you do it and come out on the other side, I'm going to give you more. That's what happened to Job. Listen, man, y'all knows in my heart of hearts, I know I'm right. If y'all kill my sons, Hezekiah and Noah, and then later my wife and I have 2 more children, bro, I'm still going to remember Hezekiah and Noah. I'm still going to be sad.
Right.
This ain't tennis shoes. Of course, if I scuff up a pair of Jordans, and then I come back and I get somebody say, well, man, I'm sorry, man, I messed your Jordans up. Here go a pair of Jordans. That's an even exchange. You can't do that with children. Right? You can't do that with children and loved ones. So now we look at Job 1 and 7. Now let's look at it from this standpoint. And the Lord said unto Job, Satan, whence comest thou? So now the Most High asking him questions because he don't know. Red flag, just like in the Garden of Eden. Adam, where art thou? Red flag. The Most High can't be all-knowing and asking questions. Because we'll sit there and say, well, no, brother, you just said it. If he's asking questions, it's for our benefit. Okay, but the whole point still stands. If it's for our benefit, that's why we don't hear him. That's why he don't physically come and say, hey, Delta Roots, hey, Reggie, hey, Hezekiah, next month I'm gonna beat your ass down a little bit. Right? Or hey man, it's gonna the 3rd week of July, it's gonna be real bad for you, Delta Roots. You ready? See, if you know it, you be like, okay, I got you out. It is what it is. I'm going through it.
Oh, okay.
For me, right? But we just have to have that faith and work through it. So now, Hashatan, I'm going up and throwing through the earth and walking up and down in it. Because when I was young, I thought he was getting smart with the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Hey, like, where you coming from, boy? Out the house. Where you come from? Walking up and down in the earth. But ain't that same spirit, that same voice? How does a voice walk in the garden? How does a voice walk? How does a voice have legs? So how does a spirit walk in the earth? Where the legs at?
Yeah.
But when you understand that the Most High, who is all things at all places at all time, he's going through looking at what you, me, all of us doing and rewarding us to our face.
Yeah.
Now don't this make
Now,
sense?
yeah, because I always knew like, okay, the Most High is all powerful. How can this one being go against him? You know,
Right.
you get what I'm saying? But I'm like, well, sometimes it's the wording that sometimes get you confused. Be like,
Correct. And listen, and that's what Esau wants. See, Esau wants, because remember, if you read Job and take it at face value, you can't serve the Most High. Not if you're righteous, because you'll say to yourself, "Hold on. So if I do good, I'm gonna lose everything." What the kind of hell deal is that? That's a horrible deal, right?
Yeah.
That's a horrible. So if I go to work and do my job and I do it the best, you gonna fire me? So if I take care of my wife and I take care of my children, she gonna leave me? Right?
yeah,
No, we do right so we can expect right. But along the way, it's open book tests. It's open book tests. Because see, Solomon said it like this, and it's something I live by. Shlomo said, "If thou faint in the day of adversity, then thy strength is small." See, so that means y'all gonna build you up, you're gonna read, you're gonna study. And listen, do this ever happen to y'all? Where y'all go a little while, like a week or two without reading? Now you talk to y'all, you think about y'all, but you don't read. Does that happen to you?
yeah.
Yeah, because that's where your lack of faith comes from, when you stop immersing yourself with the word. So if you read something every day and you keep focusing on the Most High, when the bad things come, you start to realize, like, okay, yeah, it's bad. I don't like it, but I know why you're doing it. You're making me better. One of my old mentors when I was young, a guy named Percy, he's passed away now, transition. He said, I remember, I'll never forget, I was like in 9th grade. He said, problems do not exist to break you. They're not good or bad. They're there to make you stronger. And that's the truth. Like, I understood that as 14 years old. Because when he said that to me, that was so profound. When you really think about it, all the problems you have is that if you solve it, you come out better. Now, some of the problems we have, they're self-inflicted. I take that back. All the problems we have, they're self-inflicted. Because even if somebody do something to you, you trusted that person, and there were signs that person wasn't right. How many times we see a sister sit there and tell you, well, I can change him. Or she'll sit there and say, well, I don't know why he cheated on me. He was always a cheater.
Right.
You know, he beat up Suzanne. Yeah, everybody know he beat up women. He beat on women. You thought somehow that you was righteous and pretty enough that you was going to escape that. Because we don't want to see the truth. So when you look at this, verse 9, then Satan answered and said to the Lord, does Job fear God for naught? Hast thou not made a hedge about him and about his house and about all that he hath on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hand. Now ask yourself the question, hold on. Why would the Most High bless the works of his hand, put a hedge around him, just for this dude to come in and say, hey, man, what's going on? You need to go and hurt him. Okay, you're right. I'll pull it down here. You can hurt him. Just don't kill him, but you can hurt him real bad.
That don't make sense.
Now, hold on. Here's the crazy part. To really show you who is the person in this story that never was really affected. Job's wife. Now, she said, hey, man, curse God out and die, bro. And she's never rebuked in that story, is she?
No.
Not that I know of.
Hold on. But Eliphaz said something, and the Most High said, hey, man, you didn't speak right of me. Hold on. The wife said, curse God out and die. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So think about it from that perspective. Hashatan, the adversary. Everybody want to pretend, and in Christianity, pretend that God is all love, all love, all love. No.
Yeah.
You're made in his image and his likeness, meaning you have the same, like I can be nice and I can be just aggressive, right? Well, the Most High is the same way. Look, I love my sons. Love them. I die for my sons. But I remember when they was little, they do something wrong. Hey, stop doing that. They look at me. And it never failed, right? They'll look at me. Hey, leave that alone. And they'll be like,
okay, do that, bro.
and I'm like, okay, come in for a second. And they come there smiling, turn them around real quick. They look at me like, oh, what the hell just happened? They just break down crying. And I say, stop, look at me. Don't do that again. I'm your father. When I tell you, you understand. I remember my son Ezekiel, he was about 3 years old. Yes, sir. He said, yes, sir. Right? He was 3. But again, I love him. And that's why I corrected him. So the Most High loves us, so he corrects us. So, but how does he correct us? He becomes our adversary. He can't do it in love. It is real love, but he can't do it in kindness. He can't give you a fruit basket because you committed adultery. He can't give you a brand new BMW X5 and you just got to steal an old woman's Social Security check. So what must he do? He has to then turn it around and say, okay, look, I'm down with you till you did that, bro. Just like David. David, I was down with you until you did that. When you killed Yhwh the Hittite and you committed adultery and then murdered him. I was with you until you did that. Now I'm gonna put the sword in your house. Now your son trying to kill you. See what I'm saying? That's how Yah does it.
I got a question for it. Did the son he had with Uriah, who he cheated with, correct? Did the Most High end up punishing him by killing that firstborn?
Correct. By killing that child, yep.
And then he ended up having Solomon with her.
Correct. And he had Shlomo and then Most High. So he paid the price for that one because that was a child of adultery.
Right.
And y'all, because remember, and let me show y'all something. Y'all see how we look at Donald Trump and we know how Donald Trump had sex with strippers. We know everything that Donald Trump do.
Yeah.
It's the same. It was the same way in Israel. When the king did something, everybody look. We black people. We know what happened.
Right.
We can't hold water. We can't hold water.
Okay.
See, we think that he slept with her. Look, let me tell y'all something, bro. If you go rob a store right now, somebody gonna see you. Somebody gonna see you. Somebody gonna see you, or it's gonna be somebody saying, "Well, man, I saw a car running away. It was a blue Honda Civic." Right?
Yeah.
And they gonna look at the footage and say, "Oh, that's him right there. Let's follow him to the house." Somebody, why? Because that's how Yah designed it. That's how Yah designed this system that we're in. This matrix we're in, this simulation we're in, because we're in a simulation. That's why the code, the deja vu, it keeps repeating itself until we fix the problem. See, the good thing is, once you realize you're in a simulation, and that, what did y'all say? There's nothing new under the sun. Well, if ain't nothing new under the sun, that means everything repeats itself, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Isn't that a code?
Sound like it.
When the Most High says, let there be light, he spoke and there was light. That's programming. And guess what? If you go around consistently saying you ain't nothing, you don't deserve nothing, you don't deserve love, you don't deserve happiness, you'll never have it. Because we call it programming the what? Subconscious.
Okay.
See, this ain't nothing but a big computer program. But it's more real than any computer program we can think of because we're aware in it. I just showed you what the Most High say in Job down at the bottom. He said, what? When you sleep, what I do? I seal up your what?
Dreams.
Now he
Dreams.
said, I give you the dream, but I seal up your what? Instructions.
Oh, instructions. Yeah.
See? Hold on. Ain't this programming?
Yeah.
Watch this here. Let's go to now I'm gonna show you. We're gonna go back to the Job thing. I'm gonna show you something real quick though. Let's go to this Yhwh chapter 30, 10 and 23, right? Y'all ever read that? 10 and 23? It was the first verse I ever memorized. It wasn't John 3:16. It was this. It was the first verse I memorized because it just slapped me. Look at this right here. What that say?
Can you blow it up? Like,
Yeah, okay, so
You said blow it up. Y'all see it?
I got it.
23 and 10, huh?
Yeah, 10 and 23.
Oh, 10 and 23.
It's the one I got on the screen that's highlighted. If y'all, I don't know if it's small for y'all or whatever, but
All right. Yeah, I got it.
it says, "Oh Lord, this is Yeremiah. This is
Not like you. 23, right?
Yeah, 10. Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 23.
23. I got the JSP, so it's left to right.
I got you. Yeah. It says, "Oh Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps." That's code. That's programming.
Yeah.
That's programming. You see what I'm saying? See, look. So, and I already showed you the Most High say when a man go to sleep, he do what? He put his instructions in it. So everything you're gonna do the next day, the Most High done already put it in you to do it. And Jeremiah 10:23 co-signs that and says what? It's not man doing it. It's not in man that walking to direct his own steps. You doing it, y'all. Oh Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself. Meaning you think you're doing this stuff. It's not even you. That's the absolute truth. But you got to be careful with the absolute truth because then you can get to the point where you start saying, well, nothing really matters. But it does because you're aware in this simulation. That's the point. Yah wants you aware. There is a pattern to it, though. If you recognize that pattern, see, the elite and the Illuminati, all these people we talk about, they just want us to believe. They don't want us to do nothing, manifest nothing, just believe. That's why they got a doctrine of prosperity and all that garbage. Let me tell you something, bro. When you keep the law, statutes, commandments, precepts, ordinances, and judgments, that does not get you money. That keeps you here healthy and alive. Getting money is just math. Watch this here. If I give you $100 and you spend 98, how much you got left?
2.
That's math. If you need $100, you ain't got but 2. How much you need? 98, right? So now you got to find a way to make the math work. I need $98. So what can I do to get $98? Just like it's the same way. You can keep all 613 laws. Well, not the ones sacrificed. Y'all know what I'm saying, right? You can keep all the laws you keep. But guess what? You're still gonna get hungry. And you're still gonna need to make you something to eat, or your wife or somebody will need to cook something for you. Because I promise you, you're not gonna be sitting on the couch and then all of a sudden your mouth open and you start getting fed grapes. It's not gonna happen. You gonna have to pay for that. If it's a woman doing it, you gonna have to pay for that. If the Most High is not gonna sit there and say, open wide and throw stuff in your mouth. Just like if you go work out, you run outside, you smell like outside, you gotta take a bath. The Most High don't come and say, hey, come here, boy. You my son. Here, run some bath water, get in that tub, and let me scrub your back for you. No. You still have to do the work. I remember when I was little, I used to read the Bible and say, hold on, if God is the best fighter, why doesn't he fight for the children of Israel? It took me a little older to realize that you got to do stuff so that you understand. Because based on that logic, why don't the Most High just feed us? Why don't the Most High just bath us? Why don't the Most High just cut our hair? Why don't the Most High trim our beards? Why don't the Most High, we sick, heal our body? Why don't he just, okay, so you just sit there like just sit there like this here, and all good things happen. There's too many different variables in the code, in the source code. So when you look at Satan, Satan is just, so when you watch this here, this is going to be the biggest trick. And I believe the elite know this. They're not worshiping Satan. They're worshiping the left-hand path of Yah. They're reveling in the destruction. And then they're taking it and magnifying it to do things that are very wicked. I give you an example. When a child is unalived, who unalived that child?
Most High.
Okay, you agree, Delta?
Yeah.
So then what do the wicked heathens do? They try to mimic it in unalive children. They kidnap them, sex traffic. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
That's not the Most High doing that. That's them doing it because it's in their hearts. Because if we kept the law, statutes, commandments, precepts, ordinances, and judgments the correct way, then we would live in a community where we all look out for each other. Nobody could take our children.
That's true.
So now when you look at Hashatan, you got the Most High smiling. That's my son, Delta Roos. I'm proud of him. Delta Roos does an egregious sin, then the Most High like, okay, I got something for you. Now he's Hashatan. That's all it is.
The adversary, yeah.
So now when you read the story, let's go back to the story. Now it makes sense why the Most High is like, hey, because Job wasn't innocent. Job had to repent. You have to repent when you do wrong. See, Job was very, like Rich said, Job was very prideful. How do we know it? Because Job was sacrificing for his children and they had their own houses. Now also watch this here. What does Proverbs say? Train up a child in the what? Where they should go. And they won't what? Depart from. So obviously Job didn't do a good job training his children. I mean, if they're righteous, hold on. The Most High says if we keep the law, statutes, commandments, precepts, ordinances, and judgments, he will prolong our what?
Lives.
Okay. So was Job's children's lives prolonged? No.
No.
That means they weren't what? Keeping the law.
But weren't they partying and drinking and stuff?
Not partying and drinking. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But the story doesn't flesh out everything they were doing, but it's inferred. I'll prove it. Why would the Most High drop a house on you?
Only if you're doing wrong, I believe.
Right. So, and we know they was doing wrong because guess what? They daddy knew they was doing wrong. Job knew it. That's why he started what? Sacrificing for them. Instead of calling them to his house saying, look, I don't like what y'all over there doing. Go out there, get your animal, sacrifice from your flock, and tell the Most High you sorry. No. He didn't do that. He said, well, you know what, y'all, my children kind of wild. Let me go and kill this ram for them because, they probably, and it says, watch this here. It says that. He knew it. Watch this here. Check this out. Let's go back to Job. Watch this here. Let's see. Check this out. And this is the kind of let me find it where it's at real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let's see, hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. Job chapter 1, verse 5. Right? This is what it says. And it was so when the days of the... Okay, let me start at verse 4.
All right.
And his sons went and feasted in their houses, everyone his day. Now, I take that to kind of think it's talking about their birthdays. Right? But there's no 613 law that says you can't celebrate the day you were born. Now, the scriptures say you shouldn't be happy the day you were born. You should be rejoicing with the day you die, right? But I live by the law. If the law doesn't say it, now people say, well, the heathens came up with that, bro. Well, the heathens came up with the light bulb too. The heathens came up with a lot of stuff, computers and a lot of stuff. Now, of course, I know we have a lot of hands in these inventions. I'm just saying, but the heathen came up with a lot of stuff we use every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it can't just be that. It says, and his sons went and feasted in their houses, everyone his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them. Verse 5. Now, watch what Job said. And it was so, when the days of their feasting were gone about, that Job sent and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned and cursed God in their hearts. Thus did Job continually. That's not Job's job. Job is supposed to be training his children up. So why would his children be cursing God? And notice this here. Where would the children have gotten it from to curse God?
It had to be his wife, his mom.
From mom, from the wife. She told Job to do the same thing. So Job is a great man, but Job is with a woman that's kind of wild, ain't she? She a YN.
One day,
right? So Job's wife is not living right. So who teaches the babies? Mama.
The woman. Yeah, mom.
Yeah, Job gonna have some input here and there, but it's really the mama. So now we see why he's saying, man, they probably cursed Most High out. Hold on, that's who you raised. You raising children that curse the Most High out. That's what we doing, right? That's not it, bro. So then you look at 6, and that was the day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. And see why people miss it? They'll look at like the Garden of Eden story and say, well, hey, man, I see what you're saying. It makes sense that Eve had sex with the serpent person because it wasn't a snake. It was a person.
Person, right?
Right? It was a person. But a person will sit there and say, well, no, he was made to crawl on his belly. Yeah, but that's metaphorical. That means he's brought down to a very low state. What's the lowest state you can go that a man can go and live? In the dirt. And what do snakes crawl up on their belly? In the dirt. You can't go in the bottom of the sea, you'll die. So it's a low state. That man was brought to a low state for committing adultery with who? With Adam, wife Eve, Kawa. So when he sleeps with Eve, nothing happened, right? When she partook of that fruit, nothing happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you go to Genesis chapter 1 and 2, it tells you that the Most High told them you can eat every herb-bearing seed. Every. Word every means all, right?
Yeah.
So it can't be about fruit. Then you come back and say, well, look, you can't eat from this tree, though. Hold on, but according to the story, the knowledge of good and evil is in what? The fruit, right?
Yeah.
So that means Adam and Eve didn't have no knowledge before the what? Eating the what?
Fruit.
So if you read that like that, they were supposed to make the mistake, right? Because they didn't know no better.
Right.
No, they should listen to the Most High.
But hold on, listen. But how do you listen to something you don't understand?
Okay.
Because remember, the knowledge of good, God, the knowledge of evil, the serpent, the Satan, whatever you want to call the dragon, is in the fruit. So before you eat the yum, 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 yum fruit, you don't have any knowledge of good. You don't have any knowledge of bad because it's all in the fruit. Now, you ain't ate the fruit yet, right? You haven't eaten the fruit yet. So then what do you know? If you read that story literally, you don't know nothing because the knowledge of good and evil is where? In this fruit. And until you eat it, you can't know good, God. You can't know evil, the serpent. But that's not what that story is telling you. And that's why Yah had them translated a certain way where we can still figure it out. Because Eve went to the serpent. First off, ain't no woman supposed to be in no other man's face.
Right.
And y'all know, y'all done been around women long enough, especially black women. They do not like snakes. Ain't nobody gonna go walk and talk to no walking, talking snake and go talk to them and chit chat with them. Listen, people are afraid of snakes on the ground. You telling me one that's standing up looking you in your eyes, you ain't scared of it? but it's not talking about that. So now when Eve, because remember, it says the Garden of Eden. Of is a preposition that means pertaining to. So it says God planted the garden eastward in Eden. So and then he put man there. So he made a garden, put man there. But then what happens? The other people come in. You start, because what is most? Watch this. Adam ain't nothing but Israel. It's the same code.
That's right. Yeah.
The Most High separated Israel from all the what? Nations. The Most High separated Adam and Eve from the other people. It said, the Most High said, it's not good for man to be alone, because Adam was like, man, I need somebody. Hold on. How you know you need somebody if you ain't ever seen nobody?
Did he say that?
Huh?
He say that?
No, I'm saying,
Oh.
how do you know you need a woman if you ain't never seen a woman?
Well, he didn't see the other folks, did he?
See, no, that's what I'm saying. But see, remember, when you read the story don't read like that.
Yeah.
It read like it's just Adam and Eve, the first people. Then the New Testament back it up and say Adam is the first man. Christ is the first man, the second making it the all that nonsense, right?
So Adam pretty much was a proxy, pretty much.
Huh?
Adam pretty much was like a proxy.
Yes, Adam was just like Israel, and he failed, and then we failed. It's the same story. It's the same code. The Most High it's a group of people. The Most High chooses a group of people every single time out of a group of people. So you had Adam, all these people. What did Cain say? Cain said, man, look, Most High, what you saying is too rough on me. He said, if I go out here, they gonna kill me. Who is they? I thought it was just Adam and Eve. And Cain. He had killed Abel, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And then when Cain leave, he goes in the land of Nod and get a wife. Hold on, I thought it was just them though. You see, you got to put the clues together. Because that's the wisdom. Say what?
This how they, when I was growing up, they were like people just slept with their sister, incest. You see what I'm saying?
Watch this here. Now they'll sit there and say people slept with their sisters, incest. But what did the Most High tell us? My law is eternal. In the book of Psalms, my law is eternal, meaning incest has always been bad. See, that's what I'm saying. And if you notice in the story, it's only 2 children born, and they go off. They go off before the 2 children are born, right?
Yeah.
Right? So because Cain kills Abel after they got kicked out of the garden, not while he was in the garden. Cain and Abel were never in the garden. And we see Abel offering the what? First thing of the herd. Hold on. I've seen that in the law before, right? Sacrifice, right?
Yep.
And then Cain comes and brings his fruit, but it ain't the first fruits. Because that's the requirement. It's your best. Now here's the crazy part. The Most High don't even eat the animals or the fruit. Look at the children of Israel. When we do a burnt offering, who eats that offering? We do.
We do.
We do. That's the burnt offering. When you eat, look, the Passover lamb. Who eats the Passover lamb?
We do.
We do.
So you and your family, right? So why in the hell would you not cook? Why in the hell would you not kill and cook the best one?
Lamb, right?
Yeah,
right.
Right. So the Most High said, a lamb of the first year without what? Blemish. Why would you try to sacrifice a sick animal for you to eat? You got to be Lomo crazy.
That's a female ram or male?
Huh?
The gender is female.
I think it's female, ain't it? For the,
yes, female.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying, but why would you go in and you got to go look? We all brothers and stuff, whatever, right? We all live in the same house. So me, Delta, your wife, your children, we all brethren, right? We all live in the same. Matter of fact, Delta live over here, I live here, and Reggie live here next door. So when it's time for Passover, if this was Jerusalem, we would just come together and do that. And when we had to pay our tithes, all the stuff that's in our garden, your garden, his garden,
We go to the Levites.
and the fathers and the strangers and the widows. See, so now because that was our version of SNAP benefits, food stamps, to make sure. So guess what? When a child go to bed hungry, what that child gonna ask? Yeah, I'm hungry. This is a baby, so y'all are like, hold on, you hungry? They ain't keeping the. Hold on, they ain't paying tithes. What they doing? See. So Malachi 3, will a man rob God? But you have robbed me in what? Tithes and offerings.
Yeah.
So when he say we robbed him in tithes and offerings, see, just like at the Christian church, when they take up that money, God don't come back there in the back and say, okay, see y'all next week. Let me get this in and take this with me. See you next week. No. So how do we rob God by not paying tithes? Because in Habakkuk chapter 12, Habakkuk chapter 14, tithing is what? Agricultural products. It's not money. So and you just said we got to leave some for the what? The widows, the Levites, the fathers, and the strangers, right? So that's how Yah takes care of everybody. And when we don't do our part, people go hungry. And when people go hungry, you pray. And you pray hard and you mean it. Right?
Yes.
So now people praying and like, hey, y'all ain't down to do what you're supposed to do. I got you. Hasheton mode. Hasheton Power Ranger activated. So now the Most High comes and says, what? Okay, I got something for you. You don't want to do right what I told you to help. Because see, remember, the Most High, we sully his name when we got babies crying, they ain't got no food. Because the Most High provide. He gave us a system to provide. Because here's watch this here. Show you how cold Yah is, right? You supposed to leave the corners and stuff and then tithe the 10th of your livestock, right? Everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And help the less fortunate, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's in Yah's best interest to bless us, right?
Yeah.
Because if we have no good crops, then what do the babies eat?
They eat nothing.
They eat nothing. And Yah's a father that provides. Right? So if Yah's a father that provides, then we have to do our part. He does his part. You do right, he gives you 800 watermelons, 900 stalks of corn. You'll never run out of food, and then the people can eat, and everybody's like, man, he really blessed. Delta Roos is really blessed. Reggie is really blessed. Delta Roos is more blessed than Hezekiah and Reggie. You see what the Lord gave him on his little harvest. And that's what Malachi says, prove me now herewith. Right? The Most High says, prove. See, listen, let me tell you something. The Christians worship a different God. In Christianity, you got to do something, then God will do something for you. What did Jacob tell the Most High? He said, look, if you help me get back home, you give me food to eat, clothes on my back, help me get back home safely, then you'll be my God. Hold on, watch this here. Genesis chapter 28. Check this out. Let's go to Genesis 28. I'm going to put it on the screen. Right? Genesis chapter 28. Let's see. Okay. Chapter 28, verse 20. Y'all see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So chapter 28, verse 20.
Yeah.
The Most High said, Jacob says, and Jacob vowed a vow saying, if God will be with me, okay, that's one. You got to be with me. And will keep me in this way. Okay, you got to be with me. You got to keep me on. Hey, keep me cool, cuz, right? That I go and will give me bread to eat and clothes to put on, right? So now he's telling him, look, if you do this for me, be with me, stay with me, keep me on your way, give me food, give me clothes, right? so that I come again to my father's house, right?
Yeah.
Verse 21, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God. That's the opposite of what Christianity teach. Christianity say, pay your tithes, do everything, boom, 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 and then I give you something. But if you notice, what did it say? And you read verse 21, 22. I'm gonna go down to it and watch what happens. And this stone which I have set thee for a pillar shall be God's house. Of all that thou shalt give thee, I will surely give a tenth unto thee. See that? That's the tithe again. Where you got it from? Abraham. It said Abraham was very rich in silver, cattle, and gold. Abraham didn't know God at first. God came and told him, hey, man, get away. Go. Same thing he did with Adam and Eve. He took Adam and said, hey, let me pull you over here. Don't hang around with them other people over there. Them knuckleheads over there. Let me make that. Matter of fact, what did he do? What did he do for them? He gave them a what? A vineyard, right? A garden with all the foods they wanted, right?
Yeah.
So that shows you right there. It's the same thing. Yah gives us first. Hold on, watch this here. When you eat your food, when do you say your prayer, your grace, your prayer?
Afterwards.
It's supposed to be afterwards. But what do the church teach? What everybody really teach?
Before.
Then I come around, somebody like me come around and knock it out your hand, now you hungry. But if I give it to you, you eat it, and now you satisfied, then you say thank you. Yeah. See, that's what they don't want people to understand right there. That's what they don't want people to understand. They want me and you to think that Satan is something that's going around just messing with people. No, it's all Yah. Almighty. What does almighty mean? All might. If Yah has all might, all power, then what kind of power does Satan have? None. Even in the story, it's telling you he can't do nothing without Yah expressly saying do it, because it's Yah himself that causes it. It is Yah. But the church and the religious factions and the powers that be and the elite, they want you to think that you better be on your P's and Q's because there's a dude watching you trying to get you right now. When you ain't got time to think about, because what does the Most High say? Love the Lord your God with all your mind, all your heart, and all your what? Soul. Well, if I'm putting all my stuff into Yah, I ain't got time to worry about no damn Satan. Who is this character? All mind, all heart, all soul. But the church and everybody in the religions do it backwards. So now at night, when you go outside, you ain't looking at no demon around the corner. You trying to see somebody out there trying to do something to you, a human being, flesh and blood. You ain't never had a demon come and drop kick you in the back of the head. And you turn around, ain't nothing there. That ain't never happened to you. And it never will. Because Yah is the strong one. Yah causes everything. Makes peace, creates evil. I, the Lord, do what? All these things.
Yep.
So where's
45%?
Right. So where does Satan fit in that example? If Yah is doing, what does all mean? See, the word all is cold. Hebrew cold meaning the whole. Only in religion do words lose their meaning. So what does all mean? What does all mean?
I guess everything.
Everything. But in religion, all means some.
Yeah.
See? In religion, all means some. Because when you sit there and read, I, the Lord, do all these things, make peace, create evil, light, dark, peace, evil, all these things. Oh, no. God don't do all that now. Come on now. He don't do all that now. See, religion is backwards. It has taught us. So now, watch this here. This is the ultimate truth that Esau don't want you, me, none of us to understand. It's always been about Yah, and it's only about Yah. And once you get that through your head, that ain't nobody out there doing nothing to you, it's you. It's the man in the mirror and your relationship with your creator, your maker. That's what it's about. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. But see, they want you to have a crutch. JC is the hippie on the stick. He's the crutch. He's the one that you can, or Satan. Satan can come around and you can say, man, I had so much bad luck this month, man, because Satan is really working, ain't he?
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, either Yah is in control or he's out of control. Because you can't be both. But what do Christians and what do religious people teach you, and Muslims? That God is really not in control. They blaspheme every single day. Like I said, y'all, I know y'all heard Lewis when he said that, like y'all was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so what Yah did was he was with them, but he couldn't beat the iron chariots. No, it says was. Yeah. He was with them. You're right. No, it says was. Was is past tense. If he was with them, he's no longer with them. Therefore, they can't win. So it's something they did. You got to understand that. Like all of us got to understand it's something we're doing. And see, listen, the more y'all love you, the harder it get. Because remember, he's listen, you an A+ student with y'all. If you're an A+ student, he gonna give you. And this is something that a lot of us notice, but we don't really grasp it. We'll sit there and say, that fool over there don't do nothing y'all say, and don't nothing really happen to him bad. And then we'll sit there and say, man, I'm sitting here living, man, and doing everything I can, and I feel y'all, and damn, I can't catch a break. But remember, you're being refined. They're not. So when the real drama come, you gonna win. They're not, because he don't love them. The Most High says that if you have a child and they do wrong, it says beat them and deliver their souls from where? Hell, the grave, right?
Yeah.
I think that's in Proverbs, right? Let me see something. I think it's in Proverbs. Let's see. That's Proverbs 23:14. Check this out. Like I say, once you understand the code, it all starts to make sense. Check this out. Verse 12. Y'all see this here on the screen? Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Check this out. Check out what it says. It says, apply thine heart unto instruction and thine ears to the words of knowledge. Because you can't have knowledge unless you learn it. You got to go through it to get knowledge. You cannot be a good basketball player without shooting some hoops. I don't care how many videos you watch. You can't learn. You can't dribble by watching. You got to actually get out there and try. That's what knowledge is. Knowledge is what you do to learn by experience, because you know it now. You can't know something you've never done. It says, apply thine heart unto instruction and thine ears to the words of knowledge. Withhold not correction from the child. For if thou beatest him with the rod, he shall not die. Thou shalt beat him with the rod and shalt deliver his soul from hell, the grave. That's the word Sheol. So now, if Yah is telling me to make sure, and here's the crazy part, I don't even have to whoop my children. I don't even whoop my children. I can literally look at my sons and say, I'm disappointed. And they'll bust out crying. You see what I'm saying? Like, I see how you with your son, how you supposed to do with your son. Your son love you. If you tell your son you're disappointed, it's going to hurt him. You see what I'm saying? But even if you had to, discipline them, he said they ain't going to die. But you got to put some correction on them. Now, if you got to put some correction on your child's Delta, and you love your child, right?
Yep.
If you got to put correction on your child, what you think y'all do to us?
Yeah, but
you see what I'm saying? See, if you see a little baby with a fork, and the little baby finna put the fork in the wall socket, you beat them. And I'm not saying like a child abuse. Y'all understand what I mean? I'm using biblical words. Because they have to know that is wrong. When I was little, it was 8 of us, right? I'm the third oldest. I have 2 older brothers. Then I got I got 3 sisters and 2 more brothers underneath me, right? And of course, obviously, I didn't see my oldest brother and my second oldest brother. My second oldest brother just passed away, but I didn't see my oldest brother, etc. To experience this. But I saw my sister under me, and I saw my brothers and siblings under me. My grandma had a heater in the house, and she said, "Hey, don't touch that heater." And I was told all of us at some point touch that heater, and then get the crying, right? I witnessed it with my little brother Dion, my sister Annette, and my other brother Michael, and my sister Natalie. Touch that heater, and start crying. And my grandma coming in like, "What you did?" Burn the hand, right? Know what my grandma would tell us to do? Touch it again. And you know what we would say? No, come on, put your hand on. Oh, no. See, now we've learned. It took pain to learn. That's what I told Lewis the other day. It takes pain to learn. Because people are not disciplined. It takes pain to learn. Most people only learn by pain. The wise of us, we learn from other people's mistakes. If you're wise, that's wisdom crying out. Not a woman. That's me seeing that Delta Roots went through something. So when I see that same thing starting to appear in my life, I can nip it in the bud. So when you read the story of Job and how he was getting this bad treatment, it's to let you know, don't play with Yah. Don't play with him. Some people die for doing small infractions, and some people can get away with stuff forever. It seemed like, right? You don't play with Yah because you don't know what his judgment is for you at that moment. So you don't play with him. So now Yah comes and says, "Hey, my son is doing right. Put a hedge around him." But then every now and again, put that hedge down. Let's see what he learns something. Let's see, he prospering, he doing all right. Let's see if he can deal with this fire real quick. It never lasts forever. The old people say joy cometh in the morning, right? When they get light outside, joy cometh in the morning. The light, it's the programming. It's the program. So now when you look at your life, you can look at your life and say, okay, something is bad happening to me. Why is this happening? That's what Shlomo said. I believe everything that Shlomo said. If thou faint in the day of adversity, then thy strength is small. And then he said, when calamity fall upon you, consider. It don't mean you did nothing wrong, but think about it. Really think about it. What did I do wrong? Okay, what did I do wrong this week? Because this is not normal. This is different. Okay, did I sin? Well, no, I didn't do that. I didn't do this. No, I didn't do this. I ain't did this. Okay, so y'all's testing me. Gotcha. Thank you, y'all. I'm with you. I'm with you, Pops. I'm with you. That's how you look at it. That's how you look at it. Because, like I said, Yah becomes your own personal Hashatan. And the scripture says what? It is a dreadful thing to fall into the hands of the what? Of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what Yah's talking about. See what I'm saying? That's what Yah's talking about. It is a dreadful thing to fall into the hands of the Lord. It's dreadful. But as a people, we don't understand that. We don't get it. We don't grasp it because we're so hurt by everything in our circumstances that we're not realizing that we're being tried. It ain't always because we did something wrong. Right? So your life might be hard in one area and you might lose everything you think you had, but it's not because you're wrong. You got to look at yourself and say, what am I doing wrong? If you can say with yourself, man, I ain't been really doing nothing wrong. I ain't not nothing any different. Okay, well, it's not that. Real simple. So when you look at the Job situation again, it's the same thing. The Most High becomes our own personal Hashatan. He puts us on slave boats. He puts us in captivities. He sends nations to go whoop us and enslave us, march us around out of the land naked. All this stuff has happened because you got to learn. You said something up there earlier today. This is what you said, and I remembered. Let me go back up to it. This is what you said, and I'm gonna push it. This is what you said. I don't see how our ancestors didn't follow the Most High because they seen miracles of Yah. They heard the voice of Yah. See, you don't see that because you've never, well, I don't know if you have, but you can enlighten me if you have, Delta. But so let's just, I'm going to say it. And I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, just say I'm wrong. But you haven't seen it and you haven't heard the voice. Right? Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
So that's all they ever known. When they came out of Egypt, they saw Moses saw burning bush. When they came out of Egypt, they saw the plagues. They heard the voices on Mount Sinai. That's all they ever knew. See, you and I, we've been living off faith and trust. Right?
Yeah.
So, but if you'd have put us back then, we're Israelites, bro. Listen, I'm not saying all of us would have been like them, but there's a good possibility we've been hard-headed as hell too. You see what I'm saying? Because if you hear his voice, right? If you hear his voice, then you start living like I ain't did nothing wrong because I ain't heard it. See, it's a double-edged sword. That's my point. It's a double-edged sword. If you hear his voice, then you know you're doing right or wrong by hearing the voice. So if y'all just like, I'm done with y'all, I'm cutting y'all off, you still thinking everything cool. and he brought up Judges, right? But what does it tell us in the book of Judges about the mindset of the children of Israel in the book of Judges? What does it say? Every man what? Watch this here. See, he brought up Judges. I'm going to show you something. Watch this here. Let's go to go to Judges.
What chapter?
Go to Judges. Let me see something. Because I'm not looking for the one in Proverbs. So I'm looking for the one. Go to Judges chapter 21, verse 25. Yep, Judges 21, verse 25. Well, let's start at 24. Check that out. I got it on the screen highlighted. 24 and 25. Look at that.
When we read it?
Yeah.
It says, in those days, there was no king in Israel. Everyone did as he pleased.
See that? Now you understand why in the book of Judges, Samson was going off marrying Philistines. I like the way the KJV says it. It says, in those days, there was no king of Israel. Every man did that which was right in his own eyes.
Oh, okay.
So if he thought it was right, that's what he did. So guess what? Hey man, you ain't taking care of your, and you, I know y'all heard this before. You'll hear an Israelite that'll say something like, they ain't supposed to mess with another man's wife or another man's woman, right? And they'll say something like, if he was taking care of business, they justify it, right? And that's what y'all don't play with when you justify it. When you do wrong, you take the whooping. But when you justify it, you harden your heart when you justify it. And you can't hear y'all. So the last chapter he went to was Judges. And he doesn't understand that in Judges, the Israelites was, my friend, was batshit crazy. They was doing, look, watch this here. Now, how many of y'all would eat something out of a dead lion?
No.
That's what Samson did. That's what Samson did.
Yes, it was honey though, right?
Huh?
They said it
Yeah.
was honey.
It was a lion that died, and they laid and made the honeycomb inside the lion. This nigga went and just my bad, I should have said nigga. Okay. But because I'm thinking about it, that's all I can think. But he went, dug inside the lion, scooped out some honey, started eating it. Then when it took it to his mom and dad, and they ate it.
Oh wow!
Y'all didn't know that?
I knew it was honey,
Nah,
but I was wondering why.
You say what, Delta?
I know his mom and dad ate it.
Yeah, but listen, it was in a dead lion though, right?
Yeah.
When's the last time you saw a dead dog on the side of the street and then went and looked inside and see something to eat?
Nah, hell no.
Now remember, he's a Nazarite. He's supposed to be clean, can't drink alcohol, etc. But he eating out of dead animals. And he's a judge. This Negro is a judge. He is a judge of Yisrael, and this is what he's doing. Is that crazy? But every man did what was what? Right in their own sight. You remember when what's my guy's name that was supposed to go to Nineveh?
Oh yeah,
Jonah.
Jonah
ran from the Most High. Now, how crazy as hell you got to be to do that? He was trying to run. He caught a boat. Jonah caught a boat to run from the Most High. The Most High was turning the boat over, and the people said, "Look, man, it's him. If we get him out of here, we'll be okay. Or we don't, we're gonna die." They threw him overboard. The storm stopped. That's what you're dealing with. That's Yisrael in a nutshell. But like, I feel you. See, this what I'm saying is that Delta, Reggie, you and I, all of us, we're looking at them in the past based on what we know now. You got to also remember, do y'all know more than the average Israelite back then?
You didn't know that now.
Hold on, watch this here. How did the Israelites learn the law? They didn't
Through
have
prophets.
no.
Yeah, they had people to teach.
Who taught them?
The prophets, like you said.
Not the prophets. The prophets didn't teach. The prophets only came around to let you know you finna get messed up.
I know they didn't have, like, today we have books, canonized. They had the scrolls, but it was, they didn't have chapter and verses like we have today.
But watch this here.
The Levites would have had it.
Boom, there you go. So they would literally be at home. And the Levites didn't have what? A land.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you understand why the Levites didn't have a land?
Because they didn't have an inheritance because everybody else gave them their inheritance or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. But the reason they didn't have a land was because they was never supposed to be in one place. They was always supposed to be going through our cities. And when we see them, we'll go out there and talk to them. Hey, man, look, me and my wife was debating on this. What is this? And then the Levite would tell us what to do based on the law.
Okay.
That's why you left stuff in the corners of your yard for who? The Levites. So when they came around, they had food to eat.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Levites.
Huh?
Because the Levites didn't have inheritance like every other tribe had.
Boom. So their job was just to walk around and spread the knowledge of the law.
Right, but who taught them?
Aaron, or whoever the high priest was, and then the Most High with the Ummah and the throne.
Okay.
They got the high priest. They got the law. See, remember, like he said earlier, we had these scrolls, but we didn't have bunches of copies of it. So as a priest, you'll be working in the tabernacle or later on in the temple, and you'll be learning your duties. Because you got some priests that might just slice the animal's throat, right? Sacrifice. And you got some that just went around burning the incense, right? Then you got some that guess what? They had to clean the temple up. They had to wash the blood off, right?
Mhm.
Everybody had duties, so they couldn't be spread out all over the place living in a house. They would just go around through the towns. They didn't wear shoes unless it was like wintertime. They didn't wear shoes. They were barefoot because they would just walk through. And then, like I said, we out there. Let's say Delta and I sit out there talking about what we need to do, and then we see a Levite coming down the street. We all run out to the street and talk to him. Hey man, look. So what I was trying to figure out, me and Delta was just talking about this. Do we need to pay tithes on this, and how do we do this? And they would say, hey, look, you do this, this, and this. And we say, thank you. Hey, you need somewhere to sleep tonight? Whatever. Oh, no, we good. Okay, if you do, come on back by. They might come back by, stay in the outhouse. You know what I'm saying? And we got food for the whole night. We treat them like royalty because they are the royal priesthood.
Yeah. But check this out, Hezekiah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The Levites, and I thought about it, like I couldn't be a Levite. You had to be like perfect. Not perfect, but like to the point where you being a priest, you had to have a certain responsibilities. You couldn't really play with the Most High like that in the temple.
Well, listen, it seemed like that because I'll be honest with you. Now, I never really talk about what I believe, right?
Okay.
But with brethren that understand, I will. Because like some people, they hear you say stuff and they don't really understand. That's what I think I am. I think I'm a Levite. Because I have a huge affinity for the law and I understand the law. Like it's like nobody taught me the law. Like I just understand the law. I understand what you can do and what you can't do. And I'm programmed that way. I know I'm programmed that way. You see what I'm saying? So you might sit there and say, well, man, I don't know if I can be the Levites. But no, listen, you can. Because remember, we haven't been a nation, bro, in thousands of years. So can you imagine waking up and our babies got a national anthem, but it's ours. They learn about us in school. They learn about all the great Israelites. Instead of learning about George Washington, they learned about Dawid, Shlomo, Rehoboam, right?
Right.
Saul, Shaul, Moshe, Aaron, right? They learning about Jeremiah. They're learning about Nehemiah. They're learning their history. Nothing else matters but your history. That's why we're so broken as a people, because we're learning everybody else's history. Willingly and unwillingly. So when you look at it from that standpoint, if you have that duty to be in the temple, again, unless you're the high priest, it's just you're going to have certain duties. Like you're not going to be all over the place. Like, okay, give me an example. If you are a priest, and let me show you. Did y'all know all Levites are not priests?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, all priests are Levites, but not all Levites are priests.
Yeah.
See, so you could be from the tribe of Levi and not be a priest, and you can dwell amongst the other children of Israel. But the one, because remember, if you got 100,000, let's say it's 200,000 Levites, right? You can't have 200,000 people in no temple, right?
Yep, right.
Because you just can't fit. Like, look at an NFL stadium. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. That's a good question. I always think about some crazy stuff. Hold on, let me see something real quick. So check this out. Okay, so check this out. I'll give you an example. So I want to show y'all this. Hold on one second, because I just thought about this, right? When you just said that, and I guess it's how I'm hardwired. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Now look at that football field, and based on the length of that, it's not even as long as a football field. So keep in mind all this crowd and stuff. That's not the temple. This is the temple here. See what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So in a football stadium, you might get 70,000 people, right? 80,000 people, right?
Right.
It's more Levites than that. So you're gonna have specific duties. Some might just be you just keep going around teaching the law. Then you might have temple. Then Reggie might have temple duties. I might have to sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? And then Delta may just be the high priest. He got to go in the holy of holies. Got the bell tied to his foot. You got to go in, like you said, you got to go in there right though. You won't come out.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
But you ritually cleanse yourself and get right before you do it. You don't wake up in the morning and be like, hey, nigga on this holy holies real quick and forgot you had sex last night. Unclean. You ain't been you still unclean because when you have sex or a mission of semen, you have to wash yourself and you're unclean to the next evening. Right? So you can't go in the holy of holies. Just like if you're from the tribe of Judah or Dan, you can't grab the Ark of the Covenant. That's another thing. Delta may be the person and Reggie may be the person that keep up with the Ark of the Covenant. They wipe it down every day. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so many different duties. You see what I'm saying? It's so many different duties. So you might just be sitting there. Let me see something real quick. All right, that's the tabernacle. I don't know if y'all can see it. That's Solomon's temple. That's Herod's temple. You see Herod's temple now? So let me go back. And that's why I tell people all the time that Herod's temple is much. All right. Now that is the tabernacle, right? That's the tent. Y'all see it on the screen? Mm-hmm. That's the tent. Let me see. I can make it bigger. All right. Is that bigger? Yeah, okay. So that's the tabernacle. Now, here comes Shlomo temple. I mean, Solomon and Zerubbabel. Because remember, Solomon temple was bigger than Zerubbabel temple, right? And then look at Herod. That's not Shlomo's temple, bro. You see what I'm saying? That's Herod's temple. That temple was bigger than Zerubbabel, which means if it's bigger, that means we had already lost the second temple. So you'll talk to people like Lewis, he'll come on and say, oh man, the third temple going to be built. It's already been 3 temples. Solomon temple, Zerubbabel temple, and then Herod did that temple. See what I'm saying? Because when you go to Ezra, it tells you how the children of Israel, when the old people saw the temple, they knew it was smaller. But the young people that was in captivity, they didn't know it was smaller when they came out because they had never seen it. They was born in Babylon. So them being born in Babylon, they just saw that. I mean, even something smaller than that, because that's Shlomo's temple. That's what I mean. Like, so you got to look at it from that standpoint. You got to look at it from that standpoint. A lot of people don't understand this concept. Now, when you look at the whole Satan thing, I know it's getting late, but let me see something real quick. Let me see. So check this out. And this, you can look at the series. As you can see, there's no demons. Daniel 4:34.
Yeah.
Who's the one that told Nebuchadnezzar and made Nebuchadnezzar act like a wild animal? Yah, right?
Yeah.
So now you got, like I said, the next verse is pure ownage of all the people that believe Satan is fighting Yah, right? And you can see the evolution of me because learning Yahweh. This is like 13 years ago, as you can see here. So I thought the name was Yahweh at the time, or Yahweh, right? Rather. So when you see this deception, he said, "Who's the mean is an everlasting man, and his kingdom is from generation to generation." Now watch the next verse. And all the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing. And he, Yah, doeth according to his will in the army of heaven, and among the inhabitants of the earth, and none can stay his hand, or say unto him, what doest thou? What are you doing? Nothing can question Yah or stop Yah. So this is more proof that Shaitan is Yah, because nothing can question him or ask him what he's doing. Look at that. The church, what do they teach? They wrong on tithes. They wrong on baptism. Ain't no baptism. They wrong on demons. They wrong on JC. They wrong on who the Hebrews are. They wrong on what a Jew is. You see what I'm saying? They wrong on all these different things. They wrong on all of them. Yah has no adversary, and he has all power, almighty. If he is almighty, there's nothing that can goad him into doing something to you. He's doing it because he wants to either punish you for what you've done, or he's trying to bring you through to learn a lesson. Just that simple. It's the same reason when I give my sons a task, I'll tell my sons, you got to go outside and do X, Y, Z, go out and wash the car, go out and do this, go do that, whatever case may be, right? I tell my sons the same exact thing. And some things they like, some things they don't. They just better make sure I don't think they don't like it. Because if I even see them or something like that, it's on and popping. But I never witnessed any of that. But I know they would rather be in their room playing a video game. I understand that. But if I'm watching, you're going to come help me. I'm going to teach you a work ethic. We're going to sit outside and talk. We're going to sit on the steps and talk. We're going to sit in the backyard and talk. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you how to work in a garden. I'm going to teach you how to watch out for snakes. I'm going to teach you how to watch out for all these different things. Because if I pass away, they're supposed to take all the knowledge I have and become better. They're supposed to be way better than us because they have a living guide. My sons, when they're 20, they're supposed to be smoking me at my age now because I'm supposed to be imparting the things I learned into them. Now, if they learn this and they know what I know at 44, because I'm 44 years old, if they know what I know at the age of 18, just imagine how much easier life is going to be for them. Nobody taught me how to pick a wife. I just said I want a good woman. I'm thankful Yah gave me a good woman.
Yeah.
I think many people can say, in the day you was kind of probably a womanizer. You did, whatever. That's how men are, right? But Y'all gave me a woman that doesn't club, don't desire the club, loves her family, loves her children, would do anything for me, literally anything. I am very, very grateful, especially when I see the things some brothers and sisters have to go through. You know what I'm saying? And I tell people that all the time. Like, I'm very thankful because I know I don't have a good wife. I got a great wife, right? And don't club, don't dress provocative, don't be out gossiping, and don't be running the streets, and a homebody just like me. She want to cuddle too much, but other than that, she, like I say, she's awesome. As best as Yaka gave me, and he know I needed her. So, like I said, if something happens in that aspect, you just got to look at the code and say, okay, look, why is it every time me and this girl together, we break up and this happened? It's always a pattern, bro, because it's programming.
Mhm.
What y'all is programming. And this is something I'm realizing as of late. Not this ain't something I've been knowing this whole time. I've been noticing the code and how things are repeating themselves. Like you said, you know about deja vu, but you don't really pay attention to like how your life keep repeating in cycles. Like how things happen. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
You might have something going on, job might be good, the woman might be good, and then guess what? You know it's coming. It's coming, then boom, everything go bad. That's that programming, because you're supposed to look at it objectively, journal, write down things, and you're supposed to spot it. And then you're supposed to go and say, okay, I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna fix that. Like, if you want to be healthy and not broke, then the easiest way is to not eat fast food. Two birds, one stone. You save more money, and you'll be more healthier, right? Real simple concept. Real simple concept. And then what happens is, too often we want to tell people what they need to do when people should just look at us and say, you know what? I look at my classmates. Like, I got some grade coming in now, but I got some classmates, man, that look like they've been fighting life, boy. I'm talking about fighting life. And life had them in the figure four. In the Scorpion Death Lock. They done got Tombstone, RKO, and everything else. Life has been putting it on them. Because you can see the sin, how sin weighs on people. You can see the sin. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see that girl that she just looked older. She looked tired. Her eyes got bags. She looked tired. Because she is tired. She just don't know it. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I look at everything, or whatever case may be. I just started noticing it, bro. And I started noticing that, hey, a lot of stuff in my life is coming in cycles. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, okay, so I can beat this. If it's a cycle, I can figure it out. And that's what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks. And I promise you, here's the crazy part. The brother Joshua was on earlier, and me and him was talking about this for like hours one day. And I was really, really, I'm talking about focusing on this. And I was going through a rough spot, right? And I started focusing on this, and instantly everything changed. Once I started grasping certain things, it started changing. It started changing. Like I said, everybody have family issues, deaths of loved ones, friends, and stuff like that. It's all hitting everybody. But at the same time, we gotta be that living example. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all heard of this. There's this app, I think it's it's this app called God, what this app is called? It ain't called T or something like that, is it? Hold on, let me see something.
What it's about?
Okay, so basically this app is where you have to be a woman to get on, right? They hit you the T app. Yeah. Okay. So it says the TF is a platform designed to help women navigate the dating scene safely by allowing them to share experiences and seek advice about potential dates anonymously. It aims to empower users by providing tools to identify red flags and verify the safety of their dates. So it's called T for Women. So check this out, bro. So I came home one day and my wife said, "Hey, there's this app called a T app." I said, "What's that?" Because I don't know. She said, "It's this app called a T app, and it is going down here in the city." I said, "What's going on? What's what you mean?" She said, "Well, on the app, they have it set up where the women on there, they're anonymous, but they have to verify that they're a woman, right? So Delta Roots, I'm just saying as a hypothetical, if you were a woman and you join this app, you get your phone number, they call and verify, or whatever they do to verify it, right? To make sure you're a woman, right? And then on the app, you wouldn't be Delta Roots, so it wouldn't be your real name. It would be something like Pink Purple Sunshine. So you're completely anonymous. And on the app, they're just showing different dudes and asking questions about them. And the women are coming in saying stuff like, he's a whore, he's this, or he okay, he cool. But it's mostly like, he be in my DM. And then they'll show it's married people. And they're showing the married people talking to women in their DM about their wives negatively and stuff like that. So the app is basically for the women to, like I said, to navigate safe dating, but really they use it to kind of like to slander a lot of people too. I said, okay. I said, what made you look this up? She said, well, no, you're not in there. I said, I know I'm not in there. I know I'm not in there, right? Like that's that. You didn't have to tell me that. She just bust out laughing. She said, no. She said, but I look. I said, no, I'm a homebody. You know I'm always here. I'm definitely not gonna be in there. I'm not. If I'm in there, somebody's lying. And I told her I think a lot of people are lying because I think a lot of times, since it's anonymous, I could slander Delta Roots. I could slander as a female. I could slander Reggie. Right? Because you do got some women that ain't happy because, they ain't got a relationship, so they ain't happy, right?
Yeah.
But like I told my wife, I said, listen, the only people I will believe in here is if they start posting them receipts, showing pictures. If they show pictures of what, people sending them, and then people start doing it. The women start saying, well, see, he was trying to sleep with me and he been begging me to have sex and this. And then the children in the app, because, the teenagers in the app. So they seeing their fathers and stuff and they're getting put on blast. But guess what? The T app is not necessary if you follow the law, statutes, commandments, precepts, ordinances, and judgments.
Yep.
That app is for wicked people. That's what it's for. I told my wife, I said, that app is for wicked people. You don't need that app. You verified I'm not in it, so you don't need that app. That app is for wicked people. That app is for people that don't know how to be honest. And here's the crazy part I never understood. You got so many men that's cheating on different women and so many women sharing men. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, to me, it's boggling. Why don't y'all just be honest with each other? Right? And just say, hey, I want another woman. Because y'all sharing dudes and the women really don't have no problem with it because all these women can't be getting pregnant by the same dudes if they ain't trying. Like, they don't care. So then you want to, like I said, the red flag to me is the word baby daddy. Like, I hate that word with a passion.
Yeah.
Baby daddy, I hate that with a passion. What do you mean baby mama and baby daddy? That's ridiculous. Baby mama? Baby daddy? I can show y'all my text message. My son would text me and be like, love you, father. Father, not daddy, not baby daddy. My wife don't sit there and say, I love you. She said, you're our protector. You know what I'm saying? Not baby daddy. What kind of nonsense is that? That's too much the ways of the heathen, though. So, but yeah. But like I said, just give it some thought. Think about Job. Think about how unfair it would be. And the Most High is righteousness. Think about how unrighteous it would be for the Most High to kill your children, destroy your car, destroy your home, give you a disease, syphilis, smallpox, just to say, well, I'm sorry, Delta, but I was really trying to prove to this dude over here that you wasn't gonna turn on me. Right? That's crazy. That's crazy. Same thing with Adam. Same thing with Abraham. You see the same programming. Same thing with Isaac. Same thing with Israel, Jacob. It's the same programming all throughout history. And even on our personal life, it's the same programming. That's the code I looked at. That's why the movie The Matrix resonates with us so much, with black people so much. Now we know about Sophia Stewart, right? But that's why it resonates with black people so much, is because we kind of inherently know something's wrong. Think about it. I'm not being racist or anything. But have y'all ever kind of looked at what Caucasian people do and say, how the hell did they enslave us? Like they're physically just not really up for the task. Like they're just not up to the task. That's the program. See, the code was written that if you do this, execute command, this is gonna happen. That's a program. Right? And just like if you catching a virus, if you go on the wrong website, but if you got the hedge around you, which is the antivirus software, and you put that in and you clean it up, you clean yourself up, then guess what? You got a hedge of protection around you, just like software, just like McAfee, just like AVG, right? You got software, Windows Defender, you got malware protection, you got pop-up blocker. If you do it the right way. And that's the code. It's just more code. They talk about our DNA, how it's code. It's all code. We know it's code because we see that when we're born, most black men have an innate fear about police. We don't even be doing nothing wrong. We see police on the street driving behind, we drive and looking in that rearview mirror, ain't it? Staying. Yeah. We ain't did nothing wrong though. You know what? Because that's epigenetics. That's what your forefather went through. So that programming came down to you, even though they never taught you that. My mother and father or uncles or nobody, well, aunts, I ain't got no uncles, but they never taught me, watch out for the police. Nobody ever said that in my family. But I do it. We all do it. You see what I'm saying? Because it was passed down. Just like when you look at animals on the Serengeti, or you look at in the African pride, the lions, when that deer or that antelope is born, it knows it got to get up and start walking because it's prey out there, it's food. And that baby deer does not trust the lion. It will take off running, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The mama didn't. That's epigenetics, survival. See, that's epigenetics. That's us passing on this code. So, and here's a thing you can do. I learned, doing this with growing food and stuff. I was looking at, you can get, like, I talk to my plants, right? And I'm not a hateful person, a mean person. I talk to them like, yeah, I like the way you're growing. Blah, 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 blah. I promise you it works. Like they say, you can talk to a bottle of water, right? You have 2 bottles of water, and you can say loving things to this one and hateful things to this one, and water the plants. And the plants that you say negative things to the water, they don't grow as well. You can look it up. That literally happens.
They have signs on that.
Correct. So guess what that is? That's the same thing Yah did. Let there be light. It's just he's more powerful. He's the actual programmer. You see what I'm saying? So if Christians say speaking things into existence, but it's true. But when we hear that, we think about, okay, $300,000. $300,000. No, it don't work like that, right? but man, I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z, and I'm gonna make $1 million. I'm gonna make $100,000 this year, $300,000, whatever. And then you work towards it, and it happens, it manifests because you work towards it. You said it, and you work towards it, right? The Creator is just so powerful that He just says it, and He is. Because what does Yah mean? Do y'all know what Yah means?
The one who creates.
Yep, He who creates. So he's the programmer. He's the engineer. That's it. And then you got people like Lewis, they're NPCs. They don't have a brain. You see? That's why he'll say silly stuff. That's why you can show him something so simple and he'll run from it. As if he's slow or something. Like you can literally, like I literally showed him the animals are here. If they don't go inside, they in the field, they die. Then I show him here, same thing with the animals. Then I show him here the firstborn of the animals, and he'll still sit there and say, "Well, how was there horses for Pharaoh's army? Because Pharaoh's army horses weren't in the field."
But yeah, then the horses chase the Israelites out. It don't make sense.
You say what now?
I said the horses end up chasing the Israelites out. They end up chasing him and the army to follow them, the Israelites, because
Right. But he'll sit there and say, "Oh, no, that's a contradiction." Because see, right here, it said all. I'm like, the word all is not there. Oh, well, see, bro. See, if you go to this translation, it says all. Okay. Like I keep telling you. I keep telling people, y'all better leave that trash alone. Because it's trash. It's trash. So, oh man, I've been on almost 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a crazy one here. So yeah, it's been a crazy one. But like I said, no, that's what see. I'm gonna tell y'all, I be wanting y'all to come on and talk with me because. See,
okay.
So check it out. Let me say what, and I'm gonna send it to you next time we do it. Right? I might do one of them. I don't know. I might do one of them. I might do one whenever. But I'm gonna tell you, this is what happens. So people keep asking me, why do you keep talking to Lewis? Right? I know y'all probably wanting the same thing. Because he's the only one that comes on and talks. Look at our conversation for the last hour and a half. It's just been us talking and asking questions. Right?
Yeah.
But they'll say, well, man, why are you talking to Lewis? Because if I don't talk to Lewis, who am I talking to myself? Because nobody comes on and talk. We just come on and talk. Ask questions, we come on and talk. And I'm not God. So you might say something that sparks something in me to look at something a different way. You know what I'm saying? No man knows everything. That's ridiculous. But what I do know is what I speak on is what I know. And what I know is if I know something, I've spent hundreds of hours thinking about it. Not literally just, like he'll come on and say something. Like I told him, I already had everything. You can see it on there. Louis Hezekiah, the fifth plague, Egyptians, livestock. See, he didn't know. When I saw it, I said, let me print this out. I knew he was going to use the same questions. And I already got my answers on here. Because he didn't remember. And that's why I don't like talking to him, because he'll argue with you one thing and then 2 weeks later argue the same thing. Like he didn't learn nothing. So, but it's been a long one here. So I'm gonna chop him up today. He said a lot of crazy stuff. I'm gonna get him real good, a lot of shorts. So, but yeah, like I said, we'll reconvene. I'm gonna start posting when we're gonna do it. We'll reconvene or whatnot, and we'll be good. We like I said, we can jump this thing and make it grow, and people can really, because like I tell people all the time, it's not really about like I don't really care, to be honest with you. But like he was trying yesterday, he was telling me something like you're not known or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I said, Lewis, I was on Facebook before most Israelites, and I was bigger than most Israelites back then. I said, but what I understood, and I've understood this for almost 13, 14 years, once you stop teaching JC, you're never going to be popular.
Yeah.
But I was never doing it to be popular. I'd rather just somebody come on and talk and we fellowship or whatever. Bro, these people are not friends. How can you be my friend? I don't know you. I know you. I've talked to you on the phone. I've talked to Rick. I've talked to Sue, my sister Sue. You know what I'm saying? I don't know these people. I would be a damn fool to sit here and try to pretend I know these people and care what they think when I look at Gorilla Hebrew.
Yeah.
Everybody comes out and says he likes to take anal sex from a strap-on toy. And brother Josh, he'll tell you, I was talking about him. I knew he was like that. And he's not an Israelite. See, you can, because you can peep it, what they say. Like he like, yeah, right. No man talk like that. Hey King, what's up, King? Don't no man talk like that.
Yeah.
So I knew that was gonna go that way. And I had said that before it even came out. And when people called me and said, I said, I told y'all, man, how you knew? Bro, because y'all not paying attention. These people are doing this for money.
Yeah.
They're doing this for accolades and money. When you look at the other two brothers that was with Gorilla Hebrew and they branched off, no, they just want to make more money by themselves. Dang, look, why all of them selling t-shirts and stuff?
Exactly, like some Genesis, something like that.
Like, what are you doing? Do you know how people already don't have a lot? I wouldn't try to sell nothing dealing with the word of Yah. Art or something, yes, that's different. But like, why would I sell the word? Why would I? Oh yeah, I'm make some Jerusalem t-shirts. Yeah, some Shalom t-shirts. I'm not saying nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, if that's what you can do to make it, that's fine. But I think that's what these other platforms, they're doing that.
But I'm just saying, like, people like you should have more of a voice out here. And a lot of other people who have voice don't have the knowledge of the wisdom.
But that's the thing. But because remember, what did you read in Proverbs today? Wisdom cried out, but who hear it? See, the people that are trying to be honest and right and truthful, you're not heard. You're not heard like that. Look, it's real simple. Me and one of my good friends from high school, we had fell out because he's a pastor, but he teaches idolatry. Right?
Yeah.
And the last episode, my brother Fred was on here. He was telling you about it. He was like, yeah, it used to be three of us, man. We was real tight. And he's an idolatry. Again, I can't deal with idolatry. I tell you all the time, if I was a pastor, I have a mega church. But I would also be lying. You see what I'm saying? Mm. And I know what comes with that. So no, I'm not. My people already been lied to. I'm not going to be the reason our people are further miseducated. I do not listen. I'll do these. I don't care if it's just 3 or 4 people to y'all bring us back home. I don't care how long. It don't matter to me because I'm not doing it for the numbers. I'm telling you, I get so many phone calls from people that just call and ask random questions, right? Uh-huh. I'm cool with that. That's how I've met you, a good brother. I've met Sue, a good sister. I've met Reggie, a good brother. I've met y'all through this channel. And right now, I wouldn't trade y'all. I wouldn't trade you. Yah is my witness, right hand to Yah. I would not trade you for 100,000 subscribers right now. If I'm lying, may Yah kill me. And I'm still here. You see what I'm saying? Because you're a good, I know you're a good brother. I don't care if you think, well, I do this, man. No. I know good people when I see good people. Consistency shows it. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, I know good brothers. I know good sisters. Sue is a great, she's a great woman. People don't even know Sue not even an Israelite. And Sue keep the law better than Israelites. I call Sue my sister. I tell Sue I love her. She tell me that Sue is a great woman.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I tell people this all the time. Sue is so kind. Sue would do anything for a person. You know? And I met Sue through this channel. She said she don't even know how she got on my channel or whatever. Yeah. She asked me for my number. I gave it to her. She didn't call. About like a month and a half later, she called. And we've been friends ever since. Like I said, I would never trade Sue for 1 million subscribers. for 1 million views. No, I don't even care about that. If y'all notice, my channel got drum videos and everything, garden videos, and just stuff I'm into. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. Like, I want people to say, you know what, man? I saw that. I got some of my friends that be like, man, I got to start a garden. Let me start a garden. I'm like, okay, cool. Because that's what it's coming down to. If you ain't got no garden, if you ain't growing something, because when the crap hit the fan, you are not going to be able to start being a great gardener. Because it takes trial and error. You see what I'm saying? You're going to learn things. Some stuff ain't going to germinate right because you don't understand. You might put the seed in a little too deep, or it's just things you have to learn. So you do it now. You do what you can now. I got stalks of corn coming up, about 30 stalks of corn coming up. And you get like two ears of each stalk. So that's 60. I take them, chop them in half. That's 120. Put them in some Ziploc bags, throw them in the deep freezer. All else failed, we got corn, we got beans, tomatoes. I go to tomatoes out the garden, I get garlic out the garden, I get bell peppers out the garden, I get peppers out the garden, I get garlic out the garden. I go in and chop everything up, almost like a salsa, put it in the Ziploc bag, throw it in the freezer. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm growing potatoes, sweet potatoes, strawberries. Man, that's how you do it. Lima beans, bro. That's how you do it. Cucumber.
That's how they do back in the day, man.
Yeah, I got it from
my grandmother. You know, but we stopped doing that now.
That's what I'm saying. Cause see, when you look, make sure. How old are you? Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
How old are you?
37.
Okay, 37. So, is your grandmother still here or she gone?
She passed away 2 years ago.
Okay, how old was she when she passed away?
She was in her 80s. In her 80s.
In her 80s.
I can't remember, like 80. Yeah.
Okay, in her 80s. So, do you know why your grandmother was growing? My grandmother died literally 25 years ago. August the 3rd, 2021. 2001. 24 years ago. The reason your grandmother was growing stuff was because her mother came through the Great Depression. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So when you think about if she died, let's say 80, let's say she died 85, 86, whatever, right?
Yeah, my dad right now he's 65, so she had to been like, probably late 80s, late 80s, yeah.
Yeah. So let's just say we're going to make it simple, we're gonna say 90, just to keep it simple, easy math. So you take 25 years from now, right? And then so you're looking at 65 years. So from the year 2000, go back, that's in the 1940s. So now your grandmother is born in the 40s, right? Early to mid 40s.
Oh, no. She was born before that.
You said she 88, huh?
No. So she had been, because see, she had 10 children. So the earliest child was born in 1950.
How old was she when she had her first child, though?
So I think she was 19.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because a lot of them really wasn't old. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because you know, back then, it was different. It was different. She could have been 14. Because that's
okay.
That's kind of high. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm just saying that was normal back then. Like, our people was had a third grade education. You know what I'm saying? Like they wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, they had a well, they had a garden, and they had a propane tank.
That's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now, if you look at it from that standpoint, let's do the math real quick. Let's just say she's 90, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm say 2025 minus 90. 1935. Okay, so let's say 1935, right? If she's 90 years old. So the Great Depression was in the 20s, right?
Yep.
So she just missed the Great Depression, but her mama didn't. See what I'm saying? And since her mama, Yes, since her mom went through the Great Depression and her grandma went through probably through that time, right?
Yep.
How her mom was, let's say her mom was a teenager or something like that. Then that mean her mom and her grandma or her great grandmama saw the Great Depression. So they knew they actually grew their food because wasn't no money. So then your grandma comes along, she learns that skill because she grew up eating stuff out the garden.
Yeah.
And then look at how old she was when she passed. See what I'm saying? And then you got people like us, our friends checking out at 40. See what I'm saying? So now with all of that transpiring, she ate out the garden, so she starts a garden. But then guess what happens? She's born in 1935. In the 1950s, we still didn't really have money to be going to no grocery store like that. So we grew a lot of food. Like you say, she's from Mississippi, right?
Yeah.
And see, I'm from Louisiana. My grandmother originally was from Albany, Georgia, but we lived, we grew up, all of us came here in Shreveport, Louisiana. So now, it's like in Mississippi, this is rural. They're like in the country, basically. Didn't have central air. You know how it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Up at night and don't nothing come in there and mess with us. You know what I'm saying? So that's y'all. But and then you got the big house on them big cinder bricks. You know what I'm saying? So but anyway, all that stuff transpires, and then your grandmother does it. But then guess what happens? Your grandmother's born in 1935. So your grandmother's born in 1935. Whenever she has your mother or your father, he's in
My
his
dad.
Yeah, your dad, he's in his 60s right now. So he came up, if you look at 60s, he came up in the time frame of the 50s, something like that, late 40s, early 50s. That's when he was born, right? So if he's born around that time, then by the time he's an adult, now you get into the 60s and 70s. You see what I'm saying? So now people are eating the processed food, are eating the canned goods. So he doesn't transfer that down to you, just like our pop didn't transfer down to us. You see what I'm saying? That was our grandmamas that did it.
Yeah.
But now we got to take it back. We got to take it back. You see what I'm saying? Like your dad, he probably saw your grandmother in the garden, probably went out there and got eggs in the morning, just like everybody else, right? And probably had chickens, right?
Yeah.
And he saw all of that stuff. But then as he got older, got a better paying job in the 60s, the 70s, he's like, okay, boom. I can afford this. I can afford to buy milk from the milkman. I can go to the grocery store and buy food, and I go to the butcher and buy, meat and stuff like that. So then now we get away from the growing our own food. And I just started thinking about all the stuff that was going down and coming down the pipe. So then I said to myself, I said, you know what I need to do? I need to start back growing. And I started remembering some of the stuff and having dreams about my grandma and stuff that we was going over. And that she would help, teach. She was teaching me, but I really wasn't paying attention. But I remember somehow, I would go out there. She loved her growing watermelons
Greens
and stuff.
to tomatoes, all that.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? So I'm doing the same thing now. Garlic, onions, tomatoes, watermelons, cucumbers, cantaloupes, beans, lima beans, green beans, gold beans, sweet potatoes, bell peppers, habanero peppers, jalapeno peppers, strawberries, corn, you name it, I'm growing it. You know what I'm saying? I'm growing it. And now I just go out there like I was cooking the other day. I went outside, just got some peppers out the backyard, washed them out real good, added them to a stew I was making, and everybody was like, "Man, this was good." And then my sister was like, she came by to eat because when I cook, she like to come by and eat. She was like, "Yeah, because that's everything out of that garden name." I said, "Yeah, that's it." She said it just tastes so much better. My sons eat a roast beef sandwich, and I use tomatoes out of the garden, and they be like, "Man, this is good." And I'm like, it tastes better. I was like, "Yeah, because this is a real tomato, sun-ripened tomato. This is a real tomato. It's tangy. A real tomato is tangy. It don't taste like cardboard. Like you eat a burger or something from a joint." So, but yeah, like I say with that, man, I'm gonna go in here and get me something to eat now. So, I appreciate you. Love you, brother. I'm glad you stopped by. You know what I'm saying? Y'all bless, bro.
Yeah, you too.
All right.